Thank you. I wasn't trying to do anything.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
No more Fallout noises. The the variety of electrical sounds I was hearing was
Yep. Yeah, the Audient ID14 I use as an audio interface. My PC might be dying.
definitely sounded like it. It was funny too because you messaged me like almost 30 minutes ago. You're like, "Hey, you want to start early?" Sure, glad we did that.
Desk again.
Oh, you have one of those
The
fancy.
adjustable Steam desks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, the
Do
main thing I use it for is to getting to my PC.
you I want to try doing voice recordings standing up. I feel like that would help.
I did that once. It's hard for me because it's setup.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the same issue with me. But it'd be cool to stand up so that my diaphragm isn't like compressed.
So, Pat, what are we doing? Get a Fell For It Again award for everybody who actually thought Todd was going to remaster New Vegas. Can we get a Fell For It Again award for people who thought Todd was going to remaster Fallout 3? No, I mean, if I had to make any guesses, Fallout 3.
Yeah. I mean, the cool thing would be if they did both at the same time.
What does it sound like for you? Stream. Stream. Okay, I get it.
Mm.
The gate's not sensitive enough, so it's like cutting in and out.
Uh
We're testing 1 2. Is that better, chat? Everything is bad. Yeah, so there's two things we're going to be talking about today. I think we're going to be watching a Todd Howard interview, but there's something else that I was thinking about streaming when it was ongoing that I have saved for today as well. And I will share my screen with you so that you can see it as we go through it.
oh. Okay.
So, let's get into it. Playing ahead. No, this stream started badly enough. We last thing we need to do. All right. A few weeks ago, Bruce Nesmith did an interview with Pressbox PR for some reason. But this is where all of those Bruce Nesmith quotes that were making the rounds came from.
Yeah, yeah.
So I wanted to kind of work through it. The funny thing is, so we got to set the stage here. What's throwing a lot of people off is that every time every time PC Gamer would talk about this article, they would present it like they would say shit like Skyrim designer. They would never emphasize that it's a former Bethesda designer. Bruce Nesmith,
Yeah.
it says right here in the article, but of course, people aren't going to read that. Nesmith left Bethesda in 2021.
That's why he's able to say all this stuff, because he's no longer under NDA.
Yeah, so it was being pitched like, oh, this is the current designer. That said, I think that as I read through this, I definitely think Nesmith's mentality is very much still at Bethesda.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did a quick read through of this, and I've just like kind of marked down what I don't really care to talk about. Just because it was like boring, like these are boring kind of responses, like your typical interview warm-up stuff. So I've jumped, I've highlighted everything that I found interesting, and we'll hit all those points pretty quickly. Man, it feels so weird. We skipped like the what have we been up to recap stuff. Like I didn't even say like, guys, I've got a new 3.5 hour Starfield video on my Patreon that's not coming out anytime soon for the public because it's not ready for that. It basically, Todd, I have one in the chamber. Starfield 2.0.
Well, yeah, that was the funny thing, was that we were talking about Starfield 2.0, and then like 2 days later, Todd comes out and it's like, yeah, the next thing isn't gonna be Starfield 2.0. It's like, okay. I don't think there is a Starfield 2.0.
It's not real.
I think that's just a whole lot of copium. Which I think both theories are well. I don't think the theory is exclusive. Let's just say that. I think they will have real time, like flying between planets and stuff. I think that will be in the update. But there's just not going to be any sort of gameplay associated with it.
Right. And it's not going to be like what I talk about in the video, like, here's what they need to do, which is they need to make it a dungeon crawling game. Like they need
no, that ain't.
They're not going to do it, but that's what they need to lean into because that's the only possible like audience that can find it.
No,
and they're not finding it, which is funny because it's not like there's a fucking glut of dungeon crawling games coming out all the time.
Yeah.
But I legitimately think like that audience doesn't know that Starfield is a game that they can play for that because it sucks.
Yeah. But it's also like there's, in terms of like dungeon crawling and stuff, it's like, all right, but first you have to get through the 2-hour tutorial, and you have to like get it. It's not like you start the game up and you're just like, all right, cool, 5 minutes in, I'm running dungeons.
Yep, I talk about that in the video.
And then also it's like there's not that many dungeons to run.
Yeah. I'm going positive on the volume thing to try to turn it up because there's not exactly a volume knob on the Zoom F3. It's a very minimalist little device. It's very useful. I'm recording the audio for the Fallout video on it, but it's not necessarily purpose built to be a
dedicated like studio recorder.
But yeah, so
field work.
What was it like to be such a trusted resource on the lore of Elder Scrolls? And he clarifies that he was not the lore master, that was Kurt Coleman. Kurt Coleman, who's not at Bethesda anymore, by the way. He was more of a systems guy. He was the lead designer on Skyrim and design director for Bethesda. So there was a Bethesda employee I was talking to who said that everybody at Bethesda has two job titles. There's your corporate job title, and then there's your project job title. And so Bruce Nesmith's corporate job title was the design director, which technically made him Emil's boss, but I think all that entailed was like, paperwork stuff. It's been explained before that like, no, the lead designer still has the ultimate authority on kind of the design of it, other than like Todd Howard can veto you.
Yeah.
But how far ahead did you guys look in terms of ways to take the Elder Scrolls? So Todd Howard sets the direction for the series and the games. His philosophy, which I completely subscribe to, is you have this game in front of you. You have to make it as awesome as you can. You worry about the next game later. I feel like
I feel like that's how we got Mass Effect 3.
yeah, sometimes you do have to think about the future. They were thinking
Yeah.
about the future in Morrowind. Like, I don't buy that. But also, that's how you announce Elder Scrolls 6 8
Yeah.
years in advance. Someone made the joke that like, let's just skip Elder Scrolls 6. We've been seeing the same screenshot for 8 years. This everybody knows that fucking trailer, you know, that same generic thing that's like it's shown
Yeah.
in every headline related to Elder Scrolls 6. It's just like,
Yeah.
for the love of God, show something. You don't spend your time and energy worrying about sequels. You don't even spend your time and energy worrying about DLC. Shattered Space.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally say in the video, like, yeah, so a lot of Shattered Space's issues are inherited from Starfield in the way that Starfield wrote House Faroon.
Yeah.
So, like, the reason that Shattered Space is bad is that it's got, like, 80 minutes of introductory fluff, and it has 80 minutes of introductory fluff because it has to unfuck the lore from Starfield. And it's not even, like... And that's the funny part, is that, like, Starfield made all that shit up. So it's like, if they had thought it out, like, they would have gone, oh yeah, let's not write House Faroon in a way where we can't set a DLC there.
I just don't understand the idea of let's make a franchise. Let's launch a whole new franchise, except we're just not going to consider anything that comes after the first game. That seems a little stupid.
Yeah, especially for a new franchise.
Yeah.
Oh. VC Face does not hear me talking because I changed devices. So my mouth isn't moving. Here we go. Hey chat, sorry, I forgot to turn on the VTuber model. I had so much going on. I'm moving, by the way. Next Friday. I gotta pack by then.
Oh, you do have a date.
Yeah, and we're doing Karazhan. We finally hit, like, a lot of us are 70 now. We're doing Karazhan and TBC. It's 10-man. We've got a 10-man roster, and we've got 5 people on the bench.
Nice.
So I don't know. It's not impossible that we could do 25-man content. Are the DLCs designed at the same time as the base game, or does that come later? But once we go gold, that's when we can start looking at the DLCs. Which, I don't even think that's true, because my Bethesda guy told me that they were thinking about Dawnguard, like, way before Skyrim came out. And, like, their early ideas for it were, like, it was supposed to be an Indiana Jones-esque DLC.
Oh my god. Glad they didn't go that route.
Yeah.
I mean, like, how do you not think about the DLC when you're working on the base game?
I feel like that was true, like...
You're sitting there and, like, Todd Howard's like, we don't have time to do this. And then, like, immediately in the back of your head, you're going to be like, okay, maybe we could do that for DLC then.
Especially, like, post-Oblivion. But I'm thinking, like, no, we know that Operation Anchorage and the Pit were, like... those were planned in advance.
Yeah.
But... So, in the case of the Shivering Isles, Sheogorath had done so well in Oblivion, we thought, okay, we've got to do more with this guy. He was a fan favorite. He had a very good treatment in Oblivion. He really deserved to have his own place, and he's not your standard villain either. He's not going to conquer the world so he can rule over it. He's just this insane guy who really likes cheese. Oh my god. This is a shame. It's like, we did Sheogorath because he was popular, and it's like, that kind of sucks, because Shivering Isles rocks because, like, of the contrast. And so the notion that, like, they didn't just go, you know what would do well?
Yeah.
It's like they fucked up into making it good, which I guess is true in a lot of cases, but...
Yeah, it is a shame for them to be like, this would be a great contrast to what we were doing before.
Here's the parts that'll be relevant for you. With Dragonborn for Skyrim, we wanted to do as much with the dragons as possible.
Okay.
What does Dragonborn even do with the dragons?
You can ride one.
Yeah, like you can
Well,
ride
you
them.
can ride them. Um,
It's not like it's really not a big dragon
uh,
expansion. Even though they're like they play a role, it's still just like kind of lame.
I mean, like he said, they did all that they could with the dragons. Where do you go from riding them? We're not gonna do fucking them, okay, guys? It's
It's not
just not
Fallout.
gonna happen.
You'll remember too the vampire story was another one of the big DLCs, Dawnguard. Vampires had gotten short shrift in Skyrim before that. There's a few odd weird word choices
Yeah,
that I don't know if it's like it's UK English thing.
yeah.
Not that they were not present, but we didn't have a lot of good storylines with vampires in Skyrim, and they were something that all the way back to the Daggerfall days they had been very important part of the lore. So we decided, hey, let's just do something big with them, which again
Mm,
is like what a
yeah.
lame answer for why Dawnguard exists.
We don't have any good storylines for vampires in Skyrim. Um,
We dropped
I
the
got news. I got news for you. There aren't good storylines in Skyrim, period.
we you
And
didn't you
what
did,
you made, what you made was not a good vampire
I was gonna
story.
say like you didn't fix that problem with Dawnguard. um Technology seems to be becoming less and less advanced or sophisticated in the lands of Tamriel with each new entry in the setting. Was that an intentional idea, or is it intended to show magic is growing in power as technology is lost? Morrowind was a high fantasy story. High fantasy was more popular at that point in time, but one of the things that Todd was drawn to is the idea that the world has a normality to it to make magic feel special, and to make all the other things that happen in the game more meaningful. When Skyrim was released, The
No.
Lord of the Rings had dominated the fantasy genre during the Oblivion period, and that high fantasy stuff wasn't quite as popular. And so the magic and technology levels were brought down to meet the fantasy community where they were.
Oh no. Stop talking, please. Please stop. This really is just like, here's how we just accidentally made something.
Yeah.
We were just trend chasing the entire time.
You hear a lot of fans who absolutely loved Morrowind and think that was the peak of the Elder Scrolls series, and you know what? More power to them. That is because they love that high fantasy motif.
Um, I got I got a question. Does he know what high fantasy is?
It is kind of weird because Morrowind's not
Like,
that much higher fantasy
it really
than
isn't.
Oblivion.
It really isn't. Honestly, Oblivion, I think, is more high fantasy.
Yeah, Morrowind's like
At least, at
Morrowind's
least
grungy.
aesthetically speaking. Yeah, exactly. Like Morrowind's almost like steampunk, and it, man, like when you were asking that question, immediately my thought was, oh, maybe it's because like the Dwemer are dead now, so it's like, they were the only technologically advanced race, and their technology and stuff just like their
Right.
accomplishments slowly kind of diminishing and stuff, and so like the other powers are relying more on magic and everything. No, no, nothing even remotely that intelligent.
Are there
It's a
any
shame because like they do have like a perfect explanation, as I just
Yes.
put it, but
Which is
it
even
would
like
be like,
Morrowind didn't go in that direction. Like the Dwemer were singularly technologically advanced, which was kind of
yeah,
interesting. Like that not only like that technology existed and it wasn't really adopted by anybody
yeah.
else.
That'd be something interesting to explore in an Elder Scrolls game where people are sitting there kind of,
Well, don't,
debating about the the dangers of using Dwemer technology. It's like, well, look what happened to the Dwemer when we use this sort of stuff. We shouldn't
mhm.
use this sort of stuff. And you could have the Mages Guild getting involved and say conflict.
Don't worry,
Just,
this comes back.
oh boy.
Are there any parts of the Elder Scrolls lore that you regret being written in or established because of how it limits future games? The big one would go way, way back. That would be the time splitting thing that happened way back in the Daggerfall days. Which, that's not even an answer to the question because that didn't limit the future games.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Maybe he'll explain.
That is one of those cases where it's such a big change, we kind of just didn't address it. There's no way to claim one or the other. There's no way to do anything with it. That would be a case where we should have put more of our toys away, to use that phrase. He explained what that meant earlier. It's kind of like, oh, how did he describe it? It's kind of like at some point in development, you need to restrain yourself so you don't interfere with future people doing quest lines.
Okay.
By allowing all the possibilities to exist and never resolving them, you cause yourself some lore issues, and I think that probably could have been handled better. I don't think it's true. It's never been an issue because
No.
Elder Scrolls never went back to the Iliac Bay around that time period.
Yeah, like that really is the only way, because you have and they have so many different like creative outs for that sort of stuff, right? Like you have the unreliable narrator, you have you know, just things not getting recorded, things being lost to time, and it's like who's to really say the way they handle it, where it's just like who's to really say what happened then, is like kind of the best way possible to handle that. And it's like, yeah, it's not an issue, I don't think. Maybe it is an issue. Maybe it's one of those things where it's just like they've had hours and hours of debates about metaphysics in the office and stuff, and what we're seeing is just like they just completely nailed it
Right.
because of all those metaphysical discussions. But I doubt that, considering he just told us how they've been trun chasing for like 20 years now.
Having laid the groundwork for the series, what is the one holy cow aspect of Elder Scrolls lore you think the team should be brave enough to break for the next game? Well,
No. No. No.
well, the big obvious one would be the disappearance of the Dwemer.
No.
That would be the one. I would be shocked if they do
No.
anything with that in Elder Scrolls 6, and quite frankly, if I was involved in Elder Scrolls 6, I would not deal with it either.
Oh, wait. What?
I think he's saying, like, he's perceived the question as the disappearance of the Dwemer is a thing that comes up repeatedly, and
Yeah.
he is suggesting that they should move away from the Dwemer
Okay.
as a concept, which if it's Hammerfell, that's kind of impossible. So
Yeah. Yeah. You know, the whole Numidium thing. But
but
I
he's
was really concerned there for a second. I thought he was going to say they need to like unmask the Dwemer. They need to start they need to
they need to bring him
answer all
back.
the questions. Yeah, bring him back or something. I'm just like, no,
Elder
no, no, no,
Scrolls 6
don't do that.
Hammerfell, the Dwemer
Don't
have
do that.
reappeared.
Don't do that.
You see, Skyrim, we don't have to answer what happened to the Civil War because the Dwemer reappeared and took over Skyrim. And now the story is about the Dwemer and the Thalmor being at war.
Wow, congratulations. You somehow made something even worse.
That's what I'm saying. If I put my energy towards blackpilling Elder Scrolls 6 stuff, like, my vision of the future is horrible. That's why it's against the rules.
My vision of the future is an Akaviri invasion of Tamriel. Tamriel that has already been conquered by the Thalmor.
Ooh. That's a good that's a good one too. And it's like the Akaviri are like, we'll see, it was prophesized that the Thalmor would try to destroy the world. That's what Skyrim was, just a plot to allow the Thalmor to take over.
Oh, and the Akaviri are literally just like the lamest fucking race.
Yeah. So the snake people thing was an interpretation. Really, it's just like we're humans with scales.
Yeah, yeah.
Not even Argonians, just
Yeah.
or they go in the direction of they are Argonians, and the Argonians were actually like retconned to be the real Akaviri. But so he thinks if it was up to him, he would do a Somerset Isles Elder Scrolls 6, which okay, very mixed
Yeah.
feelings. I think is a good idea, except for it would be Bethesda making it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So that's my
And
only complaint.
the problem is that it's Bethesda who hates magic
Yeah, so it's
doing
like
doing a standalone game,
if Bethesda
a dedicated game.
was a good company that made good games, I would love Somerset Isles. I
Yeah,
want them to do the most boring setting possible and to just leave all that cool stuff
Hammerfell,
alone. Exactly. That's
or
why
not even Hammerfell, High Rock.
yeah, I mean like just give the most cynical answer
Yeah,
because like, Starfield.
yeah.
He
Like, don't try to do anything crazy with the world building and stuff, guys. Okay, just do enough so that it's like we can mod it and everything. Because that's the problem with Starfield modding, and is that it all has to exist in the world of Starfield. I've thought about
yep, yep.
like mods and stuff. Like I still want to do like the overhaul mod and everything, but then I just remember it's like, wow, I'm gonna put all that work in to play Starfield,
I know
to
that
be in the world of Starfield.
yes. The narrative really is the problem.
Yeah. I mean, so I was thinking about it. I'm like, okay, if you just make it so that you cannot visit like any of the major settlements, I think that does actually solve a lot of issues. Like just the main three, just blow them up or something. You can't go there. You can't even travel there. And then yeah, I think that would make it more tolerable.
Well, it's like Watchtower suffers a lot because
The moment you have to land on Jemison or Neon or uh
yes,
Keela, it's like it's over. The illusion, the careful illusion that you've been trying to build that Starfield is actually not that bad of a game,
it comes
utterly
crashing
shattered.
down.
Yeah.
And you have to.
Of course, yeah. I mean, especially when you're like starting a new game, whatever, you have to go to Jemison.
So he's just saying here, no new continents. It doesn't make sense to do like Akavir, which I agree with.
Yeah. I mean, you guys haven't been able to nail Cyrodiil or Tamriel.
We're about to get spicy here. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Is that belief in lowering barriers of entry for new players part of why there has been a concerted effort to streamline a lot of the traditional RPG elements in Oblivion and Skyrim? And do you think that trend will continue with the Elder Scrolls 6?
Coming out with bars. All right, let's see.
Absolutely.
Oh no.
And
Oh
I
no.
led I led the charge on that, to be frank.
Oh no. What? Do you I you know what? Maybe Tez 6 will be better. If
It,
Bruce Nesmith isn't
it,
there.
it is it's a complicated thing because like historically I've been up to bat for Nesmith, but this interview just
Yeah.
gives me so many reasons why I'm like it's kind of a good thing he's gone because it's like so he was the main guy that was behind like the way that planet orbits and stuff, all that really cool stuff that's in Starfield. He was behind all that. He's
Okay,
behind
so
Radiant AI, like
okay.
he's been
Yeah.
at the company a really long time. He did the Thieves Guild in Oblivion. Like he's got all
Yeah.
this legacy that affords him authority. But then he'll also just say stuff like, "Yeah, I was behind the casualization." Here
This is
here's
this
where it
is
gets interesting.
this is a Justin Truman moment.
Yeah, but it gets interesting from here. Obviously, I had to persuade Todd.
Interesting.
This changes everything.
Interesting. So he corrupted Todd.
Bruce Nesmith is the villain? Todd was the innocent one? What?
I mean, we have said that Todd does have, like, he has good taste and stuff, and like
Todd
there
likes
was always like
He
a
likes
missing
Destiny
element
too.
there. There was a missing. Listen,
We all have our live surface slop game.
yeah, but like there'd always been like some sort of element I felt that was missing with Todd Howard. This might be that missing element.
I did a lot of the character systems, and one of Todd's philosophies early on in Oblivion, which I took to heart and why I pushed so hard for these things, is that he wanted an interfaceless game. So ideally, you just play the game. It was about getting the character system out of the player's way. You don't have your head buried in menus, stats, and rules. Just enjoy the moment. Ooh, brutal devastation of the old knight here. Hang on, we're talking about Oblivion, right? There it is, right there in text, Oblivion. We got rid of attributes in Skyrim, and you know who complained? Almost nobody. They hardly even noticed it.
I must be nobody. I'm a ghost.
So yeah, so this was one of the quotes that got passed around. Like it was literally just verbatim. We got rid of attributes in Skyrim, and you know who complained? Almost nobody, because it's incendiary. It's incendiary to say, "Oh yeah, nobody complained about this thing."
Yeah, I mean, just making. Fuck, man. Like, I'm careful not to make those sorts of claims in my own videos. It's just like you're gonna have those people who obviously fall into the category that you say didn't exist. There's ways to say that without saying it like that. Like, our core audience was still.
It's just out of touch.
Yeah, I mean, that's ultimately what it sounds. What it sounds like to me is just, oh, you guys literally don't read like what people say on the internet and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, Joseph,
you just get
again,
your feedback.
Joseph Anderson talked about this in 2014. It might have been 2015, but like after Fallout 4 came out, okay?
Dude, people were bitching about it in 2011 when the game came out.
We have had like 3 presidential administrations since people complained about this.
Yeah, and to say almost nobody is just like, yeah, that explains why Fallout 76 happened, and why Starfield happened.
Yeah, and again, like, to think that he was there until 2021 and just never heard any of the discourse. I mean, it really is the case that like we've been fighting uphill on this issue.
Yeah, and it turns out that they were never listening.
Yeah, because there was an army of fucking yes men who were between Bethesda and their critics that like were just like, why do you care? Why do you care? Just enjoy the game. Just mod the game. You know, they had an infinite list of fucking copium and excuses, and Bethesda listens to those people. And so they never listened to anybody who was criticizing them. And so eventually, like, they had their fucking rake stepping moment, which was Fallout 76. And then you would think, like, that's the corrective. Nope, they stepped on another rake with fucking Starfield. And it's like, are they going to step on a rake again?
Probably. Almost certainly. Where's the speculation market on TES 6 being good? What are the odds on that bet? Do I play the white pill? Are the odds like 6,000 to 1?
Well, you see, Bruce Nesmith's not there anymore, so I think the odds are just stacked against him, and he's going to talk about that too. For those who do want, oh my god, this question. For those who do want a more traditional RPG experience, is the answer that other titles are available rather than the Elder Scrolls rolling back on these changes?
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh no.
Okay, so first of all,
Oh
just
no.
straight up telling your customer base, yeah, you should just
Fuck
go
off.
somewhere else.
Yeah,
Um,
fuck off.
if you look at Fallout, for example, they are embracing old school RPG features with that, and that is intentional.
What are you talking about?
Well, see,
My guy.
he's out of phase here. He's talking about Fallout 1. No,
Yeah.
no, no, he clarifies that's another Bethesda title, so he's talking about Fallout 3 and 4 and
Yeah.
76.
What?
Guys,
What in the fuck are you
Skyrim is
talking about?
casualized, but we made Fallout 4 for the hardcore RPG audience.
What the fuck? Fallout 4, the game where you don't even have skills. You just have the perk tree. You just have the fucking the pictures.
What's funny is like every RPG is that now. In Fallout, they want you to have that retro feel because everything in Fallout has a retro feel. It's a world-based blah blah blah. The game rules do that as well. They're very old school RPG game rules where you get experience points and decide how to manage your character at that level. If you prefer those old school elements, there's a wealth of other games out there for you. For the players who want, they will find games for that. Bethesda as a studio can be the best at doing both with two different titles, but a single game can't be trying to do both.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Uh, uh, I see why you are no longer in the games industry.
Yeah, he's a writer now.
Th-
What a
More power to you, bro.
what a crazy answer.
Holy fuck.
I mean, it's honest.
It's honest. It's honestly stupid. It's why would you I don't even dude, I could write like a 2-hour video on just
Yeah.
this fucking statement.
Yeah.
Like,
Again, design director at Bethesda during the 2010s.
I don't know, guys. Tez 6 may be good. Might be better. Might be better than Starfield.
A new villain has been unlocked. It's kind of sad because like I've been like I in the Starfield thing that's on the
Dogpile.
Patreon, I've been talking about like and it's in the Fallout script too. I've been like, you know, you have Emil who directed
Yeah.
Fallout 3 and 4, and you have Bruce and Kurt who directed Skyrim, and Skyrim sold over twice as well as Fallout 4. Like astronomically more copies than any Emil game. But then it turns out like this is Bruce Nesmith. At least you know what? At least Kurt Coleman is cool. Like I watched his Kiwi Talks interview. He's seems like a cool person. That's the actual sign that shit's not going to go well is that Bruce
He's
left and Kurt left too. Like the dream would be a Kurt Coleman exclusively led at Tez 6. When you designed the Radiant Quest system, did you envision it becoming the industry standard, or do you feel like it has been overused? It's weird to say that
industry standard
that
is a
Radiant
bit
Quest,
stretch.
yeah, because like games already had that. It's just
Yeah.
like it's a generic repeatable mission font. Like World of Warcraft had
World of
that
Warcraft.
in
Yeah.
2005. Like
Yeah. There, I was when I was playing Dune Awakening the other night, and I was reading global chat, and somebody was talking about some of the new quests that they added, and they were just like, "Yeah, I don't know, they feel kind of Radiant Quest like though."
ooh. I mean, yeah, like it is an insult. Like there's nobody that looks at like how Radiant like because I think a lot of people's impression of it is Fallout 4, like the settlement
Yeah,
quests.
yeah.
There's nobody that's looking at this like, oh yeah, this is a cool thing. I don't even like
No,
in my Starfield will be good video. I'm like, I don't know, Radiant quests like even if they paid more, like they're still really not worth it. Like,
yeah, and it's not even. it's annoying too because like there is a time and a place for Radiant, like a Radiant quest system and stuff like that, like a mission board, and it can be done well. It
Mm-hmm.
can be really entertaining. It usually in that, like, okay, it's the objective and stuff is whatever, but it gets you to do something, and while you're doing that something, that's when
Yes.
you actually have the fun.
Yes.
And it's the
It, it's
problem is
it's
that
just
Skyrim is just not a fun game. Fallout
yeah.
4 is just not a fun game.
Yeah, like if it's built around the problem is that they're not built as dungeon crawlers, even though they have their legacy steeped in that. If it was
Yeah,
built around a dungeon crawling framework, Radiant quests would be fine.
yeah,
But it is narrative shallowness in an industry that's like, you have an entire sector of the market that wants narrative movie style games. It's like
yeah,
it feels shallow to a lot of people, but it serves a role.
yeah.
Um, yeah, so there's some interesting stuff in here. I think the whole Radiant story system has actually taken a step back a bit. No shit. I played Starfield. Not for bad reasons, but because the whole vibe of Fallout is more old school. Therefore, the whole Radiant system couldn't be utilized to the same extent it could be in Elder Scrolls. Again,
Okay,
completely out of touch. Everybody
okay.
makes fun of the settlement quests. Do you know what those are? Because we know what those are.
I I also just don't understand this. An old school game can't have Radiant story. What the fuck do you call like tabletop games?
Yeah, I mean, like,
Like, what are you talking about, man? Do you play RPGs? Do you know the genre that you were even designing for? Doesn't sound like it.
Radiant story has been languishing because they did not serve what the Fallout games have needed. It's probably more to do with Fallout 76 being an always online game.
Yeah.
Let's be a little more real with that. In Fallout, for example, vendors don't have schedules. Your NPCs don't have all this real world stuff where they go to bed and go here to eat and whatnot to the same extent as they do in Skyrim. That's because in an old school RPG, you want the vendor to be there to serve the player. You're not trying for a greater level of immersion.
um. Okay, so he's definitely talking about the early Fallout games because
Like
Fallout
Fallout 3.
3, Fallout 3, 4, and New Vegas all have Radiant.
Yes.
Like,
And he's conflating things because it's Radiant Story and Radiant AI. That's two different
yeah,
kind of concepts. But I always interpreted it as just like Fallout 3 was Emil's bag, and I don't think Emil is into the whole like systems driven Radiant approach.
yeah.
I never
He's
interpreted it as like, oh yeah, that's a stylistic thing that the AI is simpler.
yeah.
Because it's like, why wouldn't Megaton be like a regular town, like an Oblivion town?
Is he just talking out of his ass? Is that
I
the
feel like this is
whole
how he
interview?
reconciles the difference between Fallout and Elder Scrolls. Because I don't think
Mhm.
he's not going to say anything
Yeah,
bad about his coworkers.
yeah, yeah,
But I feel like it's a lot easier to just say it's stylistically different because Emil doesn't like it. But
yeah,
he says it's like because Fallout is just fundamentally different.
yeah, yeah. Okay, I see your logic here. It sounds like something that you convinced yourself years ago, so that
Yes.
you don't have to go to war with your coworkers there.
These actually aren't all that interesting. Okay, hang on. In order to make the world feel alive in Skyrim, we had a very sophisticated system with Radiant Story where if this NPC dies, this other one will take over their role. It made the world feel very, very alive. But you go to Fallout, and Fallout is much more compartmentalized. Again, it's like,
Uh,
but why?
yeah, yeah. Why? Like that's true, but
So does this answer why Starfield doesn't have Radiant AI? Well, so how do we extrapolate this into him talking about Radiance in Starfield? Because that is a topic in the
I
patron exclusive thing.
I
Is
don't
like stylistically Starfield's not supposed to have like
I
radiant,
don't
like
think
it's
so.
gameplay oriented? Like,
I don't think so whatsoever. I think they probably tried to make Radiant AI work with all the different time scales of the different planets and stuff, and like this is too much.
yeah,
Just like
because
fuck
like
it,
yeah, because
cut it
like
out.
the day length on Jemison is 48 hours. So
Yeah,
like
it's like how
in the
do you
lodge,
reconcile?
Noel and all those guys, they sleep for 16 hours at a time. Because it's
Hey, I've
simulated
been
on
there
the earth
before.
every day though, and then you stay up for like 32 hours. That's what I made the joke. That's why they're crazy. Like
Yeah, we call those manic episodes.
based on this interview, you can only save one, Bruce or Emil. Who do you save? I still think Bruce because I still think he's the more systems driven developer. Emil is
Ah,
very narrative
man,
driven, and I don't think there's any redeeming
I
those
could make a
components.
I could make a presidential election joke right about now.
I mean,
The
we
past
can we
like
can do a poll. I feel like the problem is that recency bias is gonna who to keep. Recency bias is gonna cloud people's kind of perspectives on this because we're talking about Bruce right now, and he was just in the news for a bunch of quotes that are really bad. So it's like I
yeah.
feel like a lot of people are disinclined towards Bruce. You got to remember the other option is Emil. Okay,
Who's the worst one to be unchained? Yeah, I think the worst one to be unchained would still be Emil.
I still think it's Emil. I told you that's that recency bias. That's just my opinion as a developer, though, and you can see pieces of that in Skyrim and in the Fallout games, where quite frankly the quests feel flat because they're completely Radiant story generated. They don't have any color to them in the way that the players really want. This is a section about his like work as a writer. So,
Oh,
do you agree that expectations are now so high that creating the Elder Scrolls 6 or Fallout 5 has become an impossible job? This is another spicy one.
oh boy.
Bethesda's in a bad position of having expectations being so high they cannot be met.
Okay. First,
There's a lot here. So there's a few video ideas I've been kicking around, which is sad because I'm trying to avoid as many side quests as I can. I'm
yeah.
trying to just work on Fallout.
Fallout, yeah.
I'm thinking of like a second channel video. I want to do a couple. I want to do one that's like, what would I want in a Morrowind remaster? Is one thing I really want to talk about because I feel like this is the time to talk about it before they start working on it.
For the
I just want to lay it out there. Like, I mean, the obvious thing is I don't want it, but if it has to happen, here's what I would like to see. Here's what we would be likely to see. What does all
yeah,
that mean? I'd like to talk about that before it ever happens, before even Fallout
yeah,
3 happens.
yeah, so that you can basically sit there and be like, "I told you so," when they ignore everything.
The second one, I think the journalist here is doing a good job. He's got a lot of
Oh
good
yeah,
questions for him.
yeah,
Like this is a good interview.
yeah. I can't wait to see kind of funny after this.
Um, oh God, yeah. I don't know. I don't even know if Paris was on that one. Um, the second thing is, what do I want? What do I think will happen with Elder Scrolls 6?
Mhm.
Pretty generic. That's like a Zarek video, but I feel like, that's another thing I'd like to talk about. I wanted to just put my opinion out there. Because I'm not
Yeah,
delusional in thinking that like Bethesda would ever watch it or care. That's not the thing. It's just more so I want it out there so that when it does happen, I can say
like,
like I can have it on the record of like where I
yeah,
stood.
exactly, exactly.
The third thing would be a fucking video about expectations because good lord am I tired of hearing from fucking game developers about how your expectations were too you motherfuckers made Starfield Direct.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear about how my expectations were too high. You want to know why? Because I'm on the goddamn record of demonstrating here's how this shit's gonna work. And it worked like that after the game came out. My expectations weren't too high. I knew exactly what Starfield was gonna be before it came out.
yeah.
So I'm tired of hearing about fucking expectations being too high. That is a
Yeah.
skill issue. It's your fucking fault.
Yeah.
It's not the consumer's issue ever.
Expectations for Skyrim for Skyrim 2 are too high. It's like,
And he talks about that, but it's so frustrating because he is still going to ultimately end on the point of it's the consumer's issue. Right? So he says, managing expectations is the number one thing a good marketing department has to do. Let's assume that a new studio has put out Starfield. I suspect it would be talked about like the second coming. Motherfucker, your Starfield was talked about like the second coming before it came out. I don't want no historical revisionism. Those 2 weeks before Starfield came out, you guys were given all of the passes. Nobody was being critical of you. The people that were critical of you remember when fucking Mark Kern said that stupid ass shit about the Starfield main menu, and it's like you can tell by the main menu that he was all waxing poetical, and it was a dumb as fuck take, and like 11 million impressions. Everybody dunked on this guy, right?
yeah.
They were given the golden pass. I don't want to hear that fucking, oh well, if CD Projekt Red made Starfield, it would be talked about like the second coming. You made Starfield, it was talked about like the second coming before it came out.
Yeah.
But because it was released by Bethesda, the expectations were so much higher that it was seen differently.
No. Stop. Stop right there. Stop right there. You are completely fucking wrong.
Starfield is a good game. It's a very good game. It's just not the game that people expected it to be.
Good Lord. Stop.
Quit while you're ahead.
Fucking talking. Shut the fuck up.
Listen,
right now.
My guy, I made a video. It's on Patreon, unfortunately, called Starfield Will Be Good. It's never going to be good. It's not a good game. Even pursuing the elements of what makes Starfield a decent experience, which is the dungeon crawling, it's still not a good game because the fundamentals are not there. There's too many issues with every system for it to be a good game.
The lack of humility here is very telling. It's funny because like he's the guy everybody quotes when they're the hubris quote.
Yes. And he's right.
Yeah, oh, of course. But it's like that wasn't out of self-awareness apparently. Because Starfield is a very good game. That I'm sorry, sir. That might be illegal.
It's the TKS Mantis tweet.
I might need to take you to court over this.
Everybody, once again, TKS Mantis is having his moment of getting cooked online.
Another one?
Yes, another one. I'll post it on the stream. This is like every 6 months for him.
Yeah, no, it's...
So he's talking about like a video someone made, and it's like, we get it, bro. You don't like Starfield, haha. Everybody cooked this motherfucker for this because he's the fucking Fallout shill guy. Like, that's his thing. He has a Starfield tattoo. That he's like covered up with a tattoo sleeve because it's kind of embarrassing. But it's like, motherfucker, game recognized game. That's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody was cooking him. They were talking about... There are random people online now who are talking about the shit that he did with his dead mom.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah, no, I try to leave, like... Because it was fucked up when Never Knows Best was talking about Emil's dead sibling.
Yeah.
Because I was like, that hits close to home, okay? I don't want to know that, let alone even consider it as an argument of, like, why he should be let off, like, scot-free. I don't want to know about your dead fucking relatives.
Yeah.
I feel like that's just a reasonable position because, one, Unless it happened recently, which okay, in TKS Mantis' case it did. But two, we're not your friends. And like this is the logical outcome is like you keep
You don't have to
starting shit,
share
people are going to
that.
start weaponizing it against you, and it's like it's ugly and
Yeah.
it's gross, but like you got to learn to shut up.
Yeah.
Don't complain that people are negative about fucking Starfield online when you're the Fallout shill guy. You're doing the same shit. It's just for a
Yeah.
different kind of paycheck. It's really unfortunate. Like, so before Starfield came out, you know, his mom passed away, and he had a thing like because these games help people with their grief, and so he was talking about like my mom would be proud that I got a review copy of Starfield. No, especially after like the blow up of like, I can't believe Bethesda left me on red when it came to my review copy of Starfield. Don't they know that I organized the Fallout days and Good Spring? It's just so gross. I don't think he was weaponizing her, but it comes off that way to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And so like now people are making fun of him for it, which sucks. I don't know.
You played yourself.
Unplug for a little bit. You gotta have somebody you can talk to about this stuff, like, or leave it in the drafts. That's what a lot of people do.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll write some shit, and then at the end of it, I just go, okay.
You know what I know?
Now we write the thing that's actually gonna go into the video.
Yeah, I mean, I've written some fucking scathing stuff, and then like not hit send on it, right? For me, that's what I don't send. But like, I also don't. I just don't talk about my personal life that much online. I try not to because for this reason.
Yeah, exactly. Boundaries, bro. And it's not not just for the audience; it's for me as well.
Yes.
It's important
For
to
everybody.
recognize what relationships are, and to respect the boundaries that exist. That's it. That's all it has to be.
Don't be a coward. Hit send on everything and rage bait. Well, yeah. The thing would be, you know, so now that the Starfield thing's out, the number one thing I regret not releasing is the stuff I wrote for Outer Worlds 2. Because you've read it. Where's my Outer Worlds 2 script?
Yeah, the Outer Worlds 2 has definitely been a project of it's definitely the record now for number of redrafts I've had on it. Redrafts and rewrites, because it's just like it's so easy for me to just end up in some sort of tangential rant, and it's like I look at the 3 paragraphs I wrote, I'm like, yeah, I gotta cut that.
All right, I'll give you guys a taster of the script, and I am the perfect character model to do this, by the way.
Yeah.
We're talking about Moon Man here. But no, he's just on the main menu, not in the game itself. Every fucking time I dread opening this game to play it because I know that Moon Man is going to do a bit. And then I load into the game and the people are way more normal. So I'm going to do some of my own bits here. I mean, hey, surely Obsidian won't mind me joining in to sabotage this game with some classic Moon Man humor. Did you know that in 1992, Moon Man shot 6 people in the parking lot of a Wendy's? You see, before he was the spokesperson and mascot of Obsidian Entertainment Incorporated, a developer based in Irvine, California and part of the Xbox Game Studios, Mac Tonight was an actor in McDonald's commercials in the late 80s. They came up with his bit to increase sales in Southern California, which is actually how Moon Man met, and then there'd be a censored sound there, and would get gainful employment in the modern day, after some controversies. However, eventually McDonald's discarded him and Mac Tonight had a hard time finding work given his head was shaped like a moon. He ended up turning to petty crime and while in jail met up with and joined the Cool Kids Club, since his head looked like the type of hood you might find in a 20th century Democrat's closet. Not those spiky white hoods Catholics in Spain wear either, the type of spiky white hoods from the American South that hated Catholics among other people. Moonman would eventually turn to a life of hate crimes and parodying rap songs where he would chronicle his adventures. So yeah, in reality, Mac Tonight was a McDonald's commercial mascot that was co-opted by racists on the internet due to having a suspect-looking head. Moonman was made into a text-to-speech musician whose songs are so incredibly racist that if I even censored the lyrics, it would look like the released Epstein files. And nobody at Obsidian or Microsoft thought to do some Google searches to see if their new mascot, Moonman here, shared his name with any white nationalist memes. I mean, for fuck's sake, it would be like if Avowed they adopted Pepe the Frog as their mascot to reclaim him. This is the shit that I don't publish.
Let's be honest though. The only reason you didn't publish it is because how do I even edit that?
Yeah.
That's gonna be too difficult to edit. I'm not even gonna bother. The footage I'll have to pull for it. Nah, fuck that. Cut it.
No, Super Rad, don't don the Moonman mask for your Outer Worlds video. It's a racist dog whistle. I don't know if it's really a racist dog whistle, though. More like a racist megaphone. Let's just say the Moonman may be saying slurs, but he was not slurring his speech. It was really cool of id Software to help Obsidian make the Moonman mod for Doom to promote the Outer Worlds too. You should check out G-Man Lives. He made a review of this mod that got over 1 million views. Yeah, there's Moonman's name right there in big letters. 1 million views, and what's he doing in the thumbnail? Oh, is he shooting black people? Man, that's fucking crazy. The mascot of Obsidian Entertainment, standing alongside other notable playable characters of this mod, like Adolf Hitler. That really was like, did they just not Google his name? Like, if the Outer Worlds 2 had gotten any more notoriety, people would be making Moonman jokes, but nobody did because nobody gives a shit about the Outer Worlds 2.
Yeah. That was that's actually one of the lines that I use in my video is something along those lines where it's like the Outer Worlds 2 would be Obsidian's Starfield moment if people actually fucking played the game.
Yeah, and it's so funny that like you might know more about this more. I know they did it with Avowed. Did they say that like Outer Worlds 2 was meeting sales expectations when it first came out?
I don't think they said that explicitly. They kind of like hinted at it. They were like, it's doing well, like like shit like that.
Yeah, and then like later they said that it didn't. It like Avowed and Outer Worlds 2 did not meet sales expectations, which I guess implies that Grounded 2 did fine.
No, they said Grounded 2 actually did well.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
No, so the rant I wrote, that was when I was going through my breakup, so that's part of why it's written that way.
Yeah, I have those days where it's just fire and brimstone.
All right, so going back to Elder Scrolls 6. They have that same problem, but they also have the advantage of having done Elder Scrolls 5 and 4 and 3 and 2 to where I think they've got a good shot of meeting expectations. Which I don't agree with.
They did all those games that they pretend don't exist now.
Yeah.
And 2. They did, bold of you to even fucking acknowledge Daggerfall.
You're gonna see that like even it's bold of him to include 3 in this list, given some of the Morrowind takes he had.
Yeah.
After Oblivion, there were very sky-high expectations, and Skyrim met them and exceeded them. After Fallout 3, there were very high expectations for Fallout 4, and the studio met them.
Interesting that they didn't exceed them.
Well, and Fallout 76, Starfield. Like you don't get to not include
your most recent
main projects.
Yeah.
But it's
like people saying the Outer Worlds 2 is like a return to form with New Vegas, and it's like, did you guys play
Did you guys play it, or did you listen to the marketing?
Yeah. Did you guys play it? Did you play Avowed? Because I feel like Avowed is a much better comparison to be making than Fallout New Vegas.
How could they shake up the Bethesda formula to subvert expectations and wrongfoot players in a good way for Fallout 5 or The Elder Scrolls 6? Subverting expectations. Like, no, let's stop. No subversion of expectations. Make a good game. That would be the expectation subversion, really. Like, but it's like, no, don't come up with a gimmick to like try to recapture the old audience. Just make the product. Put the fries in the fucking bag. Yeah. Holy shit. I ordered this bag 8 years ago. I would probably look at having the world be more dynamic, which I agree with. Bethesda games in the last decade have become less dynamic in order to meet the needs of what the games needed and audience expectations, but to be able to have the world be more fluid, I think that would be very cool. And he goes on to like, they should learn from Baldur's Gate 3, blah, blah, blah. Do studios step away from having the player close off or change aspects of the game out of fear that they won't experience all the content available to them? That was actually an intentional thing in Skyrim. The thinking was that we spent time and effort making this content. We want to make sure the player can experience it all. That was done intentionally, and I think those are good decisions.
Listen, you can't do the voice while you're reading that. But yeah, that's a real foot and mouth moment. There's a lot of them in this fucking thing, but Jesus Christ, we made this shit, goddammit, you're gonna fucking play it.
Hang on, create a new note, the article template, link.
Oh my god, I just read the next highlight. I think I'm gonna go drink some bleach now.
Where would you like them to take the Fallout series next? I think you need a place that is dripping in characters, so I would look at places like New Orleans, St. Louis, or Orlando. What happened to Disney World in the Fallout universe?
Guys,
I don't think it exists.
World? Hello?
I don't think it exists.
We did this already?
Yeah. Yeah, so like Bethesda gets dementia and that's a hell of a
So it's just like Orlando, just a bunch of geriatrics.
Yeah.
Dementia.
Did you know that the Florida House just like passed an abolition of property tax for like old people?
Really?
I think that's what it was.
That's interesting. I don't know how I really feel about that.
Oh, hang on. Florida House approves bill to eliminate most property taxes.
Most property taxes? Just outright?
Yeah, so the proposal is something like repeal property taxes on everything except for those funding schools. This is DeSantis's thing. And
okay.
I think you have to actually like you have to live in the property to get the tax exemption.
Okay.
So I feel like businesses and Airbnbs would not be exempt.
Would not. Yeah.
But I don't know, at the same time, I don't buy it. I don't think it's a good idea, especially in Florida.
Yeah,
it's literally just sucking up to like the boomers that live in Florida.
Where are you gonna be drawing the rest of that? And also, not for nothing, you're still gonna be paying for the school districts. I got news for you. That's most of your property tax. That's like a good 70% of it. So it's like, okay, cool. Now you're just not gonna have your roads getting paved. I don't know how the municipalities, how that's structured, but over here in New York, like if you were to pass something like that, it's like, okay, all of your local surface streets are just not getting repaved like ever again.
Yeah, it's like that in a lot of places.
Yeah, so it's don't
I don't
know.
think in such a car-centric state that's a good idea. I mean, I don't think it's a good
Yeah.
idea in general. Because I mean, like,
Yeah.
even if it wasn't car-centric, that's still dependent on infrastructure that has to be maintained. Like the
Hmm.
best case scenario where you could actually abolish property taxes would be in a bike-heavy culture,
Yeah.
where because bike road surfaces just need so much less maintenance than cars.
Yeah.
And it ain't anywhere in America.
Um. Yeah, I don't know. On the one hand, it's like, I mean, that's pretty cool. I'm always in favor of less taxes, but at the same time, I don't really know. See, because the problem is that if Florida's structured the way New York is structured, it's basically like the governor just telling the towns and the counties to just go fuck themselves. It's like, yeah, we're just going to deny you like all of this revenue. It's not the state's problem. We don't get fucking money off
Yeah,
property taxes.
gas taxes do not pay for the roads. Let's not be delusional. There, like,
Yeah.
there is so much road surface that gas taxes can't pay for maintaining them. Interstates
Yeah.
don't pay for themselves. They have to be heavily subsidized by federal income tax. Like, there's a paradox in town development where to draw businesses and housing to a town, they have to pave so much surface area of road surface that they actually lose money, and they just build and accrue more and more road service liabilities over and over each time they do a development. It's like, well, how are we going to pay to maintain all these roads that have potholes and shit with them? Let's just pave a ton more really inefficient road surface, and then down the line you're going to have to repave all that shit too. And so, like, you have this exponential growth requirement in towns because they don't use, like, they have these really inefficient road networks. So if your gas tax, like, if gas tax paid for roads, I think like the price of gas here would be like $3.50,
It would be a lot.
which it's weirdly low here, FYI. That's why I say $3.50. There's probably people who are like, what do you mean that's lower than where I live? But like,
Yeah.
where I live, gas is $2.50.
I think that's actually more expensive than where I am right now. That's actually something I noticed is everybody here bitches about the price of gas, and then I drove to like so many other places, and it's like I come back, I'm like, we have the cheapest gas out of any place that I've been. I haven't been to Texas yet. I'm sure Texas is cheaper, but
I I am morbidly curious to visit Texas. The only problem is I would have to go with somebody because there's no way I could visit it by myself.
I'd have a good time in Texas just because, like, barbecue. I'll eat barbecue 3 times a day. Hell yeah.
Texas barbecue's all right.
Listen, it's gonna be
It's
better
gonna
than
be,
whatever
yeah.
the fuck I get
Okay,
where I live.
sure. What's scary about Texas for you, Pat? Well,
The pavement princesses.
it's almost impossible for me to get around.
If the pavement princesses don't kill you, the heat will. The having to ride on highways on your bicycle with no sun, with no shade,
Yeah.
in like
It would
110 degrees.
it would have to be a road trip. Listen, I gotta acclimate to the local customs. I feel like even Florida would be safer to get around than Texas.
I think Florida does have some decent public transit.
I mean, they have a high-speed rail line.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
they got
And
that going for them.
they have that, and it's also just like a lot of stuff's like centrally located and stuff. They have a lot, and they have like a lot of like more
Yeah.
walkable cities too.
But you did that in Nevada like a champ. Do you know how hard Nevada was? Like a champ, motherfucker, that was my only option. I went down 163 in Nevada because I was avoiding the interstate. And good lord, that was a detour. It was hotter there than it was in Death Valley. That's what was crazy. I think like peak Death Valley was slightly hotter, but like it was all day on 163.
Yeah.
How does the public perception of Todd Howard differ with the man you know? When I was working at...
Obligatory Todd Howard question.
Yeah. Well, you know, Todd Howard's the one everybody wants to interview. I would interview Bruce Nesmith. Listen, I would interview anybody that was at management at Bethesda.
Yeah.
When working at Bethesda up through the Skyrim days, Todd is probably one of the best bosses I've ever had. I can also tell you he's keenly aware of the fact that he is a bottleneck, and he works his ass off to not do that. Unfortunately, he doesn't succeed very well. I'm going to respond to a chat before I read this next one, because the next one is going to be another rant. There was only one time on the trip that I sounded like I was going to cry. That might just be how I sound. Sorry. But it was coming downhill from Mountain Pass in Nevada into Vegas. That was very painful.
Was that the your hands were freezing?
Yes. It was like there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Sure. What did you do? Caius model. They're all... Also, I don't know if I have a Caius model.
Shirtless.
Yeah, see that, like, I don't know if I have that. This one? This one has just, it's a male model, and yet it has slight jiggle physics. You know, I revamped the entire magic system for Skyrim because I felt it was very old and cliched and it needed to be redone.
Oh no.
We had talks about it. He approved the general idea and he was very involved in that.
I'm sorry. I'm curled up in the fetal position right now.
Why would you take credit for it?
You...
What the fuck?
You floated the idea to me about doing a Bruce Nesmith interview. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to take a mulligan on that one. I don't know if I could contain myself.
Bruce, we got to talk about the Skyrim magic system.
Like, if he was to... Well, I'm just saying, like, even if, like, we sit him down or whatever, and he just has a moment where he says something like this, where I take, like, actual physical damage, I won't be able to contain that.
It was the same with a lot of character systems. He was very involved in the perks because he had a vision for what he wanted to do for that.
So it was a team effort to destroy Skyrim.
It was always a team effort. Yeah. I always try to, like, not reduce it down to just like, oh yeah, there was this villain, this one person, and if you remove this one person, because part of it is that, like, obviously that's a bad thing to do, to put all the onus on one person if it's not actually their fault. But also, it's a self-preservation thing. If I say Immel is exclusively the reason why Starfield is bad, and then he retires, and Elder Scrolls 6 is bad in a lot of the same ways, I look stupid. So that's why I don't put the onus entirely on Immel. I explained in the Starfield video, like, you know, Immel has a boss, Immel has underlings, he's one cog in the machine, but the reason we talk about him is because he's one of the cogs that has shared his perspective.
Yeah. And the other thing to remember too is, like, again, if somebody introduces an idea and then that person leaves, but that idea stays, that doesn't necessarily mean that that person, like, is absolved of that.
Yes.
You have to, like, you do have to remember, there's people there, right? And people remember shit.
That's why, like, I wanted to talk to Immel after the Never Knows Best thing. And, well, no, before. Because it's me asking for it's featured in the video is like a conspiracy theory of, like, I slandered him to get this free interview. But I wanted to talk to Immel, and it was partially selfless. I did want to give him a platform to try to explain his perspective in a way that wasn't how he had done it prior,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't think what he thinks is invalid just so much as like he's explained it poorly in the past.
Yeah.
It's very easy to take Emil out of context because he's a hard man to quote.
Yeah.
You include the full context and it's just like it turns into rambling.
Yeah.
It's been 13 or 14 years since Skyrim released, so you could redo the magic system yet again, quite frankly. The technology has moved forward a lot. You could make magic very cool in new ways that haven't been explored.
I'm not going to take any black pills here. I'm going to assume he means they can be more dynamic and better gameplay and stuff. I'm going to assume he's not. I'm going to assume that he's not just talking about particle physics and lighting effects.
Right, yeah.
I'm not
What
going to.
what was the technological limitation on Skyrim?
Um,
Cuz like good magic systems are not so much more complex than what's going on in Skyrim. The issue with Skyrim is the design. It's the way that the spells are designed.
okay, so we can only have like 6 light sources in a scene at any given time. But with Starfield, the upgrades we made during Starfield, we can now have like 10.
And the Starfield magic's kind of cool. The gravity well thing was cool. But like
Yeah.
it having no frame loss for having like 50 physics items interacting with each other. That was
Yeah,
impressive. Like
there was the load times were impressive. You know,
mhm.
like there was some interesting stuff that they got with Starfield. But yeah, the design is really where it all falls apart.
You should interview Emil and Never Knows Best together in person. I feel like there's way too much going on because Emil's just going to be confused half the time.
Oh yeah. No, that'd be too meta,
What are you
too in the
what are
weeds.
you two losers arguing about?
Yeah. I have to go back to working on TES 6.
I have to
I don't
go
have
back
time
to
for this
being the lead
shit.
designer on Test 6. I've got a really good story I'm writing up.
Yeah.
From an internal
I man I
perspective,
managed I managed to pawn off the fucking Dark Brotherhood onto somebody else this time. So I can finally do something else.
from an internal perspective, what is the biggest misconception fans have about the creation engine and its limitations given the talk of moving Bethesda's engine or games to an alternative like the Unreal Engine? Okay, again, like these are really good questions.
Banger question.
What you have to realize is that if you were to switch engines, and I'll say this for any game anywhere, is that it is a massive effort. You're talking about dozens of people spent doing nothing but making an engine work. Okay, but here's the problem. If you guys had been listening to criticism before Starfield
Yeah.
came out, you would have started to do this
Yeah.
during Starfield's development.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. Like, I don't want to hear about the man hours that this is gonna take. It's like you guys
It's your
are a
job.
multi-billion-dollar company. You are valued at $7 billion. You have Microsoft's backing and stuff. I think you can refactor an engine
I,
in
do, I
like 6 years.
Yeah, I do think that there are a lot of valid perspectives, but like this is just an excuse. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
We're literally just talking about numbers on a piece of paper. And it's like you
yeah,
guys can figure that out.
yeah. No, and you're correct. It's like this is just an excuse. There are better excuses, and I've made these excuses for them. Where it's like
Yeah, and
all the training, all the
he's
workflow, the
he's going to go
design, and
into that.
everything.
So
Okay,
you are talking about putting your developers in like this is still part of the cope though. Um
yeah,
that's an enormous thing. We ran into it with Fallout 76. The engine had to be changed dramatically to do multiplayer. It made things extremely difficult for the team. Also, the creation engine has been tweaked to serve Bethesda's purposes for so many years, decades really, that at this point, it's probably a wiser bet to keep working with it. The benefits that you get from switching to Unreal Engine are probably not going to materialize until 2 titles down the road, which I don't even think is true because Obsidian has been on Unreal Engine and
Yeah.
They've been on it since Outer Worlds, and they've made Avowed and Outer Worlds 2, so we're 3 games in, and we're still
Yeah.
not seeing the upsides.
Yeah, yeah.
Every Bethesda game that has ever released has had major improvements made to the creation engine. Significant improvements are always being made to it. There's an entire team that's devoted to nothing else but doing that. But the advantage you have there is that you can still run the game during the whole time because you have an existing engine. You're not having to figure out how to put this new thing in place. I would fall on the side of keeping the creation engine, keep working on it. If there's something you see that is only possible in Unreal, put it into the creation engine. That would be a place where if it's anything versus everything, you say, let's do that. Let's do that anything. If Unreal does it and creation doesn't, and we feel we need to do it, do it.
Yo, that's actually a really good point. Outside of like, graphical fidelity and like technical stability, there really is no gameplay reasons to be switching to Unreal. It's just not gonna provide like any sort of like
No,
tangible benefit to that.
I think honestly, like, if you want to guarantee that Test 6 will be a bad game, they should switch to Unreal. That's the only upside.
Yeah.
Is that your poly market wager will hit.
I mean, it could make modding easier.
It's already pretty easy.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you can make it even easier. You can make it so that, you have like a streamlined workflow from like Blender straight into the game engine, rather than having to use like middleware stuff to do conversions and all this other stuff. And it's kind of a bitch.
I don't
It's
know.
kind of a bitch to work with.
The only upside of lowering the bar would be to make it easier to do paid mods. So I don't really see that as an upside either. I feel like the bar being there is doing a lot to help the modding community as it is, even if it is annoying. Because once you learn the workflow,
yeah, once you learn it, it's you can work with it.
The issue's not the engine; it's what they're doing with it, and it always has been that way.
Yeah. Again, he's sitting here like, well, we won't be able to play our game. It's like, no, you do both at the same time. You refactor the engine while you're working on, like, okay, you're working on TES 6 right now. You should have another team often in like another building or whatever, completely unrelated to fucking TES 6, just working on rebuilding the engine for the next game.
For Fallout 5, yeah.
For Fallout 5, yeah. Because it's going to take you 6, 8, 10 years to make TES 6. Might as well have another team working on the engine to just rebuild the whole thing.
He thinks the Fallout show is amazing.
Naturally.
Will the success of the Fallout TV series lead to the Elder Scrolls getting its own show? What you have to realize about things like the Fallout TV show is that they don't make Bethesda money directly. I would be shocked if Bethesda is making any money that they care about, really. Not when you make literal billions of dollars on Skyrim. What are you going to do? What you're going to make by licensing the IP to this TV show is just peanuts. But what it does get you is attention. What it gets you is notoriety. It's marketing. Do they really need marketing for Elder Scrolls 6? Yes. But
yeah.
Not that type of marketing. But yes, they do need, like, they need to set expectations for one.
Yeah, like what you were just saying like an hour ago. Setting expectations is like the most important thing for a marketer. And they're dealing with sky-high expectations. So it's like, yeah, they probably should be getting out ahead of this thing at this point and start laying the groundwork and explicitly stating in excruciating detail, this is what we are doing here. This is how this is all going to work.
But think about the Twitter dunks. They're gonna dunk on us on Twitter. I also think there's
Don't you think that feedback would be useful?
No, it hurts. I also think there's something very special and different and unique about Fallout that lends itself to becoming a TV or movie experience, whereas The Elder Scrolls is trying to be a standard kind of fantasy. That's not as interesting, not in this day and age where you already have the Lord of the Rings movies. We've got Game of Thrones. You'd have to try to find something to lean into that would be special about it. You look at Fallout, everything is special about it. There's nothing like the Fallout universe anywhere else in gaming. It's very unique.
Is that why when I was playing Fallout 4, I was like, whoa, the Institute is just Westworld, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And then, lo and behold, they get the Westworld fucking director, showrunner, to make the Fallout show. I'm just saying, this is weird. That whole thing, that whole statement there is really weird. It
feels disconnected from what Fallout really is.
It feels disconnected, but it's also like, it feels like he's trying to be like, Elder Scrolls is better than TV, where Fallout can be distilled down into a TV show. He is a book writer,
I think it's more like he's putting down Elder Scrolls. He's saying like Elder Scrolls is too boring for TV.
I think it's like a hot chick saying she's a 6 out of 10 when really she's a 10 out of 10. I think that's what's going on here.
Let's listen. We're at the Morrowind part.
He knows Elder Scrolls is more highbrow, so he's gonna play it down so that people will sit there and play defense for him, be like, no. Elder Scrolls could totally make a great show. Could totally upstage Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings. Maybe Lord of the Rings a TV show.
Well, yeah, Elder Scrolls could outdo Rings of Power with the right showrunner. That's not hard. I don't know. I feel like A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is doing really well with an extremely simple story.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally just copy that. Just do, like, follow a knight character who's living in the world of the Elder Scrolls.
I want to see Tiber Septim just, like,
or you
gang banging people and...
Don't do it at all.
Riding Numidium and...
Why do Bethesda seem resistant to remaking Morrowind despite the massive fan demand? Yeah, so this almost got a stream of me spite playing Morrowind. Because people have been reading ahead. They are dying to hear us talk about this. Are you ready? The problem with doing Morrowind is that I bet they don't have the original source code. The game is so old. I don't know if the original source code exists anymore. If it does, can you even compile it? When you're looking at Oblivion, they still had the code. They could still compile it. Putting the code into the new version of the engine was a possibility. The other thing I would say is go back and play Morrowind and tell me that's the game you want to play again. We all have these fond memories of things that were pivotal moments in our gaming fantasy histories that we absolutely move, but you go back and play a 20-year-old game and you will cringe.
RPGs are cringe.
People even had cringe moments with the Oblivion remake, but they forgave it because they're reliving something. They're enjoying the nostalgia. I worked on Oblivion. I'm even responsible for some of those cringe moments. The further back you go, the more that's going to be an issue. The reality of playing Morrowind would not stand the test of time, in my opinion. Now, if you were to completely remake Morrowind with the Skyrim engine to try and rebuild it from the ground up, that's a whole other story, but that's an entire project. That's a whole 4-year development cycle. Why not go and make something new?
I am glad. I am so glad he is not at Bethesda
I don't think it
anymore.
matters. I think that his mentality is still there.
Yeah. He's still there in spirit. As I was saying, the person can leave, but the ideas can remain.
So, yeah, this made the rounds, like, the fact that he called it cringe is...
I'm kind of happy. I'm actually kind of happy to hear this because a Morrowind remaster would be absolute fucking just ass.
Yes.
Just
I want to make a
there's
video about like
no need because you have OpenMW.
there's no need, and it just wouldn't work. There's so much
Nah.
that they would feel compelled to change that it would just like turn into a Ship of Theseus project where by the end it's just like it's something that vaguely resembles Morrowind.
It's the Dragonborn DLC made into a whole game.
So like yeah,
I am befuddled here. This trumps everything else he's said so far. Is like
yes.
I didn't know you could get like 2 feet in your mouth at the same time.
Well, with context that has to be given, he didn't work on Morrowind. He left the company after Daggerfall and came back for Oblivion.
Oh, so he
He doesn't even have any investment in Morrowind, like as his as part of his background.
Yeah.
So it's just like it feels like there's a degree of spite to it.
Yeah. It's cringe, bro. RPG, a real RPG is cringe, bro. You don't want to play that.
Says the guy that made
What is
Skyrim.
this gaslighting? What is this gaslighting? Don't tell me what I'm fucking feeling.
Yeah, don't tell me that I'm
how
going
I
to cringe.
feel.
Like,
yeah. What's the cringe moments from Oblivion?
He said it. There was a previous interview. He said that like he was cringing that people were running into the same level scaling issues.
Ah, yeah.
I think that he's talked before about like he regrets how that entire system like panned out.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think there's anything in Morrowind that's on the level of like the level scaling from Oblivion.
I mean, there's definitely going to be a player skill check.
Yeah,
it's just like
if you ask people, they'll say the combat.
Morrowind, yeah, if you go into Morrowind expecting to play it like Oblivion, you're going to get checked. That's not on Morrowind's fault. That's the player's fault.
Yeah. Well, like, I want to do a Dark Souls video one day because I want to talk about like, you want to know what's special about FromSoft? Nothing. There's nothing special about them. You want to know why they sold so well? It's because everybody else was casualizing and they didn't because they were in Japan and they didn't get the memo. And so it's like Dark Souls comes out and it's just like it's as hard as Demon Souls and people are like, what the fuck? Everything else is super easy now. This game's so hard by comparison, but the reality is Dark Souls isn't even that hard of a game. It's just that it lays out an expectation of you will adapt to it, it will not adapt to you.
Yes.
And that was hard for people.
Yeah. It is, you know, sometimes the best move is just make no move at all. That was FromSoft's mentality there.
And I look at Morrowind the same way, where it's like, Morrowind is an old school game. It expects you to rise to its level. It's not going to adapt to you.
And that's literally, when I first started playing Morrowind, I was messaging you. I was like, you know, once I got in the game's wavelength, the game was amazing. Like the combat, I was like, the combat's fucking awesome. I just had to get on the game's wavelength. Again, don't play it like it's fucking Oblivion or Skyrim or whatever. Look at it, what it's asking you to do, and meet it at that level. And then you'll find it will open itself up to you. It's like that the Chinese finger trap. Don't try and pull away. Get closer together.
But
Man.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. That's why we checked out this interview. Bethesda games are often criticized for their floaty combat. Why has it been so hard for the studio to nail the feel of hitting an enemy? It took a step forward with Skyrim, and I think they're going to continue to take more steps forward in The Elder Scrolls 6.
You do realize there was melee combat in Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and Starfield, right?
And there was no point at which it took a step forward from even fucking Oblivion. It's all pool noodle spam all the way down.
Yeah.
combat can get very dicey in these role-playing games because it has to be exciting and energetic the minute you step out of the prison you start in, which means you have none of your special perks or attributes. You've got to maintain that too as the player's power ramps up. In a game that's focused on combat, your combat capabilities and nature of the combat does not change dramatically over time, and so they can hone the combat to make it super exciting. But if every time I gain a level, suddenly I have a new perk that changes how I do business in a fight, that's tough, and really tough on a combat team. But I'm willing to bet that they make improvements on it. It's something that I know in the past Todd has cared deeply about. He very much loves the action RPG style, and he spends a lot of his time and attention on trying to make combat more visceral and exciting, but it collides with the RPG elements, and not in a good way. Stealth is the biggest example of this. How do you start out not being good at being sneaky, but still make being sneaky exciting, and then still maintain that when you're absolutely amazing at sneaking? It's hard to have growth in those things and make that work from level 1 all the way to the end.
Okay, sure, but why doesn't it ever work? Like, sure, like, if your theory is correct, then there should at least be a point where combat feels good and stealth feels good. But it never does. It sucks the whole way through.
Listen, you just don't remember the 15 minutes where you were in the zone where it felt good.
It is just that fleeting. The RPG mechanics are just that deep. Like, I agree with you. It is a challenge, but it's not impossible. And you guys have had like 2 decades to figure this shit out, and you still haven't? With either example that you just gave?
Yeah, I mean, like, literally, in the history of Bethesda, I think that Fallout 76 and Starfield are going to go down as, I hate to say it, they were mistakes. Was there a sense inside Bethesda that it was good to see other big RPG series doing well to keep the genre strong and increase competition through games like Mass Effect, The Witcher, and others? The approach has always been, we need to make an amazing game that our players and our audience loves. News to me. Well, they are remaking Redguard. It's Elder Scrolls 6, Hammerfell. If you're always trying to beat the guy to your right at what he's doing... Ooh, if you're always trying to beat the guy to your right off... Sorry. You're not going to make your best game. But Bethesda shouldn't be making the next Grand Theft Auto or the next Red Dead Redemption or whatever that may happen to be. Well, you should probably tell Todd that. Because he thought Starfield was going to be like Red Dead 2.
Yeah.
Actual quote. It was in the IGN interview.
I was just going to say, yeah, sure, but could you guys at least play some other RPGs? Like, I see you naming a bunch of non-RPGs here.
They need to play less Mass Effect.
Yeah.
It is funny that, like, there's one RPG that we know influenced them, and it was, like, to make the dialogue system way worse. A Bethesda game is going to be a huge open world. A Bethesda game is going to be content rich. A Bethesda game is going to be immersive. These are all things they're going to be. They shouldn't try to be something that they're not. They shouldn't try to make games that aren't in their wheelhouse. Starfield felt very natural. It's something that they're good at. If they choose to make a sequel to Starfield, I am betting it will rock, because they will take those lessons learned.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I've never wanted Starfield 2 more in my life than I do right now.
Has anybody ever wanted a Starfield 2? You're working with a good script when you know the first sentence you're opening with. Starfield 2 will be good.
I am betting it will rock.
I am betting it will rock. They will incorporate the things to make it a more traditional Bethesda game and will knock that out of the park. It
Interesting.
is weird.
Unless he said will and yeah, I
And
don't know.
will knock that. I don't know. I left the company halfway through Starfield's development, so I'm probably in the same situation as people who played 100 hours of this game, and I have these complaints. But excuse me, dude, you still played 100 hours of that game. I played that game all the way to the bitter end, and I have thoughts and I have concerns, but I played it to the better end, and therefore that's a win for Bethesda. Let me stop you right there.
What?
You want to know, I wouldn't have, if I didn't have my channel, I would not have played more than 15 hours of Starfield.
I don't think I would have played more than 5 hours. Actually, I probably would have played less. Probably would have played about an hour and a half and then refunded it and been like, all right, I'll get it when it's like $30.
Yeah, so if I didn't do that, assuming that eventually when I did play Starfield, I would have been thrown off completely by like the new game plus temple grind.
Yeah.
That would have, because I got thrown off by fucking Fallout 3. And Fallout 3 has the same problem of like railroading the player. It's just like Starfield directs you away from what it's good at, which is the dungeon crawling. And if I didn't have this channel, I would not have played as much as I did. So it's
absolutely.
just delusional. And there's so many people who haven't played hundreds of hours of it. It's always a copium argument, like, well, you played 200 hours, so it must be good. No, motherfucker, I played 200 hours so that I'm thorough. Because I criticize games professionally. That's not a counter argument. Because if I didn't, you would be saying, well, you didn't play enough of the game. And this shit was being pulled when it came out. When it came out, people were saying, like, there was no right amount to play.
You have to play 40 hours. You have to play 60 hours. You have to do 10 new game plus runs before you get it.
And then when people did that, they were like, well, you played so much of it, so you must have liked it.
Do you know, I love the Steam 2-hour return window because it's like, it basically made demos completely, I don't bother with demos anymore. I just buy the game. And then if I don't like it, I refund it in 2 hours because 2 hours is plenty of time for me to figure out if a game is going to be good or not. I don't need to play to the fucking bitter end to tell you that Starfield was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And I like how he says that, to the bitter end. Like, it doesn't even sound like you were enjoying it.
No, but but it sounds like he thoroughly believes in that, well, we got the time out of you, so you must have liked it anyways.
I'm so grateful every time I go to a fucking restaurant and I get like awful diarrhea for like 2 days afterwards, because it's just like, that's just more time that I got out of that meal.
The experience came home with me.
I always ask the chef, can you please just like go in the back, take a piss, and then don't wash your hands and make my food. Thank you. And I lick the doorknobs on the way out just to make sure.
I feel like that's the analogy for modding. How would you go about bringing Arena or Daggerfall to life as modern remakes? I think Morrowind is as far back as you can go.
I thought you just said you can't go.
I feel it's weird because he did very heavily imply you can't. I feel like he meant that you can't, like, physically because they don't have the source code. And then, like, here's some other reasons why it would be a bad idea. And then, like, now he's like, well, like, conceptually you could, but you definitely couldn't do Daggerfall. I worked on Daggerfall. It's too old in the tooth to really remake in that way. Not that you couldn't revisit the Iliac Bay. You could definitely set a modern Bethesda game there without any problem. The story in Daggerfall was minimalistic because that was what the technology allowed for at that point. The art was the same way. It was minimalistic because that's all you could do. Arena was just a glorified dungeon hopping game. That doesn't take away from Arena. It was state-of-the-art back then, and it was a cutting-edge game in a lot of ways. You just have to view it in the context of the time. Morrowind is the first time that you get the modern sense of the graphics as we think of them today being a possibility, and therefore that's a game you could remake, but I would not go back to Daggerfall or to Arena. I don't think there's enough there. I don't think they contribute enough to make a modern game out of them.
It's good to know that his definition of a modern game is just graphics.
His definition sounds like slop.
Yeah. It's like, I don't want a prettier Daggerfall. I want a Daggerfall that I don't have to, like patch and shit like that, and I just want to play it. Fortunately, that exists,
Yeah,
but
or like
I digress.
the spirit of Daggerfall, of the dungeon crawling sim.
Yeah, and I like how he just says like, it was just a glorified dungeon crawler, and it's like, how many of those have done really well lately?
Do you know how many of those you've worked on?
Yeah. So true. It's weird.
Well, he's got no perspective of like, you could remake it and just not pitch it as like a quadruple A. But that's the issue is, and I would talk about this in a Morrowind remake video, is Microsoft can't do this because they need the game to be something that they can advertise as like a Game Pass flagship product for the quarter.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
that's why they bought Bethesda.
So they can't do a small scale remakes like what you would get in Daggerfall.
Yeah. See, if they had subsidiary studios like, I don't know, a team in Dallas or something.
Hang on. What's that 40K game it was a boomer shooter 40K game where it had sprite graphics? There was a game like that was released, like, I want to say last year or the year before. Bolt Gun. $2023.
We'll let Obsidian continue to make the little games.
Yeah. Well, I'll link this to you.
Where is...
So it's like, you can do old graphics in the modern day.
Yeah.
And like be pretty successful at it.
Yeah, of course.
And this isn't like some, I don't know who RX Digital is, but I mean, like, this is not some indie dev who's doing it for the stylistic points. It's just like emulating an old style, and it worked.
It actually looks really nice.
Yeah. So it's like, you could do Daggerfall, just do it for like $30. Do an old sprite graphic style.
I kind of want to play this.
But like with like a modern lighting engine and like all the tricks that modern sprite games do, and like pass it off as like as a updated experience. It could be cool. It's just
yeah.
Too scared to.
We've moved past that.
But yeah, so that was this interview.
Listen, I don't think we're gonna have a choice in the matter. Looking at the price of consumer electronics and stuff.
This is the way things are gonna have to go.
Yeah.
Well, people were talking lately about I'm gonna get you in the watch together. The necessity of collecting old electronics, but they think that, like, I'm not going to specify the demographic of people that are into it, but they think that like collecting old electronics means like CRTs, and I'm like, sorry, it means like collecting like 2090s and having like 8 gigs of RAM.
Yeah.
I hate to break it to you, but the Xbox 360 is a retro console now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, and we are back. Here to check out the kind of funny interview that they did with Todd Howard. Now, I am going to play this at 2x speed because I've got stuff to do to get ready for Karazhan this weekend, but... let me find, because this was a live stream, I gotta find where this starts. Oh, it starts off pretty fast, okay.
Go to boot.dev.
Oh, shit.
Whoa. That might be a little too fast there.
Well, and also I love the sponsorship first thing, because like, did
Mhm.
you see? You saw the opening frames. So they got an epic creator code, and they're on every platform possible, and they're selling merch, and they've got a fucking boot.dev sponsorship.
Well, you know, the Kind of Funny came out of Rooster Teeth. They learned the grind.
Mm-hmm. Um, you know, so like a couple weeks ago, I remarked that I finally got a video that had 2 sponsorships in less than 20 minutes. You want to know what's bad?
But
A couple days ago, I got a video with 3 in under 20 minutes.
oh man, that's a great way to kill your engagement.
All right.
I love the new feature in YouTube where like if you skip ahead during a commonly skipped section,
It
it'll
helps
just skip
you.
the whole. Yeah,
Yeah.
especially, and I found out why that exists. You know, on PC it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. But I was on my TV and I did it, and it did it for me automatically. I was like, oh, that's why this system
I
really
know.
exists.
It's like I feel like the sponsor market's just gonna it surprised
It,
me. I made this prediction a long time ago that like it should have hollowed out a while ago.
yeah,
Everybody
I mean,
skips those things. So how is it that these sponsorships can afford to pay people for like
okay. So
they'll
my theory is that the people who are never going to engage with the thing anyway skips it. The people who are like the core audience, like if I did a sponsorship video, a sponsorship part in my video, I'm willing to bet there will be people who said, "Oh, I sat through the whole thing as if it, helps me or whatever." And
right.
it's like those are the people that they're already trying to engage with anyways. So I think they're still seeing the ads and they're still engaging with the, like go take the promo link and go do the thing. Like that's really what matters. So I think that's why it still works.
It's just weird because like
It is,
so like
yeah.
War Thunder offered me 20 grand for a 1,000,000 view video. And I'm like, you could get 1,000,000 impressions on the Google ad marketplace for way cheaper than
Way,
that.
way that, yeah.
So I just don't understand the economics of it, especially if so many people are skipping it.
Again, I think it goes back to they're looking for like those die-hard people. I have a feeling there's probably like a marketing firm out there that's like mathematically proven that like this is the best way to entice whales.
No, I disagree with the sentiment. Like, well, if it's a clever or an interesting sponsorship segment, then I'll always watch it. But what benefit is that if you don't click on it? Okay, there's no sponsored product that I want to use.
Yeah, if I was to ever do sponsorship things, which whatever, I'd probably do them in like the most boring way possible.
Yeah.
Just to encourage people to skip them.
Why didn't you take the 20 grand? So it was for the Starfield video that this was offered, which means that I would have gotten the money. The reason that I didn't take it is that the deal that I've made, the social contract that I have with my patrons, is that I will not take sponsorships as long as they are patronizing me.
Mm-hmm.
And I firmly believe in the economic model that there are more people who are willing to subsidize me than the money that I would make from taking direct sponsorships.
Yeah.
So that's why I run my model the way it is. And I absolutely, like, that's why the Never Knows Best video never made sense, because I turned down a $20,000 sponsorship for a free interview with Emil Pagliarulo. Are you retarded?
Yeah. The way I look at it is just if I was to accept a contract, then it's like, all right, now I have to actually get a video out on time, and that's just not going to happen.
Right.
So
You could take both? No, I can't. That's how the social contract works. I've made a fundamental agreement with the people who patronize me that I'm not going to take a sponsorship. The second that you grab the bag, that's it for you. You're fucked.
yeah.
So I don't do bag chasing.
I put it like this: I'm much more likely to get a job than I am to accept a sponsorship.
Yeah, I would much rather have actual gainful employment than
Yeah.
revert to
This is just-
shilling.
It is. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things. First off, I just don't like advertisements. I ad block. I was ad blocking on YouTube forever until I got premium because it's, you know, I don't watch anything else except for YouTube. So I'm like, whatever, I'll fucking get premium. But I always encourage people, you know, if you can ad block, go ahead and ad block. You can ad block my content. I don't give a shit. But also, like, then there's like a whole moral thing to it, and then there's the credibility thing. And it's like, okay, well, what sort of sponsorships? And it's always like, it's either game studios contacting me to like do a segment on their video and on their game or whatever, and it's just like, well, I'm a game critic. I cannot take something like that and still expect people to then take my credibility on other things that I'm saying. Just not possible.
Yeah, I mean, I've shit on live service games before. Why would I take money from a live service game?
Yeah,
why would I take money from War Thunder?
Yeah, it's like that would be that's basically like, oh, I'm cashing out at this point. And I got news for you: the cash out isn't even that big.
Yeah,
not worth it. And then on top of which, then the other sponsorships I usually get are like weird Chinese, like weird, just like sketchy fucking, like, oh, we make these weird devices and stuff and it's like, my audience doesn't need this shit. I don't need this shit. Why the fuck am I gonna shill this?
What's sketchy about boot.dev? I've got no clue other than I think their business model is like gamified education. I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you. Gamified education doesn't work. Gamified education is literally just a way to say that, like, inner city schools suck for X, Y, and Z reasons that they don't actually. Like, it's all trying to reinvent the pedagogy to work in some dynamic framework because you refuse to acknowledge, like, basic facts of reality.
Can lead a horse to water, you can't get him to drink it.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. If somebody doesn't want to learn, they're not going to
learn.
It's like
the same thing with, like, Duolingo.
Yeah.
It's like Duolingo, it just sucks.
Yeah.
And it's because it's trying to gamify the education. But people don't learn through games.
I'll have you know, I've been playing Car Mechanic Simulator for 200 hours now, and I know my way around an engine.
Yeah, you could start a shop any day now.
I was watching somebody tear apart an engine, and I knew every piece that they were taking apart. Eventually, it might have taken me 10 minutes to recognize that they were taking apart a starter motor, but I figured it out eventually.
I don't know. I feel like if you were learning programming in the modern day, like,
why would you learn programming in the modern day? Just have Claude make everything for you.
So, like, you could do traditional classroom model, you could do self-taught with, like, YouTube programs, or, like, if you're schizo, you could do, like, AI to help you learn how to do it. I don't know.
Yeah. My best advice for people who want to learn things is learn how you learn.
Yeah.
And then do that.
Yeah, and you can literally apply that to any subject. Once you know how to learn something and you know how to find resources, you can learn anything.
Yeah. Like, the way I learn is through practical application. I'll learn just enough to be able to start getting to work on something. Like, this is how I started teaching myself how to mod in the creation kit. I learned just enough to be able to start to put together, like, a mod, and then it all just starts, like, building from there. It's just like, okay, how do I do this? To be clear,
when I say gamified education, I don't mean education through gaming. I mean specifically we're going to spike your dopamine because you answered a multiple choice question correctly.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a scoring system, and we're going to, you know, take you through this whole, you know, there's a meta game to it. It's like fucking who did Study Island when they were in school?
Stop trying to hijack my endocrine system.
Yeah. like if you're trying to learn a language, like, a really good thing you can do is play Minecraft. But that's not gamifying education, because that doesn't take advantage of your endocrine system to spike your dopamine whenever you get a word question correctly. That's immersion learning.
I've heard a lot of people say like some of the best ways to learn languages is to watch stuff in that language.
Yes, there's a lot of theory behind immersion, the immersion approach to language learning. The problem is that it doesn't work for a lot of people because it's appealing to like passive learning, and so you can like lazy people think that like, well, if I just watch TV in a foreign language, I'll pick it up. And it's like, you do have to do vocab exercises and learn the grammatical structure and all that. But
ideally, you want to have somebody you can talk to in that language.
Immersion exposure helps with ensuring that you don't have like a very obvious accent.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, kind of funny.
February 8th, 2026. I'm one of your hosts, Greg Miller, alongside studio head Todd Howard. Hello, Todd.
Hey, how you doing? Great to see you.
It's good to see you after you dodged me at Dice.
I did. That's completely my fault. We always catch up at Dice.
An annual tradition to get a cup of coffee at Dice. An annual tradition. And you left me hanging because I didn't hit you up until the week of. That was my mistake. That was my problem.
I think it's...
Don't air this.
I
don't want to know that the interviewer has like nepotistic connections to Todd Howard.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was sitting here like.
Come on, Todd! I didn't see you at Little St. James. What the fuck?
I didn't see you at the Little League game. Where was your kids, Todd?
I gotta listen to this guy at 1x speed. I was right off the rip. He was too fast.
He's super high energy.
I want to know, like, how high energy is he normally?
An annual tradition to get a cup of coffee at Dice. An annual tradition.
I think you need to lay off the coffee.
Hanging because I didn't hit you up until the week of. That was my mistake. That was my problem.
I think it's better to do it this way.
He's really exercising exercising our mics there.
Yeah.
Everybody else.
In front of everyone. Yeah, I saw the chat earlier was like, is this live? This is live. Super chatting on youtube.com/kindoffunnygames. Ask Todd your questions.
I feel like this.
Hey guys, super chat right now so that Pat can turn into a different type of VTuber freak.
Yeah. Yeah. that is kind of the energy.
Of course, remember, we couldn't do this without our Patreon producers at patreon.com.
Jesus Christ, how many fucking plugs are there going to be?
I told you, he came from the school of Rooster Teeth. He knows the game, man. He's been around.
/Carl Jacobs, Omega Buster, Delaney the Psalm Twining. Thank you so much. Todd, how are you?
I'm awesome. It was a great Dice. It's been a crazy year for us, so... Just a few things going on. Just wrap the Fallout season 2.
I like the spread in general.
Yeah.
Oh, where'd the Avowed thing go?
It's just Sarah Morgan's creeping out from behind Todd Howard. I have something for you.
We need to talk.
We're writing season 3. We had Oblivion Remastered the past year. All the Fallout 76 updates. We're working on Starfield content. And of course, the big games we have coming in the future. Man. Indiana Jones. So, this
Starfield being built up for Fallout 76.
You start off, of course, walking out on a Nintendo Partner Direct this time to announce all those games coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, man, we didn't even talk about that. The Suicide Watch after Bethesda showed up at the Nintendo Direct to announce Skyrim. What was it? Oblivion Remaster? I think they have Skyrim already.
There's something, yeah.
It wasn't Starfield. It was not a Starfield update because it was Nintendo Direct.
I tune out anything when I hear Nintendo. I hear Nintendo and it just like immediately goes into the spam folder.
Did anyone even play the Indiana Jones game? Famously, people did not play it. Indiana Jones is fascinating because it's just under the radar. Like, Microsoft is a company that does not sell games. Like, it's insane. Indiana Jones did some, like, absurdly low number of sales. I'm talking, like...
Listen. The thing you have to understand is this was actually a reverse license. Whoever owns Indiana Jones's IP paid Xbox and Machine Games to make a game.
I mean...
They're like, please, we need this to be relevant again.
The new movie, man. The new movie. Can you salvage it? I don't buy it though, because Todd really wanted to do Indiana Jones. He seems more enthusiastic to do that. I think I've heard that he sold his position, like he sold all his shares, and that might explain why he just doesn't give a fuck at Bethesda anymore. Because he's spending more time and he brags more about his non-Bethesda positions.
Yeah. It's just a paycheck for me now. I mean, maybe that's his strat. He's like,
I forget what it was, but I think
I'm going to be the bottleneck. All right, I'm not going to be in the office anymore. So now people actually have to make decisions without me.
I think it was like 1 to 2 million players for Indiana Jones or something like that. It was some like embarrassingly low number.
Well, you know, it only costs them like $5 to make the game, so
its peak player on Steam was 10,000.
Wow, that's below the Outer Worlds 2.
Yeah, no, it was ridiculous how poorly that game did.
No, then you jump into dice and you get going. But yeah, I think that's the thing. It's so great for you to come back. Thank you so much. Of course, you
Indiana Jones did great. Indiana Jones did great because nobody played it, so nobody was there to criticize it.
Right. Yeah. So
we get to write the narrative now.
Yeah, it was a success.
It's dude. You know it's bad when like we can't even be bothered to fucking play it to do like a takedown on it.
Y'all probably heard.
I'm doing the Outer Worlds too.
So this has been brought up. This has been brought up a few times. The CEO of Xbox is out. I believe someone said. I'm gonna look it up. Hang on. Xbox CEO.
That wasn't Phil Spencer though.
No, that was Sarah Bond.
Yeah, Sarah Bond. Really, she left.
She wasn't there long. Oh, Phil Spencer's out too, though.
What? What?
Apparently, hang on. Let me find a.
No way.
All right. CNBC. Microsoft Gaming CEO and Xbox President Phil Spencer leaving Microsoft effective immediately. Oh, this is a
video. They have the fucking. I can see why.
Has anybody...
I didn't even have to make the joke. Whoa. So they got shit canned. They didn't even leave on their own accord.
Hang on. We don't know that. Phil Spencer exiting as CEO of Microsoft Games Group, Asha Sharma said as successor. Phil Spencer is retiring as the gaming CEO after nearly 40 years with the Xbox owner. He will stay on in an advisory capacity until later this year. Asha Sharma, most recently president of product development for Microsoft's Core AI division, will be replacing Spencer as the new chief and executive vice president of Microsoft Gaming. She was previously the chief operating officer of Instacart and previously vice president of product at Meta. I see we're hiring bangers here.
Yeah. Man. Xbox? You guys gonna be around in like 2 years?
In his own internal note, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella told employees, "I am long on gaming and its role at the center of our consumer ambition, and as we look ahead, I'm excited to share that Asha Sharma will become Executive Vice President and CEO, Microsoft Gaming, reporting to me. Over the last 2 years at Microsoft and previously as Chief Operating Officer at Instacart, blah, 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 Asha helped build and scale services that reach billions of people and support thriving consumer developer ecosystems."
But you just said none of that is gaming. You said gaming is central, and then you promote somebody who has no gaming experience.
I feel like Game Pass caught up to them.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel like Game Pass finally fucking caught Phil Spencer and he's out.
Oh, absolutely. No. He absolutely got shit canned. They both did.
Yeah.
And it's probably because the AI bubble is starting to burst.
It's a story.
It's like, oh shit.
It's a story for everybody. So the lefty people will be very engaged with the like AI taking over Xbox, and then the right wing people will be like, "See, the Indians are hiring other Indians." It's my favorite. My Indians at Microsoft story is still like, C++ is for the lower caste. Upper caste work is to work with Python. So they have like caste-based discrimination at Microsoft. But
wow,
that's a development. So
what?
this changes a lot.
Yeah, but my God.
So
glad my Outer Worlds 2 again. It's like I feel like every week I just get better. Like it just like here's another reason why you should feel good about not having released that video yet. The jokes I can make.
Yeah.
I mean, it really does just like put a lot of man. This is just the conclusion of the video.
I'm thinking, okay, so what's our exposure here? Number one is Obsidian. Obsidian's not doing well, right? So
yeah.
I don't think they're going to be allowed to keep fucking up. Do they get one last chance, or are they going to the salt mines?
Man, I don't know.
We'd have to know their financials.
Yeah, I would know their financials. I also need to know like this incoming boss's like track record, because like I feel like the smart thing to do is not rock the boat immediately.
Right.
Give, these struggling call the like weakest. Obsidian's definitely not the weakest.
Yeah, the weird thing was like Obsidian was bragging that they were still growing despite failing to meet sales figures. So I feel like hiring stops.
Yeah,
across the board. Hiring stops.
Hiring freeze.
Probably studios, dev team downsizing.
Yeah, consolidations, absolutely. But I would be surprised if they do like any sort of serious like shuttering of a major studio just yet.
Mm-hmm. So then 343, we're still gonna get that remake.
Oh yeah.
Because they're too far in on that. After the remake,
though,
I feel like
all bets are off.
Yeah, I feel like it could go any way. They might get told like, you guys got to stop fucking around.
Yeah.
Because I feel like everything that's wrong with Microsoft hinged on Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond. Game Pass was a scheme for them to keep their jobs despite the fact that they could not sell games.
Yes. Yeah, no, this is like a shot across the bow for the entire organization. Like, all right, fun time's over. Like, you guys need to actually start fucking producing or else.
Yeah.
We need to be funneling as much money into AI as possible. So, if you guys aren't delivering, that money is getting allocated elsewhere.
Listen, there are two rebrands I don't respect. Twitter and 343. I will dead name those companies forever.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, and then Bethesda. They got to say something about Elder Scrolls 6 at this point, right? Like at Summer Games Fest, it's got to be TES 6 direct. They have to.
They have to. Yeah, you can't
There's no entertaining this shadow drop mentality anymore.
No, they need hype. They need to return back to basics. That's how I would, if I was coming in this person's situation, I would be looking at it as just return to basics.
Yeah.
We know what worked back then. Let's go back to some of those models.
Just Todd Howard on a stage playing the demo.
Hype machine. Get it going. Fuck Game Pass. That shit ain't working. We own these studios. We get a cut regardless. Yeah. They need to be putting out bangers. End of story.
Okay, but here's the thing. Hardware shortage means that there's no longer any possible growth for like new people becoming gamers, because it's just too prohibitively it's too prohibitively expensive to buy a high-end rig to play these shitty unoptimized games.
Yeah.
So I feel like they're going to push cloud gaming 100%, like this new Microsoft gaming.
Yeah.
What even was Game Pass's business model? Game Pass's business model, we figured it out like a year ago, is you just say, this is how many subscribers we have. This is how much money we'll make this year. So instead of saying like, we need to sell 12 million copies of Starfield to break even, you can just say, well, we've got 15 million players of Starfield that are paying $11 a month or whatever. As long as they don't play too many games, we're going to profit. It's the assumption that people will never unsubscribe, and that
in an age where there are apps that will do that shit for you.
Yeah. It's literally just defrauding the investors by saying, like, you're just making up numbers of projected profit.
Yeah, and that's ultimately what it comes down to. It's just defrauding investors. Because I got news for you: people are more savvy with their money than a lot of companies will give them credit for. Most people aren't going to have a running tab on a subscription like Game Pass if they're not using it.
The problem for Game Pass is they promised Microsoft 100 million subscribers by 2027, and they're nowhere close. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Even when they tried that bullshit where it's like everybody that was on Xbox Live became a Game Pass subscriber, that still didn't move the needle enough.
Yeah.
So it's probably that they failed the projection, and they're like, okay, going into 2026, we cannot continue the Game Pass.
Yeah.
The Game Pass grift. So Game Pass sub price is probably going to go up, and you're going to see Microsoft moving away from that as a business model.
Yeah. Almost certainly. The cloud gaming thing is that is a possibility though, because it's scaling off of the technology that they're already deploying, and on top of which it plays into the hand of their current grift, which is convincing municipalities and states and stuff to give them money to build fucking data centers that nobody wants. That's the new grift right now. Let us build a cloud computing super center in your neighborhood so people can play Game Pass really quickly. No latency.
Oh, I thought you were saying there's a Game Pass price hike today. So it's currently at $30 a month.
Yeah, the day one. That's the day one though, I think, right?
I think so. So that helps the unit economics of it, because before it was like if you played more than 2 games a year on Game Pass, they lost money. It was insane how unprofitable Game Pass was in like 2023.
But I'm curious how many, because I know a lot of people were canceling the Game Pass subscriptions to the point that the server like crashed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I'm curious how many people ended up canceling their subscriptions, and if that just ended up washing out the money that they gained from that.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, man, the studios in the middle that have gotten fucked over. Like that's the long-term legacy of Game Pass. This is why you don't
sell out to these companies.
Yeah.
Like, it's just bottom line.
It's just we're
looking at somebody. You're looking at Greg Miller, who he was part of Rooster Teeth. Rooster Teeth sold out to fucking Discovery, Warner, whatever. Well, actually, originally it was AT&T, and then they got booted to Discovery. And yeah, they got kicked out again because it's just like just the macroeconomics of the greater business entity is just like, yeah, you're a weak link in this point, so we need to get rid of you.
Yeah.
As opposed to if they were, independent and stuff, they probably could have still skated by just downscaling. Don't do it. Don't take the money. Don't take the bag.
I mean, Todd Howard's happy.
Oh yeah, I
don't know.
He's done. Like,
he's rich as fuck, but like, I feel like at some level he's got to be embarrassed about his legacy.
I doubt it.
I made Skyrim, man.
Excuse me. I made Skyrim. You know the Bruce Nesmith interview we were just reading.
Yeah.
Nah, he probably thinks he shits out gold bricks. Like, ain't no way.
Didn't they try the whole cloud gaming stuff before? Yeah, and cloud gaming didn't work because you could own a system.
Yeah.
Now
if we have
now with these hardware shortages.
I have news for you guys. If I will stop playing video games before I fucking do cloud computing and cloud gaming.
Yeah.
Just full stop.
And I mean, that seems to be the way that a lot of things are going. Like, there was a article recently, like, gaming is losing market share to, like, gambling and porn and whatnot. And, like, is it losing market share, or is it just, like, people are leaving?
Yeah.
Like, being a gamer fucking sucks. It sucks.
Yeah.
Straight up, the hobby is in the worst spot it's been in like 40 years.
Yeah. Man.
I knew that the day would come, but man, it's crazy. It's crazy to see.
I wasn't prepared. I knew the day would come. I just didn't expect it to be today.
Yeah. How is it? How is it that every time we stream,
yeah,
Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential election on our stream?
Dude, we need to stream more often. Good things always happen when we stream. I was gonna say this makes up for the nail that I got in my tire earlier today.
Yeah, and my audio interface not working.
Yeah.
There were omens.
Oh man. I know what I'm doing after this stream's over. I'm fucking finishing this Outer Worlds 2 script because holy shit.
Show I listen to. I tell you that.
I know you do.
Like this, we use Discord. Everybody know you use Discord.
They
for
do.
this?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
right. Guys. We need to start working on an alternative for Discord because Discord's going to be rolling out age verification and stuff, and they're basically trying to harvest all your data and everything. So let's come to a consensus soon about what the next platform is, because I don't want to be on this platform in the next like 3 months. Thank you.
So everybody's black-pilled about it, and I don't care. And I think part of it is that like I run an 18+ server, but I don't actually have it's not age restricted, and there's no NSFW servers. My Discord experience would not change if they like age restricted my account.
It's okay, so it's not for the end user experience that I'm concerned about. It's like literally just privacy and shit.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, Discord's been fucked for a while.
Yeah.
In which case, I mean, like, I feel
and
like
also like their investors and stuff. I see the writing on the wall here. You know, the old founders left and stuff. They're owned by some investment organization now and stuff. Like Discord's cooked. I knew Discord was cooked when I saw my fucking college campus having an official Discord server. I'm like, oh, this shit's on a fucking running clock at this point.
All right.
I thought it was going to die back then.
I will be right back. Get a consensus on what the sequel to Discord is.
Yeah, so what are we talking about, guys? Okay, yeah, Pat already put the kibosh on TeamSpeak. I think TeamSpeak you have to pay for, so Steam? Is Mumble and Ventrilo even still around? Those things were around back in like fucking like 2010. Raid call. Slack. Ooh, we'll use Jira. How about that? Or what's the other one? We use Microsoft Teams. MSN Messenger, RIP. I used to use that a lot. That was actually a really fucking good program for a while, because you could do like custom emotes and stuff like that. So me and my friend group, we had like a bunch of custom emotes, and the file transferring system was really cool too. Ahead of its time. And then I think Microsoft bought it in terms of shit. And then we used Skype for a while, and well, we all know what happened there. We need to make a decentralized open source communication platform that everybody adopts. We can't keep letting the suits take our spaces. They come in, they buy us out, and then we gotta leave. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of having to flee from these different platforms.
Oh well, you better get used to it then, because I've been hermit crabbing platforms the entire time I've been on the internet.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly what I was saying. I was going through my list: MSN Messenger, AIM, Skype. There's a commonality here where it's like Microsoft bought them and then they died. So
I think the inherent problem with self-hosting your Discord alternative is then I start having to enforce file size rules.
Yeah.
And dealing with spam. Like on my end as a server administrator.
See, that's what's nice about having Discord and stuff, is that you make that their problem. And that's why they eventually sell out, because it's not I guess it's a kind of like a catch-22, right? Like, you can't really make this a profitable thing if you want the service to be good. But then in order to make it profitable,
it was profitable. It was just they were obsessed with line goes up, and they went public, or they are going to go public.
Oh my god, yeah. I forgot about that.
Once you self-host, you're also responsible for the contents. Yeah, the last thing I want to fucking do is having to report shit to the FBI because somebody's like trying to host CP on my fucking Discord alternative that's hosted on my NAS.
Yeah. Yeah, no thanks.
All right, I got dropped there. That was weird. But, just use normal messaging apps for messaging, and then if I'm self-hosting anything, it's going to be like an image board.
Yeah.
Man. What a day. Listen, I've got a lot going on here. I've got to raid Karazhan on Sunday.
Oh, right. Yeah, so we probably should actually watch this interview rather than stopping because Todd Howard mentioned Discord. I had to get the PSA out.
God. Todd Howard and Todd... There's one thing that I want, and it's that I want Todd Howard to not mention Discord. And he has twice. Over the span of several years. Yeah, but didn't somebody say that Stoat is like a UK service? Ain't no fucking shot I'm using something that's hosted in the UK.
Oh no. That's why Discord's been or that's the excuse they're giving anyway.
Yeah.
Is because like they're seeing age verification take off in the UK.
I do not do business with people who are part of that fucking authoritarian hellhole.
The Commonwealth, excuse me.
My country will be bad, and then I swear to God, Canada, Australia, and the UK will try to innovate new ways to be worse.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
guys.
So I have Discord on my work computer here at the office.
God damn it. 3 times now.
I gotta write that down. Oh, hang on. Bruce Nesmith interview.
Oh, this would have been a perfect screenshot for me for the thumbnail.
Video template. Copy the link. Todd Howard, kind of funny, 2026.
The funny story about the thumbnail. I loaded up the video just to like get like a screenshot of Todd Howard speaking. I randomly clicked on the seek bar, and he was literally saying it's not Starfield 2.0. I was just like, done. All right.
All right, nailed it.
Got my screenshot right there.
Yeah.
Got my quote.
I loved
I'm out.
I loved outsourcing the thumbnail because it gave me more time to like read the interview in advance.
Yeah.
But also, I like that it's like a drama thumbnail. But this is a psychotic quote.
Tell you that.
I know you do.
Like this, we use Discord. Did everybody know you use Discord for
They
this?
do. Yeah.
Okay, so I have Discord on my work computer here.
That's gotta, I gotta use that for something. Him saying, I have Discord on my work computer.
Get out, guys. Get out. It's over.
I want to know, what fucking servers is Todd Howard in? Todd Howard grooming allegations.
He doesn't even do the kitten stuff, like
that we know of.
They pawn that off onto Emil and Will.
Oh,
Shen.
you mean the interact? Oh, sorry. When you say kitten stuff, I assume everybody assumes that you mean that like Todd Howard is grooming kids.
No, I just had a horrible realization that like Will Shen got pulled away from grinding out the fucking end of Starfield to go and do shitty fucking pre-prepped questions on Discord.
Actually, that's not far off, is it? Because I think they did confirm that they were working on that pretty late.
Yeah.
So it is not an impossibility that like he is sitting there sweating, working on the ending of Starfield. Like, I've got this deadline, I gotta meet it, I'm gonna fail. Someone taps him on the shoulder, it's time for the Discord interview.
Like,
and then Will's like, what? It's like, Emil signs you up for the Discord interview.
That was the day, that was the moment he realized, I gotta get the fuck out.
I got loosely shown the Nux Taku stuff. I don't really care. I find it hard to care about like internet drama whenever it's like somebody's acting pedophilic, because I feel like it shouldn't be my problem. It shouldn't be up to me to be the police of like someone else's behavior. It's like like if it's true, that person should be in jail. Why do I have to hear about it?
Yeah, no, exactly. No, I like drama when people. The best is when people are just like violating the social contract.
Did you watch the iDubbbz video I linked you?
I got like halfway through it.
It's good.
Yeah. Oh no, it was. I was sitting there watching. I'm like, man, this guy's like, for a sub 100,000 channel, he was like really punching up above his weight class.
You know, you want to talk small channels? I've watched a really good video about The Wire. 600 subs.
Oh, you got to link me that.
Yeah, it's a video about like corruption in The Wire.
Ooh, all right.
But yeah, no, like, so iDubbbz is funny drama. Although I don't think he should have been locale of the year. I think that was recency bias.
Nah.
It's called The War on iDubbbz, and like the perspective is it tells the story of iDubbbz through the format of the first Creator Clash event. And I mean, like,
no, it's really good. It's structured really well and everything. It's like I said, I was watching it. I was like, I thought this guy was like a 1 million subscriber channel with how like just just clean, just really good.
All right, so I'm gonna link the War on iDubbbz first. It's on my Discord server, and this will be the case wherever we migrate to, if we migrate. I run a video club, and I have a channel of like stuff that I think that people should watch. And then I'm gonna have to check my history. Or hang on. This is the second video I am linking now. And then I'll link the second video to you, because you already got the iDubbbz one.
Right, yeah. I was sitting there watching, when I was watching the video and he was like playing the live streams and stuff, I was sitting there like, I wonder if he has like brain damage from the like fights he's gotten into and stuff. It's like, this is not at all normal, healthy, rational behavior.
I don't know if it's in the part that you've seen yet, but it is part of that video. But yeah.
Oh, what, brain damage?
Yeah, bringing up the CTE thing.
Oh,
because
okay.
we talked about that when we were in DC. We were watching iDubbbz videos, and it's like, that guy's got issues now.
Yeah.
Which is impressive for how short his boxing career was.
Yeah. I mean, dude, he got fucking annihilated.
Yeah, like I mean, it's tragic, but we were laughing at his at like the boxing highlight of just like, he is not defending himself.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to eat the other guy's gloves.
I mean, like, legitimately, that's probably the most mainstream example of like, this is why you don't mix skill levels in fighting.
Yeah.
You don't put somebody who has 10 years of experience against somebody who has 1.
Yeah.
The issue is there's a lot of iDubbbz coverage, and I don't really vibe with a lot of it because I feel like what the Nomad video did was give a good reason why people even liked the guy.
Yeah.
Like, because iDubbbz, if you listen to how he describes it, it's just like, people only like me because I used to say the N-word. It's not true.
No,
that's not the reason I liked you.
No, you were fucking... and this is like, this is the first time I ever watched iDubbbz, was when I was in DC. And I told you, I was like, this is the guy? This is the same guy that we were seeing in the fucking Sam Hyde video earlier?
Yeah.
Like, he was
we watched
on it.
We watched the Leafy Content Cop and the Full Force documentary.
Yeah, like the Leafy one though, I was hysterically laughing. And it's like, man, this is the same guy?
Crazy, isn't it?
Like, he was so fucking witty. Just sharp as hell. And it's just, damn. It's like,
it's the only thing I've ever used it for. Every time I boot my computer, Discord
content was too edgy, you could have just branched off into something more mellow.
Yeah.
You had the chops to do it. Absolutely.
I still want you and Nicholas DiOrio on EFAP to do a drama episode. It'd be peak. You know what's bad is every now and then I ask Rags, like, hey, are you doing this? And he always says no. I feel like we're just not on the same wavelength of like the drama that they want to do and the drama I want to do.
Yeah.
Because Nick will go on there and talk about like he'll talk about like Boogie, and I'm down to talk about Boogie, but I don't know. It's just like fat guy who's a lolcow, really not that interesting to me. I need like iDubbbz tier, pirate software tier. I need like fall from the heavens narcissistic hubris, because I sympathize with that because I am a narcissist, right? I'm not a fat retard like Boogie or Wings of Redemption, so I don't care about those guys.
I see, and I like watching it because it's like watching the most like distilled form of like the worst traits of humanity.
Yeah,
like, but it's like the worst episode of Seinfeld.
Yes,
just horrifying. Like but I can't stop watching.
No, the issue is that EFAP won't talk about iDubbbz, so
why not?
I think they don't like political adjacent drama, which I feel like pirate software was the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean that was
barely political.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't even know about iDubbbz's political stuff until I watched that.
Yeah.
The documentary.
Oh my god.
I was like, oh, that's what he's doing now?
Yeah. Well, he lives in Canada? Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, really?
He lives in Alberta, which is like, are you broke? So, like, you're politically activated enough to move out of the U.S. because you don't like Trump, but then you move to Alberta that the U.S. might hoover up anyways.
Yeah.
Like, you move to, like, the Midwest of Canada.
I'm sorry, if I'm moving to Canada, I'm moving to the Yukon.
Yeah, move somewhere cool. Like, even Vancouver.
Yeah, I mean, Vancouver's pretty nice.
Don't be mean to the Midwest. The Midwest has one upside, and that's that it's cheap. So if you move to Alberta, like, you're committing to moving to Canada, but you don't want to live somewhere nice in Canada. I mean, sure, Alberta's probably nice in its own way, but like,
I didn't even know there was an affordable part of Canada.
I know. It's not all Toronto, though. You see, nobody knows how much it costs to live in, like, Quebec, because nobody wants to fucking move to Quebec.
Yeah.
Go to Quebec, then it's actually a foreign country, not dollar store US.
I vibe with Northern Ontario. If I was to move to Canada, it would be for Northern Ontario. That is very beautiful.
Vancouver is nice if you're rich. You're telling me that my fucking goat isn't rich too? Are you kidding me? I don't know. I just think it's lame to leave the US because of the current administration.
I wouldn't leave because of politics. The only reason
the whitest couple on earth leaving because of ICE. Like,
yeah, exactly. No, like, there's a lot of valid reasons to leave or move to a place or whatever. I feel like just lifestyle is the best one, though.
Yes, I'm moving because of lifestyle.
That's why I want to move to. That's why I said like Northern Ontario. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of parks and stuff where I could go and like kayak and things like that. Like that's a lifestyle reason for me to move up there. That's basically it. Lifestyle and climate, I feel like, are the two like really valid things, because local politics affect you so much more than like global politics and everything, and it's something you have much more control over.
Yeah. To be fair, I mean, if you were doing a political forecast, I would also bet that the Democrats are going to lose. They're hardly doing anything better. I'd probably leave over the Epstein files. No one's getting charged and everyone's guilty. I don't know, though. Okay, here's the issue. If you're like Normie Normington, I understand why you're upset, but like, I knew about the Epstein stuff like 8 years ago. Sorry if I'm a hipster for that, but like, I'm kind of jaded about it at this point.
Yeah.
So it's just like, I didn't leave before.
The only reason anything's happening now is because people are getting called out for it. Like,
yeah,
you look all over the world, and
I mean, honestly, like
everybody's had some sort of shit with him. That's why he's like, probably a CIA plant.
People are so people are saying that, like, you know, the U.S. is doing nothing about it, but it's like, no, the U.S. was doing nothing about it 2 years ago, and now we've forced them to release the files. The only reason anything's happening now is because the U.S. released the files.
Yeah.
So I don't buy that, like, nothing's happening. It's just like there probably won't be any justice.
Nah.
Not that it matters anyways. They just pardon all those guys for stupid partisan reasons. So it's like, the main thing that needs to happen is the breaking of the partisan mold.
What needs to happen is the proletariat needs to rise up.
I was watching a video about Hassan Piker's fashion choices.
Oh, really?
They're so bad.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, how are you that wealthy and into fashion but bad at it?
There's a lot of content creators who just have like no taste. That's basically it. Like, money cannot account for taste unless you hire a stylist to do it.
Yeah. Well, it's like, when was Pizzagate? 2017?
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, I had been hearing for years, before Me Too, I had been hearing that, like, yeah, there are pedophiles in Hollywood that are taking advantage of stars and stuff. And, you know, on the East Coast, Washington, D.C. is deeply embedded in this, like, blackmail infrastructure to manipulate all these people. I didn't know who the players were. I didn't have much investment in knowing. But it's like, I'd heard about it before it happened, and then, like, when Me Too happened, it was like, well, that's not surprising. All the Nick stars are fucked up. Everybody that was on Nickelodeon who was a child actor is fucked up as a person. And it's like, how did that happen? Oh, it was just the fame. It's just the fame got to them. That, or they were getting dicked down since they were 8.
Oh.
And then like Pizzagate happened, and you're like, oh well, it's just a conspiracy theory. I like that the Epstein thing confirmed every conspiracy theory. Everyone except like flat Earth has been confirmed at this point, motherfucker.
Wait, did it confirm chemtrails? That's my favorite one.
The weirdest conspiracy theory I heard was like, oh yeah, on Wayfair there's like $8,000 pieces of furniture that corresponds to like child sex trafficking, and I'm like, there's no way, and then it turns out like, oh yeah, by the way, here's Epstein's like Wayfair links that he was using to traffic kids, and it was like, that was real.
Oh my god! Oh, that was my favorite one of the Epsteins. I didn't know that was real. Wow.
There are two guys who every day they log in and be like, so I read on the Epstein files today. I like the ones where they were eating people. I mean, I don't like it. I think it's kind of morbid, but like, they were making human jerky. There was a guy who would make jerky, euphemistically, and jerky was all that Jeffrey Epstein ate.
Excuse me?
Yeah, and like he was insistent, like, so Epstein always ate jerky. He insisted it was the only thing he ate. And there was a guy that would come over that was like specialized in making jerky.
So, wait. Is this a sex euphemism, or is he literally a cannibal?
He's probably a cannibal. He also bought like 330 gallons of sulfuric acid one time. Now, what do you think he used that for? I think he was just trying to figure out how Coca-Cola's made.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Listen, it was to get rid of all of the deer that were on his island that he had killed because a tick got on him once.
Okay.
Honestly, that's like the least egregious thing that he did. Like, oh yeah, he killed all the deer on his island. And it's like, man, if that's the least fucked up thing a rich person's done.
I've talked to people about this, and they're like, why would people do this? Like, why would rich people do this? It's like, because they can. They ultimately, it's like, it's a psychology thing where it's just like, why do these people do it? More than often, it's just like because they can. They, you did everything else. They're doing the genocide run.
I'm staying skeptical, right? Like, there's a lot of the stuff that I understand, like when they talk about they were doing satanic rituals on the island where Bill Clinton and Donald Trump were like sacrificing a kid. I understand that's included in the files because that's the tip line, and schizo people like come up with fan fiction for the tip line. So a lot of the messed up stuff there is that, but then like the jerky thing was actual email correspondence. That was not an FBI tip. And it's like, I'm sorry, I'm into making jerky. It's not hard. You don't need to employ a specialist for years to make like beef jerky for you. Nah, motherfucker, you put that shit in the marinade, you put that shit in the deep fryer. It takes like 30 minutes of labor and then like 24 hours.
Nah. This guy makes it like really special though. He just knows a way, man.
You also don't freeze jerky. Yeah, you don't freeze jerky, and you can't eat it for every meal because it's high. The salt content is too high. Like that guy would have died of heart failure, like at 40 if he was eating only jerky.
So then he doesn't just eat jerky.
But so my working conspiracy theory with it is that
he's a cannibal.
No, well, I mean, he's probably a cannibal. I mean, who wouldn't, right? But my theory is the reason that they were concerned about releasing the files is that there's a bunch of rich people who are implicated but didn't actually do anything. So I think that Epstein would literally just say that people visited the island. Now, there was sex trafficking. There were people absolutely doing it. But a side benefit of being Jeffrey Epstein is that you can say, hey, so-and-so visited the island. I wrote them in the flight logs. Now, pay me, he's rumor mongering that people visited Little St. James. Everybody knows that's a bad thing. And then like he collects a check like, I'll stop mentioning your name at parties if you pay me $500,000.
Yeah.
It's probably how he made a ton of his money.
Yeah.
That's my conspiracy theory. I don't know if there's anything to corroborate it yet. But that's what I would do if I was Jeffrey Epstein.
That is a brilliant grift, which means it's probably not true.
He was doing everything else.
Too smart. That's too smart.
So I could buy that, like, that's the reason they're concerned, is because There might be victims of Jeffrey Epstein who were victims of blackmail.
Yeah.
And then it's like, if you're the Department of Justice, how the fuck do you discern who was actual, like, an actual customer and who was, like, it's like Noam Chomsky was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. He definitely did that shit. Stephen Hawking. He definitely was there, right? There's people that we know, like not Bill Clinton, Bill Gates. He was definitely there. There's people that we know 100% were there.
Wait, really? Stephen Hawking?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
That's
I'm sorry, but
you got to ask the question, right?
Yeah.
That's a good idea, but we have a mechanism for this. It's called a defamation lawsuit. Yeah, but you want the United States Department of Justice to defame a ton of rich people just so that we can have the files faster. And of course, I get it, right? Because the excuse is there. We might never get the files at all. If the DOJ has to work through, like, who was an actual sex trafficking customer and who was a blackmail victim.
I don't know, man. Why don't you just hire a hitman then in that situation? Just take the guy out. Before, I'm talking like, before
it happens.
Himself. Yeah.
I'm sure he targeted, like, people who have money, but people who don't, like, the Clintons are, like, the level you have to be to, like, have somebody killed.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. So I don't think Epstein was, like, scamming billionaires. But, like, if you were a B-list like politician or actor,
yeah,
you've got, like, $10 million to your name.
Yeah.
That's what happened? No, I think Epstein's still alive. I buy that theory. And I buy that I buy that they swapped Maxwell out. There's, like, a thing where they swapped out Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. And so, like, the person that appears now isn't the actual Ghislaine Maxwell.
Epstein's still alive and he's among us.
Epstein is in Israel right now playing Mists of Pandaria Classic. Because that was my favorite thing, is he made a trial account, like, during Cataclysm. So I made a Jeffrey Epstein likes Cataclysm meme. Yeah, hang on. I'll post it on the stream.
Now, if there was ever a joke to be made about the quality of Kata, there it is. I see you already made it.
Also he was, like, emailing Bobby Kotick suggesting they put more microtransactions in Call of Duty.
Agent of Chaos, I approve. I would do the same thing if I was mega rich.
If you were in the DMs of Bobby Kotick.
Yeah.
But, like,
I would.
So my favorite thing, one of my many favorite things to come out of it is, like, calling Call of Duty games Epstein likes.
They can traffic humans over Wayfair, but they can't take away our jokes.
He didn't even spell Kotick's name in his black book correctly. The motherfucker couldn't speak. And he definitely couldn't type. Like, there's a reason you have never heard Jeffrey Epstein speak.
When you snort enough coke, you transcend being able to speak and just, like, communicate with lesser mortals.
The culprits. No, not at all.
But yeah, Todd Howard.
Yeah.
I've never heard anything bad about Todd Howard, but I have heard bad things about Robert Altman.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I never heard those.
I believe Robert Altman was
go to
like
the island?
No, but he was implicated in like weapons trading with Iraq and Iran. Or some shit like that.
That's pretty fucking bad.
Comes up and I'm like, I don't think I'm on kind of fun. And then
You can uninstall. Yeah, you haven't been on since April 29th, 2024.
Like, well, now I have a reason.
Well, see, usually when I call people on the show, I just call them on their phone. So I'll just start doing that for you. You can
do that. You have mine.
So, Kind of Funny's running this through like Discord.
Yeah, I mean, why not? It has better uptime than fucking AT&T and Verizon.
I know. Well, I don't want to bug you all the time.
You don't abuse it, so I appreciate you.
Well, that's the thing. Once the number's given out, you understand it's a red light. Yeah, here we go. It's go time. Anytime you get a phone call from me in the middle of the day, you're going to be live on the show. But yeah, I have so many questions to ask you on the record, I guess, which is why it makes more sense for you to return. Again, you ushered in Kind of Funny Gamescast as a daily show on April 29, 2024. I can't thank you enough for that. We've been steamrolling ever since. We've been content number 1 and number 2 video game daily podcast in the world, all because of you, Todd Howard. But I digress.
I think you have something to do with it.
Of course, let's get to the topic of the show. Todd. It's Todd Howard. So many places to start, Todd. And
What was that?
think the only
So this isn't their first, like, Todd Howard apparently did an interview with them a year ago.
Yeah.
So
We
maybe
watched-
there's like culture.
it's a meme now.
It's like legacy in their stream chat, who knows. This is their equivalent of that one guy who came in and asked me to fuck his wife at so-and-so address.
place to start is, of course, Starfield. I know some Elder Scrolls 6, when the Fallout remastered rumors, all the we'll get to that. All right, we'll get to that, everybody watching live and watching later. When you get a show, you're allowed to ask about your favorite game. Because I was offended this morning when I went to the No Sodium Starfield subreddit, which I go to frequently, if not daily. I'm there lurking.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The thumbnail just got even better.
Why would you admit that?
Todd's like sitting there like, I doubt this very much.
341. Interviewer says I gotta specify it's not Todd. He goes to r/no sodium Starfield.
Multiple times a day.
No sodium. Here's the thing. No Sodium Starfield is a fucking pathetic community. It's literally for people who can't handle that, like, other Starfield fans have mild criticisms of the game on the main subreddit.
All right, guys. So, all right, listen. Everybody in chat. I know like 3/4 of the people that post on that fucking on that forum at this point are like people from our audience. We need to start gaslighting fucking Greg Miller over here. I don't know what the play is going to be yet, but we got somebody who admits that they consume the shit posts. You know what to do with that information.
Yeah, the thing is, like, their moderation staff is pretty active. Honestly, it is an asylum for, like, just
no, I mean, that's why you have to.
The saltiest community on Earth.
You have to play the game. Like, you have to play, but it's just This
is my deep cover CI for shitposting on r/no sodium Starfield.
Yes, exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Legend Shane said, of course, watch him talk about everything but Starfield. And then, of course, on that thread, I said, I am one of you. I will get us Starfield answers or else. Todd, what the hell is going on with Starfield?
What is that or else? You're going to hang yourself on stream?
He pulls out a pistol.
Hold the gun to your head. Todd, you got to tell me something now. King Gath is working on something new.
I would be like, why the fuck does Todd Howard do interviews with this guy?
That's what I was wondering.
Like,
Does Greg Miller have inside info on Todd Howard going to the island? Does he know where the phylactery is?
Yeah, he knows where the phylactery that's keeping Todd young is. I feel like I would not be as pushy as this guy. Why the fuck are you doing interviews with him, Todd? Do an interview with us. We'll keep the questions above the belt. We're not mean.
They're friends.
Yeah, that's literally it. But like, this sucks.
Because even before I let you answer,
Sarah Morgan there,
sir, I have never had a more wackadoo preview than what you all let me do for Starfield's upcoming content, where you let me go to a thing with a bunch of other creators and we were told you're not allowed to report on this or talk about this, but you're allowed to say you saw it. And so now for like the last 4 months, every so often one of them says that, people flip out thinking it's Starfield 2.0 and what's going, where are we, what's going on with Starfield?
Why do you keep suicide baiting the r/no sodium Starfield community?
Maybe he's the troll. Maybe this is why him and Todd Howard are actually friends.
I mean, like, so
they're both just.
This is almost a good question.
They're both like tag teaming.
This is almost a good question if this guy wasn't a fucking loser about it. Like, why did you guys do that? Why did you do like a weird presentation with a bunch of people 4 months ago and then go completely radio silent? It was stupid.
It was because GTA 6 got delayed. So like, okay, cool. We have time
we have breathing room.
We have to,
Can you guys stop fucking around?
This is why your boss got fired, Todd. Just so you know.
No, first of all, thanks for the Reddit comment there. I'm a big Redditor, so I do read.
Oh god, I'm about to fucking black out.
I'm a big
holy shit.
I'm a big Redditor. Period. Todd Howard. Thank you, Todd.
Holy shit.
This is why we stream this stuff.
Who needs generative AI in this day and age? Oh,
I feel bad because I'm gonna forget one of these, and then people are gonna be like, "Why didn't you bring up him talking about him having a Discord account?" I'm trying to think, like, what is the when talking about Fallout 3, what's the best time to like insert the Todd Howard saying "I'm a big Redditor" quote?
When you're talking about the NCR, I guess.
I feel it's got to be specifically. It's got to be Fallout 3. That is a good one. Yeah, that would be a good one. I would just say like Todd Howard's favorite faction is the NCR. I'm a big Redditor.
No, dude, I love that quote. See, that's, oh my god, today's a good day. Today's a really good day.
I think our last few streams have been a little weak. This is good.
Oh man,
I'm gonna add an insert. Reddit's favorite faction is the NCR.
I am downloading this video already so that I don't forget. There are too many good quotes here. See, this is why we get excited when Todd Howard pops up.
Mm-hmm.
I read it a lot. It's my sort of favorite signal to noise, platform as it comes to that stuff. And yeah, look, obviously we've been working on a lot of Starfield content. We haven't talked about it yet because, the end of last year too is particularly for us. We sort of period of time.
The last time you worked on a lot of Starfield content, you released an expansion that's 6 hours long.
We focus on IPs or franchises, and Fallout really obviously dominated the fall and a little bit early this year. You've seen it, and I can tell everybody we're going to be talking about it, really soon. We're moving into a phase where we're ready to talk about Starfield.
Okay.
And really show that in the right way and what's coming to the game. We've been doing a lot of work that we like a lot. It is not Starfield 2.0. I've seen some of that.
I don't even know how to use it.
There it is. There it is.
It is not Starfield 2.0, which is crazy because that's what got passed around a lot. So it's like, why did you demo this in front of a bunch of like pseudo games journalists, go radio silent for 4 months, and then like come out and say, oh, by the way, it's not a total rework? Like,
yeah.
What is going on at fucking Bethesda?
Yeah.
So, for expectation setting, I think it's the kind of coming to the game. We've been doing a lot of work that we like a lot.
Nesmith.
It is not Starfield 2.0. I've seen some of that, so I don't, for expectation setting, I think it's the kind of thing where if you love Starfield, we think you're going to love this. It's, updates and things that.
So the implication is like, if you don't like Starfield, which is most people.
Yeah, an overwhelming majority. Actually, Todd, I can get you a number right now.
Change the game, not in an isolated way, but sort of.
Oh, Starfield's 40% off right now, as well as Shattered Space. Okay, 58% of players.
It's come back a lot. What was the bottom peak? It was like 37%.
30, yeah. Listen, the mods and everything.
Sure.
Using outer space and things in ways that we haven't. But look, if Starfield's something that, didn't connect with you right away, or you bounced off it or found it boring in places, I don't think this is going to change that fundamentally.
Right away. I thought we were supposed to play it for 40 hours. I thought I was supposed to complete the main quest, and that's when the game would actually start. Right away. I don't know, Todd. Getting mixed signals here.
I like that their version of expectation setting is just being like, yeah, this is going to suck.
But maybe okay, hold on.
What did you want?
This might actually be brilliant.
I know. Okay, go on.
He's actually downplaying everything now, so people are surprised. See, they did the shadow drop. The shadow drop worked pretty well
initially, and then it kind of fell off.
Yeah, but they got their sales at least. Right? So what's even better than shadow dropping? Shit talking your own product.
Yeah. Negative marketing. And then like if it actually is good, then it still won't it still won't be played. But at least we tried. The only issue with this Gambit is that it's for a Starfield update. Like, not as far as we've indicated, not even a DLC, like a free update.
Well, so the rumor is that this is going to coincide with the PS5 release.
Yeah.
So,
there is an upside there. I don't know.
Well, there's at least going to be like a small campfire.
It would be weird if they got what they wanted. They released Starfield on PS5. It actually takes off and becomes like a popular mainstream game, but like only on PlayStation. And then it's like,
But if you're someone who
I think Xbox's marketing division would immediately launch an investigation into the players of PlayStation, being like, maybe we should maybe we need to be investing into this audience.
There's always been an interesting dichotomy between PlayStation and Xbox, where PlayStation's the more like cinematic game platform and Xbox is the more arcadey platform.
Well, Sony makes televisions and theater equipment and stuff like that. And Microsoft makes operating systems and Game Pass and networking stuff.
Right, yeah. There were rumors of a Switch 2 port of Starfield, but apparently they've put it on ice. I mean, I wouldn't say that's crazy, but apparently... Listen, they're putting Oblivion Remaster on the Switch 2, and that's a fucking miracle, so...
the Oblivion Remaster is actually just old school Oblivion with a fucking, like, 2K texture mod. The sad thing is that would probably still be better than the remaster.
Actually, yeah, it would.
Something that,
At
didn't
least
connect
it
with you right away,
works.
or you bounced off it or found it boring in places. I don't think this is going to change that fundamentally. But if you're someone who loves Starfield, like you, Greg,
Yeah.
we think it's really, really, we're really, really happy with it. We like it a lot. And we just, we have such a big audience
Greg
in the game.
stops him right there. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't say I like Starfield. I just said I go to the subreddit.
That would be
Todd,
his
we're
Paris
friends and all,
moment.
but that shit's libel right there.
I mean, it is true. I would rather somebody say that I was at Little St. James than I have a Reddit account.
It's really a Game Pass hours beast.
What?
We're really, really happy with it. We like it a lot. And we just, we have such a big audience on the game. It's really like a Game Pass hours beast in terms of Starfield for us. And
because there's fuck all else on Game Pass.
Listen, Todd, you can't trust those figures. The problem is that you guys need a way to differentiate what's people just leaving their console idling while they go and like jerk off and stuff.
Hang on,
what's actual gameplay?
I'm getting a report. Phil Spencer was detained at the airport with a suitcase full of money. Apparently, he was trying to flee to Peru. Apparently, the Game Pass numbers are all fake. He's been cooking the books for years. And he was worried that like a fraud case was going to catch up with him. Xbox has been getting inaccurate Game Pass numbers for at least 5 years.
Todd, I also like that we've moved the goalpost away from just players. Now it's hours played.
Yeah, like
we're talking about.
We're
talking about number of players. We're talking about number of players, and he goalpost shifts to hours played, and it's like, bro, come on now.
It's so gross. Hours played is like a
blatant.
It's a web.
I think the grossest part is that nobody's calling him out on it.
It's an influencer way to like describe it. It's like influencers talking like, well, I have so many hours of engagement.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's like the back end numbers that we get. You don't expect that from like a box product company. And it's like, well, I'm glad that you have fucking 12 guys who run Starfield all day in the background.
Yeah. I'm glad all those modders who are testing their mods and stuff, I'm glad they're contributing.
Man.
Like, just such a fucking, like, that's even more meaningless than fucking number of players. It's just like, Todd, how many units did this game sell?
Sales are everything.
How many units?
What was Cyberpunk at? 30 million sales?
Yeah.
Hard box product sales. And meanwhile, you're over here bragging about 15 million
Shattered
players.
Yeah. No, we're not even talking about players anymore.
Yeah,
we are now talking about hours played.
There's
a Game Pass hours beast.
There's 100,000 people out there who are averaging like 80 hours a week.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally like a World of Warcraft way to measure engagement. If the sales numbers were good, they would tell us. Oh no, absolutely. They sold less than Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat sold 4 million copies. So Todd, this is probably how Todd's like spinning it in the meetings. It's like, well, it didn't sell well, but I like that there was probably a crisis management meeting about expectation setting. So it's like, first things first, set the expectations. This is gonna suck. If you didn't like Starfield, which is most people, you're not gonna like our update.
Perfect.
Killing it,
Thank
Todd.
you.
I don't think he cares. Where's the Todd charm?
Yeah. He's not selling anything at this point. I mean, maybe that's the goal now, is just like gas up the people who are still playing Starfield to buy more fucking creations.
I guess, yeah. Please, for the love of God, stay invested. It probably is their lifeline.
Yeah.
Games are boring. He's a TV producer now. He wins more awards for the TV thing.
Yeah.
So why would he care?
Yeah.
Really, happy with the results, and our audience is great.
Is that imminent? You're preparing. You're getting ready to
That
talk.
was-
How close?
Hold on.
Oh,
That was like a persuasion fail moment. That was not convincing at all, Todd. I am sorry.
Us, and we're really, really, happy with the results, and our audience is great.
Just the silent nod. No.
this is brutal. It is sad
He's
watching.
not on his game.
It is sad because we've consumed so much Todd Howard content. It is sad to like witness the fall off.
Yeah.
And it's just like they're so deeply embedded into dishonesty that like, I mean, they can't even like Todd Howard won't even say that Fallout 76 was a failure.
Yeah. It's like, come on, guys, you've already had your redemption arc. You can say it didn't do well.
You're getting ready to talk. How close to talking are we?
It's soonish. It is.
Oh my God, we are talking about the time that we will talk about the update. Just talk about the fucking update.
Yeah.
Is it like? I'm sorry. Could you not have a meeting where it's like we can talk about one feature? That's what they used to do. It's like,
no,
we've got one thing this week that you can talk about when you go on the radio show with IGN.
Yeah. And I just love that this isn't even like, he's not even asking about the Elder Scrolls 6 or anything, or Fallout 5, God forbid. It's literally just Starfield.
Please tell us about the Starfield update. The update. Just tell us the content update. What are you planning to do? Like, why is it being fucking... What's with the edging?
It's not going to sell any more units.
That's a good point.
Like,
is this going to be an hour of him not answering questions?
Probably.
It is. I don't want to spoil
from the articles that I've read. That's pretty
soon.
much
Yeah.
it. It's
and
like,
then I guess
just people making mountains out of the fucking breadcrumbs that he drops.
I feel like there's going to be a point where I call it if it doesn't get substantive. Let me look at the sections. Yeah. So there's Starfield, Elder Scrolls 6. Oh, I can't read that. Organizing a big studio with a big project. Fallout 76, Fallout Season 2. Super chat segment. Shadow drops and leaks. DICE AI. What?
The super chat thing we can skip.
Yeah, no. There's a lot of this that I'm thinking of skipping. I'm just thinking like, let's hit the Starfield section, the Elder Scrolls 6 section. You probably care about the big studio with a big project thing. We're gonna skip Fallout 76. We're gonna skip Fallout Season 2. How did they talk about Fallout Season 2 for 13 minutes? Honestly, I'm gonna skip everything like Fallout games. What the fuck? We'll do the Shadow Drops segment, and then maybe AI. Who the fuck is Vince Zampella? I feel like that's a name.
Oh, that was
I recognize that name.
That was the dude from Respawn Entertainment. He died recently. He got in a car accident.
Oh, that retard.
The guy made like yeah.
I'm not gonna be gentle about that guy. That guy's a fucking moron. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why? Because I almost went down that fucking road.
The road that he crashed on? Okay,
that was... He crashed on the Angeles Coast Highway. Or I think it's not the Angeles Coast Highway. It's the 2. It goes through the mountains. It's
Oh.
very similar to that same.
I was making an insensitive joke. I didn't think you were actually being literal about it.
No, I am being literal about it. Fuck that guy. It's Vince Zampella. He was like a Call of Duty guy. He fucking wrapped his car around a concrete barrier, killed his passenger, going like 100 miles an hour through a tunnel. Just think about that for a second if I was on the side of the road when that happened. That's why I didn't go down that fucking road, because people do that on the 2. So.
Rest in peace.
No.
The legend.
Burn in hell. He got someone else killed.
Call of Duty, man. Nobody talks about the passenger.
Yeah, fuck that guy. He killed his passenger. I do actually feel very strongly about that situation.
Yeah. Understandably.
No, it goes through the, like, Angeles Rest Mountains. That might be why I said Angeles Coast Highway. But it's the mountains that are northeast of Los Angeles. And it goes up to... I think it goes all the way to Barstow. Kind of rude, Pat. He's dead. He killed his passenger because he was going 100 miles an hour through a tunnel. And he wrapped his car around a concrete barrier. We're lucky he didn't kill more people. I've got no sympathy for, like, motorists that get people killed. If he was a pilot...
Yeah, kill other people.
Yeah, like, the reason that
right?
pilot certifications are so strict is because you can easily get other people killed if you're dangerous with it. Yeah, he died. Like, what does it change that he died personally?
Listen, we all wrap our cars around concrete barriers. It's just you know.
It's the price of
course.
American austerity. But yeah, there's a time and place to be civil about people dying. Like, if you're a lone pilot and, like, you know, you're flying a bush plane,
you have, like, engine failure.
Your engine fails and you crash up in the mountains and you bleed out and die. Like, yeah, I feel bad for you because the circumstances were out of your control. Even if you got your passenger killed doing that, but, like, you didn't have to speed down a windy highway through a tunnel.
Yeah, but, like, I don't even know.
Next, Dodd.
You know, the worst part about the passenger is Vince Zampella died instantly. Passenger died in the hospital.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's
that's even better.
Oh, wow. See, nobody talks about the passenger. I didn't even know there was a passenger.
Yeah. Now I gotta look up if there was a passenger. I don't know what I would do if there wasn't. I'd probably kill myself. Yeah, there was a passenger. Whew. Okay, listen, I was pretty sure.
Never been more relieved.
I was pretty sure because I shit talked to this guy when it happened too. So, like, I double checked everything when it happened, but, like, you know.
Okay.
Do you feel like, is this going to put a bow on Starfield for you, for the team to then move on to all the other?
It hasn't been 10 years yet.
No.
We're only on year 3, Todd.
Say it, Todd.
Yeah, look, we do have a lot of projects.
Let's see how we level
balancing that with the size of our studio. We do have a lot of development partners also, but still we're relatively small, just over 500 people across everything.
Super tiny.
But that's the trick. That's the trick. Well, across Fallout,
I know,
and Starfield and the Elder Scrolls work. I think balancing that.
What about like
you know,
all of those subsidiary companies?
Listen,
Dude, there was like
but
10 subsidiary
no,
contractors.
Bethesda is 500
in
people, which is
Starfield.
small. It does tiny little indie company, Bethesda.
Yeah.
I like that even
How
he's
many
like,
companies are bigger than you?
okay, that was a weird moment of honesty where Greg's like, yeah, you're just a tiny little company. It's like,
Yeah.
and you could see he's receding.
Yeah.
Did he have like a mask off moment there? Wait.
No, I think he was just.
No, hang on. No. I don't know who this guy is.
Greg Miller?
Yeah.
I've seen him when he was with like Rooster Teeth and stuff, and he was doing stuff over there. What do you need to know?
Would he like deep psyop somebody for an interview?
No. No.
Okay. It was a weird moment of honesty, like where he's like, he gave a barb to Todd, and Todd clapped back, and he's like receding. Like, I feel like this is him putting the mask back on.
He had that moment when I put in my fucking Starfield video where or was my Oblivion or Skyrim video where he's like you know, we've been here before. We've dealt with these criticisms, and Greg Miller laughs and then immediately stops because he realizes, oh, Todd wasn't joking there. He's just kind of an idiot. He's just kind of an idiot and also just like a little bit too bubbly.
Reddit loves the tiny indie company meme. Did I not come up with that? I swear to God, that's me.
Like, there's a lot of,
I think
there's a lot of stuff that I see these days.
Well, yeah, I hear about it all the
like,
time on like the Blizzard circle, but like I feel like I didn't hear anybody say it before I said it. I think it was in the Starfield video.
I can't recall.
They do owe me royalties. Reddit owes me a lot.
I saw a John X. Somebody saying like John Funcom for
that's not me.
For what's it called? For Dune Awakening. The John thing?
Yeah, that's not me.
Okay, you're just the first person I've ever heard use that.
Yeah,
so
that one's definitely not me.
Okay.
Tiny indie company is way older than your Starfield video, though. I'd be interested to see an example. I did run into another "you get what you deserve" thing because there's tons of fucking media review content stuff that uses that quote. So it always throws me off. I'm like, oh, someone else's copy never knows best.
What's in period of time? That's the trick. Well, across Fallout,
I know,
and Starfield and the Elder Scrolls work, I think balancing that, you know, what's important for a period of time. That's kind of a trick that we find ourselves in a lot. But no, we're doing more Starfield stuff coming up. We've been laying that out, and so it's something we see continuing. You know, for a while.
Is King Gath considered part of the staff?
I think that Starfield maintenance is Tim Lamb's project. The the visor guy,
really,
the Oblivion QA guy. Yeah,
really?
I'm 95% he's like the lead producer on it.
You know, Tim, you did such a good job making sure that there's very few bugs. Is one of the only things people praise Starfield for. You get to be the steward of it. Consider it a promotion.
Yeah, that was the joke with the "you get what you deserve" thing. Everybody's copying the Joker, so it's crazy that Never Knows Best thinks that he has like ownership over the expression.
We also have all the creators. They're doing amazing stuff in the game, so I think working with them
that's King Gath.
Kind of keeps really good content coming into the game, and we're going to be a part of that as well.
Yeah, I think that's something that, you know, for me is, as a Starfield sicko, as I keep saying, so impressive. As
he feels like a Sam Hyde bit.
That he's a. I was gonna say, like, he still hasn't said that he's a fan.
I feel like he's shitposting.
I'm a Starfield sicko.
I'm
I
a
bring it up
Starfield
every
sicko too.
time. I feel like a crazy person every time I bring it up. I feel like somebody's gonna just be like, "Why are you still talking about Starfield?"
It's true.
It's like,
I have
it lives in my head rent free.
Hey, over on the Patreon, you can watch a 3.5-hour video where I talk about like Starfield will be good.
I just think about Starfield like almost every day. That's not even an exaggeration.
It's not every day for me, but it is like at least once a month. I'll have like a reflection period on Starfield.
Well, the thing is that like Starfield has informed so many things that I'm currently working on, where it's just like it's impossible for me not to think about it. Yeah, when I'm writing about the Outer Worlds 2, how the fuck do I not think about Starfield?
Well, yeah, like that's obvious to me. I feel like is Starfield the turning point when everybody realized that gaming sucks? Okay, that's narcissistic.
It's definitely well, the thing is that like it came during like the turning point.
Well, yeah,
I wouldn't blame Starfield for it, but it's just one of many examples.
Yeah, so like it's I talk about the 2010s as a decade. That's like 2012 to 2022. I feel like Starfield is the last game that came out that was a product of the 2010s. I mean, you have high profile stuff like Concord and what have you, but I feel like Starfield was the last unironic 2010s era game. And it was just delayed so long that it came out in 2023. Man. But it's like,
man,
that just,
you want to talk about a bad period for games.
No, the 2010s was a bad period in general. Everything that's going wrong in life right now is because of like decisions that were made during that time period.
Yeah. The 2010s does feel like it was kind of just this vacuum. It just kind of like a cultural vacuum, just like nothing.
It's like grievance culture was just so spiritually sapping on everybody, and now like there's people out there who are like the whole anti-woke thing. That's just like a bunch of people who want revenge for something that is stupid, but at the same time, like, can you blame them?
Yeah.
It's like we put up with a very moronic time period.
Yeah.
So Starfield. I always like that Andy shows up almost always after we talk about something very political. Because he was here earlier. He showed up after the Epstein thing. I think that's his calling card. That's
it's that, and anytime we mention 343 or Halo.
Yeah, true. Yeah, maybe he always watches and he just switches accounts to his like main account to chat when we mention 343.
I have loved Fallout in the past. I was always on consoles, so the modding community, the creation community wasn't my thing for a long time. I know eventually, obviously, it came to consoles, but with Starfield having it out the gate so quickly, I've been shocked to see how much that has kept the game alive for me, of dropping in for these big additions, whether they be from Bethesda proper or whether they be from the community, and even going as far as what it was 2 months ago, last month. I think it was last month, January, right? Time's a flat circle and a blur right now, where they did StarCon. Did you see this, where they did like a little Starfield digital convention? It was on Zoom all day. People came together to talk about their creations and what they were doing and where they were going. I loved it. I had such a great time.
Yeah, look, our community there is amazing. Our creators and modders who have been with us for so long.
He is unenthusiastic.
We love it. And I honestly still think it's early days for us. We're always trying to find new ways to support that community.
I feel like we start talking about Starfield and suddenly he's just like casting shadow. What happened, Todd? Please turn your ring light back on.
The monitor was on like a bright color before, and when they swapped to this, it like I don't know.
You know, absolutely incredible. But we have a ways to go.
He still hasn't said that he likes Starfield. He only said he and.
I feel like
I'm starting to believe.
Greg is like I feel like he went deep psyop to get Todd to open up about Starfield. And he like that's why he's opening with this, and he's trying to nail Todd down on at least something. Acknowledge something, for the love of God. Here's all these people that are invested in this. Please, Todd.
Yeah.
Talk to your community. I mean, I'll give him credit for that, other than like the fucking shilling. I don't know if that's his call or if that's just like the program he's a part of, but
listen, you gotta do what you gotta do to keep the lights on.
Yeah.
In a post-Rooster Teeth world.
Of making it easier for them, putting it in front of everybody, saying, hey, try this out. You know, with our older games and creations of Fallout 4, you know, we still have issues.
Todd,
when we update the game, it breaks
we have documentation for the creation kit?
Shut the fuck up!
Any of it now. Like, why is that website still down?
It's still down completely?
Dude, I'm pretty sure the guy who, like, brought it down quit, and nobody knows that it's down. Yeah, let me look it up right now. Creation kit documentation. The fact that it's not even coming up in like the top search results is rather telling that it's like gone. Yeah, it's on the second page, creationkit.com.
We're a lot closer to me being done with Bethesda than you think, because I don't ever plan to do like a full Fallout 4 thing. I don't want to. I might hit a few points that I think aren't talked about enough, but other than that, like, I don't see like a 12-hour Fallout 4 thing. And then like that's it. I will have talked about the entire Howard era at length.
The wiki is currently down for back-end maintenance. Any news will be posted in the official Bethesda Game Studios Discord in the #modding news channel. Thank you for your patience. Man, I've been patient for when do you post this? Last modified on what is that?
I feel like you were talking about this in like early 2024.
February 7th, 2024. It's been down for 2 years. The official documentation, not just for Starfield, for the entire creation kit. Bear in mind, they've launched creation since then. They're making money off of this fucking thing. And they can't even be bothered to have some basic documentation. I'm playing Car Mechanic Simulator. It's one of my favorite games to... I love bringing up these sorts of like small indie games and stuff because like they have a modding folder in the directory itself. And in there, they have PDF documents that they wrote for how to import custom vehicles, how to import custom parts, best practices, all this stuff right there for you to just open up and read. And they're detailed documents. They're like 50, 60 pages each. And it's like, man, if a little fucking Polish studio working on some game that's like $12, if they can do it, why can't Bethesda?
Because the Starfield team is very small. They're working on lots of aren't you listening to Todd? He's been explaining it. Paying
like,
for mods is weird. The weirder part is subscribing to modders' Patreons to get access to the mods.
Oh yeah. That's weird as shit. I would never.
And so we see all that. So we still feel like even though we've been doing this type of thing for several decades, that we're still early in what that looks like for everybody.
We're still figuring it out.
You're still early? Like, are you delusional? Nobody else is doing this. This is your Skyrim promotional material. 15 years have happened. Nobody's moved towards this in the AAA space. Who is it? City Skylines?
They don't have paid mods. I mean, they have creator packs that are kinda the same.
I mean, even just like modding. He was saying that like they're early to like modding in games, and it's like not really. The mainstream example is like Minecraft. Good Lord, that's a fucking quagmire in itself. I guess Roblox. Do we really want to? Do we really want to talk about Roblox?
Gary's mod.
No, not Gary's mod.
I mean, dude, Unreal Tournament. I was playing fucking mods before Unreal Tournament before I even knew what an
I'm
Elder
saying
Scrolls
he
game
thinks
was.
that like Bethesda's early to this business model that everybody else is going to adopt. So like it's not Bethesda was like innovative with mods. It's like he's delusional if he thinks that's the case.
Well, it's just such a shitty business model. It's like, okay, so your income revenue is going to be completely dependent upon creators making stuff, starting off making it for no money.
You also have to make and release the tools.
Notoriety. Yeah, well, we won't even get into that. But it's like, no, this is just like a really stupid business model. And also, by the way, most of your players fucking hate it. And the stuff that's been getting made is absolute fucking garbage. That isn't even remotely worth like $1, let alone the $15 some of these guys have the gall to charge for.
The most popular thing that has been made for Starfield is the Star Wars overhaul.
No,
it's free.
And it's free because they can't monetize it.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's be on the level here. There are massive copyright issues with modding in general. So, like, a lot of what's drawing people to modding in the first place is impossible to monetize.
Yeah.
From that last statement to the general future of Bethesda games, right? You know, you make this game, you make this type of game, you make this thing. Do you see that changing? I think the way you listen to this show, the way we talk about Bethesda games, open world RPGs in general, you know, expanded out for the video game world. You hear so much about, well, the Bethesda engine, and then me talking about, like, yo, Bethesda makes Bethesda games, and so it's silly for us to show up and think you're going to get something different. But as we see the success of Baldur's Gate 3 and all the choices and consequences there, as we see people continue to push it and get nerdy with it, I think of the Outer Worlds 2 and the way they did perks and stuff like this. Like, do you guys batten down the hatches and
I saw the Outer Worlds
again?
2 and it's just like
February 18th, 2026. Obsidian has already talked about how fucking Outer Worlds 2 didn't sell copies.
Yeah.
Who's getting nerdy with the build crafting in Outer Worlds 2? What build crafting?
Yeah. I love a game where I get halfway into my build and realize there's no reason for me to be investing in perks at all. Not just the skills and the stuff that I've already been investing in. I mean, just at all.
Yeah.
A great system. Love it. It works so well.
I still love that. There's one type of weapon.
Gun progression.
Yeah, there's one type of weapon. So if you get a plasma pistol 5 hours in, you're gonna use that plasma pistol for the rest of the game.
Yeah, no, my favorite's the machine pistol, the automatic pistol. There's only one at the very beginning of the game. Imagine my surprise when I got the automatic pistol. As a fan of automatic pistols, being like, whoa, okay, this is pretty cool. And then realizing after 10 hours or so
that there was not another one coming.
One I'm ever going to get. Burst fire rifles. Hey, do you like the battle rifle in Halo? We got a burst fire rifle for you. It's like halfway into the game and there's no other burst fire rifle, but you got the one.
And again, I will emphasize,
don't worry, they still fall off because of level scaling.
There's only one tier of weapons, so it's like it's a weird not RPG.
Yeah.
You're committed to your engine and this is what we're making and this is how it's going to be, or are you letting things come in, influence it? Do you see that changing as everything evolves?
I mean, I think
Todd's like, what the fuck did you just ask me? How long was that question?
Well, he was asking him. Yeah, that was a very drawn out way to ask. Like, are you guys taking inspiration from other successful games right now?
The creator.
And the answer is no, because we wrote those design documents, before Baldur's Gate 3 even came out, so of course not.
What design documents?
Exactly.
The creator of the Star Wars mod got pissed at Mickey D for showing how lazy a lot of it is. Yeah, it's weird. I have Mickey D blocked because I don't like the memes he posts, but every now and then he does something. He does like some real shit.
Yeah, I saw him post the original video, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I should watch that. And I saw he posted that he got a response, and I was like, oh, okay, now I really have to watch both of these.
I mean, even looking at it, I was looking at the trailer for the Star Wars mod, and I was like, these are all the same dungeons that are in the base game. So, like, is it just a reskin of a bunch of stuff, Star Wars themed? That's fine. It's just, you know, Starfield's problem is that it doesn't have enough dungeon content.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not the mod's fault.
Yeah, but if I was making a Starfield mod, I would make more dungeons.
Have you tried making dungeons in Starfield? I have. It is fucking miserable. I know why there are so few dungeons in Starfield. Yeah, but I know why there are no mods that add dungeons.
What you're describing is like the same shit that you put up with in like every Bethesda game when it comes to making levels.
It's so much worse, dude. It's so much worse. Because there's so many like I need to do like a video on like why making mods in Starfield is so fucking miserable.
You should do like a
there's so many like tiny details now that you have to like all those piping and everything that you see up in the ceiling, that all has to be done like manually. Each pipe needs to be placed manually and shit. And they have like just it's a fucking nightmare.
You should do like a low level like second channel video explaining it. Just because I think it would be interesting to me.
If games we've sort of always evolved. We do have a certain style that we like and our fans like that we want to get better and better at. I think in some ways, well, in many ways, Fallout 76 and Starfield are a little bit of a creative detour from kind of that classic Elder Scrolls Fallout, you know, a Skyrim or a Fallout 3 or a Fallout 4 Oblivion, where you're exploring a world in a certain way. And, you know, as we come back to Elder Scrolls 6 that we're doing now, you know, we're coming back to that kind of classic style that we've missed, that we know really, really well. You talked about, you know, tech and things like that. We spent the
disowning 76 and Starfield to be like, we're going back to the classics. But the thing is, like, they're not that different.
No.
It's really...
Well, let him finish.
I'm just saying though, it's really not as different as he's going to emphasize, and I think that was the part where like people were saying like all our old classic games that we didn't mention Morrowind, which I understand why he didn't, because that was a really fucking artificial way to jam some SEO into that sentence. But creative detour, that's a phrase I'm hanging on to. It's a interesting way to like dodge culpability. I don't know, it's just like Fallout 76 isn't that different. It is at the end game, but like the first 40 hours of that game is exactly like every other Bethesda game.
Yeah, it's just significantly worse because it's on a shitty server.
Yeah, so
like seriously, if you were to just remove like the best thing for Fallout 76 would be remove all the multiplayer shit, take all that, make it, you know, single player, whatever, and then release the creation kit with it as well.
The detour is
amazing.
The detour is that those games were bad. He knows they're bad. He's not going to say they're bad. So he's just going to say it's a creative detour and we're going to return to form. But that promise is hollow.
I mean, the question really should be, can you guys return to form? That would be a
that's a
that'd
real
be a
question.
Banger follow-up.
It is sad going from fucking this interview where there was a ton of great questions to watching this guy kind of fanboy and fumble his way through talking to Todd.
Trying to, well, you know, it needs to maintain that Access Media.
Yeah. This is why Access Media sucks.
Bruce.
If everybody in the space,
Nesmith, it doesn't matter. He's out of the industry now. So it's like if you burn that bridge with some shitty questions, who fucking cares?
The incentive
is only
is
going to
like,
get less relevant.
the incentive is that like he's doing it so that he can answer, where are they, these questions, you know, talk about being an author, and
Yeah.
he can get a spot at the end. Like, he's working on his first
Yeah.
book, Loki Redeemed, and I think it was at the start too, but like, you know, this is a marketing scheme. This is also a marketing scheme,
Yeah.
but it's selling the same product that they always have. It's just like, when journalists don't have any standards, this is what you get. You get access media, you get like nepotism questions, you get this guy
Yeah.
softballing. And what sucks is Kind of Funny hosted Paris Lilly to ask Todd hard questions in the marketing of Starfield.
Yeah.
And you're telling me that now that like they're not marketing anything, you can't like just have somebody, like, for the love of God, somebody ask Todd Howard if he genuinely thinks Starfield is a good game. Nail his balls to the fucking chair and say, Todd, be honest with us. Did you think Starfield was good?
Which is weird because, like, you had Bruce Nesmith, who doesn't even have skin in the game anymore, going up to bat and saying definitively, Starfield is a good game. It's a very good game. So it's like, Todd, you can just say that. I don't know why you're afraid to just go all the way.
This is how all games journalism was pre-2014, by the way. Yeah, it sucks. Like, and this is why the games industry sucks, because we've always had a games journalism sector that is buddy-buddy with the industry and doesn't represent the needs of the consumer. And so they don't ask hard questions, and they let these fucks just get away with doing whatever. And then it's like, we've got Todd Howard, who's on like some
Bruce
weird...
Nesmith walks away saying nobody complained about fucking removing
attributes in Skyrim.
Attributes and stuff in Skyrim. And it's like, that's just factually incorrect. That's been incorrect since day one, since the game came out. People have been bitching about that. So I don't know what echo chambers you had to be in to avoid that criticism for, like, you know, almost 2 decades now. But buddy, I got some news for you. And it's like, yeah, and now with the utter collapse of the AAA industry, it's like they're reaping what was sown, which was, this is why they are so disconnected. It's because anybody they interact with and anybody they interface with is just going to sit there and cockstroke them and tell them it's fine, you know. And it's like, it sucks.
So I got a key with that one game we were talking about, and then the Ardenfall guys keep trying to get me to play the demo, which I want to.
Oh, okay.
I'm just putting that out there. I want to. I think Ardenfall is a cool project. It's just, it's got to be after the move.
Yeah. You got a lot going on.
Yeah. Speaking of,
last
too many
side
quests.
Several years, bringing Creation Engine 2, which powers Starfield, up to Creation Engine 3, that's going to power Elder Scrolls 6 and beyond.
Already, like, okay, hang on. What even is the title feature for Creation Engine 3? Is it just marketing? Is it just the same old shit of like, we're just going to rebrand it because people are complaining about the engine again? Because every time people try to like...
I'm sitting here trying to wonder, like, it's weird that he says Creation Engine. So like Skyrim, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, those are all Creation Engine 1. But like, what happened to like 16 times the detail and shit like that?
Well, like, so Creation Engine 2
why
is like...
Starfield gets the Creation Engine 2 moniker.
It's like... Creation Engine 2 meant that there was a new physics engine for all the like more efficient interactions, which was good, and global illumination, which wasn't as good. But those are like the title features of what they brought to Creation Engine 2. What are they like? What's Creation Engine 3? What's the new tech that they're implementing? The games industry hasn't had interesting new tech since like raycasting.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
I doubt it. Global illumination was supposed to be like the cheap alternative to raycasting. And raycasting's not even that cool. Okay, but what's in Unreal Engine 5 that is worth emulating?
Yeah, that's the discussion we had earlier. Is like, aside from graphical fidelity and like stability compared to Creation Engine,
I don't
there
even think
is
that's
nothing
true.
that they're going to be able to
Creation
create.
Engine 2 is more stable than Unreal Engine. At least that the average Unreal Engine 5 project. Like,
Yeah.
you're going to play Starfield and Reblyvion back to back and tell me that Reblyvion is the more stable game.
True.
AI language learning
There is
model
something
enabled
to be
NPCs
said.
via Microsoft Copilot. So like that's the thing is the only new tech the only new tech you could put in Creation Engine 3 is AI, and they said they're not doing that. So what's the reason to do a Creation Engine 3?
Okay, so we got a problem here, Todd. Your new boss coming in, she really likes AI.
She's from
coming
core
from the AI division.
Yes, she's coming from core AI.
So yeah, the thing you said about not putting AI in your games, I'm just gonna come out and say it. If you don't recant that statement, you're gonna be
multiplayer.
You're gonna have to be you better hope your inroads into Hollywood are gonna pay off.
Yeah. Other than Creation Engine 1 having multiplayer, I feel like, is that it? Is Creation Engine 3 like, we're finally gonna do multiplayer Elder Scrolls?
Nah. I think it's just, I really do think it's just, we're just gonna rebrand it again.
So to answer the paid mod question
that we've done.
The thing that sucks about paid mods is that we used to get all this stuff for free, and then one day people decided that they were entitled to make money from it. And the main thing for me is like the value to cost ratio is all kinds of fucked.
Yeah, that's the issue that I've had. Before Creations launch and stuff, I said like I would be willing to pay for mods if they were like supreme quality.
Yeah. Well,
I have yet to play paid mods that are even like equivalent to free mods.
Everything is either,
let alone worth the money.
Yeah, everything I tried on the Creations thing for Starfield was not worth the price.
Fucking garbage.
Everything is like 10 to 100 times more expensive than it should be. And I'm telling you right now, there is shit that's worth like 4 cents that's being sold for multiple dollars. Yeah. Like Watchtower is probably the most like advanced thing. It's like $1. It should be.
I haven't played a single Starfield creation that I paid for that I don't want to uninstall. Yeah. Like, they're that fucking bad. They're not even worth me keeping in my load order.
I think
I
think Watchtower is like the only thing that I would keep.
I can't wait to play it. Actually, okay, no, I'll take that back. There is one. It is the Resources Compendium. I think I paid like $2 for that. Adds like a directory that you can search for planets, and that's simply because I don't trust alt tabbing in Starfield because it's, Creation Engine crashes.
Removing loading screens should be the priority of Creation Engine 3. If it's not,
I don't even have a problem with loading screens. Like the problem with loading screens is implementation more than anything else.
Yeah, they're too frequent.
I don't have a problem. Yeah, it's like the problem. I didn't have a problem with the loading screens in Starfield, and that how long they took. It was that they were just constant.
Yeah, like Neon. You go the average quest on Neon is like 10 minutes, and in that 10 minutes you will go through like 7 loading screens.
Yeah.
And even if it's like they're like sub 10 seconds, but like loading screens are okay as long as we have a proper open world. Yeah, exactly. I think it's missing missing the mark. You're identifying a symptom, you're not identifying the cause. The cause is the way that Starfield is structured.
Yeah.
We're not going to get through this.
And obviously we do all the rendering things. We're really happy with the with the new stuff that we're doing, but also kind of world systems loading, how we bring things into the world, how we get that detail close to the camera kind of immediately. And so, but it's still, we have a style of game that we really, really like that I think people expect from us.
Sure.
And there's a lot of innovation to be done there still.
He almost said something there. He almost said like some sort of innovation that they made in the creation engine. He was so close.
I don't think they have one. I don't think so. I don't think they have like an actual title feature to justify incrementing the version, other than just like it's literally just, it's so cynical. It's just to get people to stop saying they should switch to Unreal Engine, which I mean, like, thank God that they confirmed that that's not going to happen.
Oh yeah. But still, it's like, it's just the gaslighting again.
Yeah.
That's all it is to it.
No more gaslighting, Todd. No, Creation Engine 2 is, like, the physics are interesting. I don't know why they didn't do more zero gravity stuff, given that the engine's really good at that.
That when you get into a world, you feel like you're experiencing it really for the first time, a game like that. And I think, we're happy with where it's headed right now. That's what I could say.
Okay. In that, I mean, you brought it up. You said The Elder Scrolls 6. So, I mean, like, how is that going? Because it's been, let me check my calendar, 7 years.
Since the announcement?
Uh-huh.
I think that this is more ammo for the Greg being a deep plant.
Yeah.
That's confrontational. He's most of the time he's backing down. He is being upfront, like, guys.
Yeah. Because he's getting nothing out of this.
Yeah, the problem is that, like,
recognized. He has to be getting frustrated right now.
This is a good question. The problem is that it's the obvious question, because it is so egregious what Bethesda did. And I don't even think it was Todd's fault. I feel like the good question is, were you in the room that made the decision to announce Elder Scrolls 6 so early?
Yeah, because it's like, Todd Howard was, even before that statement, he was saying how he doesn't like to do promotion and everything and marketing. And then that whole statement happened at the announcement happened and everything. It's just like, that really goes against everything Todd seems to want to do when it comes to marketing.
If I remember right, it was late 2018. So it is 7 years. Even though, like, 2018 to 2026 sounds like 8.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think everybody knows that why we announced it that way then. Yeah, it's not my preference. My preference is always you hear nothing. And then
actually, no, we don't know why you announced it.
We don't.
That's the weird
Todd,
part.
we don't. We speculate. I guess he's confirming that the speculation's right. That, like, yeah, it was a ploy for investors. That's what I have to take away, because, Todd, it's never been said. There's never been an explanation for why it was announced so early.
Game is out. Like, the game is out. Like, that's my perfect scenario.
Hang on.
And yeah, it's not my preference. My preference is always you hear nothing, and then one day the game is out. Like, there's an announcement and the game is out. Like, that's my perfect scenario. That can't always be the case. And at that time, he wanted to signal to people, because it's the obvious question when you announce a 76, are you still gonna be doing single player games? You announce a Starfield. The next question is, well, what about Elder Scrolls 6? So that really was, and even then, look, we know where the game is set. We know some things we're doing. Just hey, this is gonna be happening. And so, look, like I said, it's going well. We're happy with it.
Do you want to know what it is? I figured it out.
So
I figured out why he looks that way. They are using projectors to put those images up there, but he is digitally he's digitally in the scene here. So this is an OBS overlay.
Yeah.
And then this is what's actually on the set.
Why?
Because it looks like shit that they're doing it with projectors. Because they want it to look like there's a big monitor behind them, but it's actually just like
a projector though.
It's projectors under the table.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Okay,
yeah,
it's casting these images onto the wall. Yeah. Yeah, so they've OBS overlaid where he is. And then when they cut to this scene, you can tell, oh, that's just a projection.
Yeah.
Because all the color's washed out, because it's not a monitor.
Just remove the projection in this scene as well, and just put the overlay here.
Just overlay it here. That would be the way to do it.
I'm just wondering why they made the projection at all with Todd in it. Just have the background image as a projection and everything. And
Right. I
man,
feel
we're
like
really not
no,
gonna
I
finish
feel like
this
it's
thing.
I feel like it's a fallback in case the OBS thing fails, so that they always have him on screen,
Oh,
or they know where to
oh,
where to
yeah.
do it or what have you.
Yeah.
His
So
question, when
Todd's
you
like
announce a
kind of talking around this, saying we announced 76, so we want to announce Starfield, Tez 6 at the same time because
Fans were
and
antsy.
then he just kind of leaves it at that.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the shitty like non-answer that he's given every time he's been asked this question, which is,
Yeah.
I don't know, fans just didn't believe it was going to happen unless we told them.
6, are you
Sure,
you announce a Starfield?
sure.
The next question is, well, what about Elder Scrolls 6? So that really was, we know where the game is set. We know some things we're doing. Just hey,
What I'm curious about is
We don't.
what is this asset then? Like, did a trailer team like sit down and sculpt this entire area? Like, even it's pre-rendered, obviously, but like, they still had to like
Yeah.
make this map.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, where is this like base asset? They made it in Unreal.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm just kind of curious, like, you know, somebody's job was to work on this. I doubt it'll look anything like it. Of course not. Motherfucker, this came out when like the Xbox One was still a thing.
Yeah.
hey, this is gonna.
Yeah, I want to
like
know
said,
like
it's going well.
how
We're happy
they
with it.
made
It's gonna
this,
be a while.
who made this.
Yeah.
We're happy with where we pushed the technology and how the game is coming together. You know, we're able to play it. We're about to pass a big milestone internally. The majority of the studio is on the game and some of our partners. So, it's weird. I'm not here to like sell anything or talk. Really, it's really a catch up
That's the
conversation. So I feel
milestone.
bad
What's the
because
milestone? Can you at least?
No.
This sucks.
This does suck. Again, it's this way of just refusing to talk about it. I don't like this approach of let's just not talk about it. This is how we're going to market things now.
Yeah.
Was Pete
fine, I'm not
Hines
gonna
like
buy your game then?
Was Pete Hines always like kicking down Todd's door and like saying, "Todd, you got to market."
We gotta.
And now that he
Yeah,
doesn't have that
maybe.
voice, he's just like, but it's like this weird anxiety-inducing approach of like alluding to, hey, we've hit a major milestone. And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't tell us anything. Like, you're just giving us the
you don't
illusion
even
of
tell
success.
us what the milestone is. Like, at least tell us what the milestone is, or something, anything, please, God, say something. I think it's also like they're afraid of like being caught in that catch-22 of like, if we say things, it's going to be used against us. If we don't say anything, it's going to be used against us. So fuck it, let's just not say anything then.
I don't know.
And it's like
There's
what would work is just like, the reason things get used against you is because you guys are dishonest whenever you share details.
Nobody likes
you do the
gaslighters.
gaslighting, you do the it's like, so of course that shit's going to come back to bite you in the ass. Of course people are going to call you out on all the shit that you said about Starfield during its direct, and all the things that you did not say, and all of the creative editing and everything like that. Of course people are going to call you out for that shit. Here's how you avoid that. Just release a vertical slice. Have 5-10 minutes of somebody playing it, so and like a voiceover explaining things. Well, it really is that fucking simple.
Bring us that at Summer Games Fest, and then in this interview, just like pick out a feature that's being worked on that week and say, this is what we're doing this week. This is this cool thing that we're working on. And it could be as small as like, hey, we have this really cool idea for how fireballs are going to work. And it's like just a little more so that doesn't affect anything, but makes it seem like you're actually getting something. And then like it is a window.
Todd, can I get confirmation that there will be magic in Elder Scrolls 6?
Yeah. The bar is low.
Well, we're doing we really, we're always exploring different avenues and stuff. And
we've We've
It's been
had
something
magic
we've
in
done.
a few different iterations. We had, you know, as you might recall, the Starborn powers, and we've had radiation magic in the Fallout games. Like, you know, there's a lot that.
There's a lot of stuff we've done with magic in the past.
The more they talk, the more everyone sees how bad everything is. But just lock in, get your shit together, market your game. Don't go on an interview with nothing to say, because you know why? Because they're going to ask you about Elder Scrolls 6. That's why you prepare this stuff in advance. That's why you know, have something that week that the marketing team gives you and says that, like, you're golden to talk about this. This is ready. Fuck it. Show us some concept art. You know what works? What always works is showing concept art.
Yeah.
That's like the gold ticket way.
You can name the province, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to change at this point in development. I think
that would be such big news. It would be big news. And what's the danger of the expectations there? Oh, they confirmed it was in Hammerfell, and now everybody's like, all the anti-woke people are saying that it's going to be about black people. What's
I wouldn't even go. I wouldn't even go that route. It's just like, oh, it's in where we announced it's in Hammerfell, and now people are talking about blades singing and all this like weird, obscure lore from that
we're not going to do.
What's his face? Kirkbride wrote and everything, and we don't want that. We don't want people getting their hopes up until we tell them they're allowed to get their hopes up.
And then we're going to set their expectations to the moon, and then we're going to blame them for not nitpicking everything that we said to understand the true meaning of what Todd meant when he said that you'll be able to explore these planets.
Yeah. I really do hope this is the last game that they do this with. Better or for worse, either this game does very well and they gain the confidence to be able to talk about their projects again, or they just go under and they fucking close as a studio.
Yeah.
But like, this shit sucks.
The gaslighting is always painful. It's just like,
yeah,
I don't know. I feel like I'm like wrestling with a cat. Like, I can't get my hands on it. Like,
well, I don't like when my intelligence is being insulted. I don't like it when games are doing it, and I really, really don't like it when marketing people start doing it. It's like,
you're not sly. We can tell that, like, you're being dishonest.
Yeah. I can read body language, Todd. I'm human. I can tell you're uncomfortable right now and you're doing something pre-rehearsed, and like, why are you on that's my question right now, is why did he even do this interview? What
if he had
was the
nothing to bring
for him here? Yeah, like, if you have nothing at all to talk about, is it the Switch stuff that you guys announced?
You're mandated to do an interview.
Bring that up?
Is he mad that, like, they're not talking about? I like that there's like a minute of this dedicated to Todd's career. That's not enough time in an interview to talk about someone's fucking career. Especially Todd's. Jesus.
People want information.
Todd, let's talk about your career.
I'm not here to like sell you their talk.
It's really in the dumpster. I don't want to talk about it.
I've been doing great in TV.
Yeah.
It's really a station, so I feel bad because people want information. I appreciate that, but I'm much more, you know, I like to think long term about when you really see the game and hear about it, you know, focusing on that moment and kind of, you know, not today or the, you know, the time in between.
Well, I assure you, very few people showed up to the Kind of Funny Games cast expecting you to show footage today. So don't worry, you're in a safe spot.
There you go. That was it.
You know, talk to me a little inside the studio game dev stuff, jumping off of the Elder Scrolls 6, but not.
Okay, I'm thinking we're going to skip the big studio. You'll have to watch it on your own time.
Yeah.
I want to watch the part about shadow drops.
Ben will be 20. He'll be 20. Since you're not going to confirm anything about my Fallout games or remasters and how they can just shadow drop at any time and for the rest of the time, every time.
I do like shadow drops. I will say that.
I know you do.
That is my preferred method. And so anything said before a shadow drop or that moment, I don't know if I like the phrase shadow drop, before that moment where you learn about it, anything beforehand or leaks or everything, it just takes away from that moment. And I think that moment is really, really special.
Well, if you don't want leaks to take away from it,
No.
there's a thing you can do. It's called marketing. Hey, remember all the Starfield leaks?
Do you remember where you were when you saw Skyrim for the first time? I don't know what the fuck he's talking about right now. About this being special when you saw something.
It's special
like,
for him.
I was hyped as fuck for Skyrim. Yeah, it's special for him.
Yeah,
but,
I have like
with like income and shit. I like to, you know, make purchasing decisions. I want to know if I'm going to buy this game.
Yeah. This is just... let's talk about it. They marketed Starfield. What were the leaks? There was one shitty, grainy screenshot that came from a QA tester that there was no information in that screenshot. And then the other thing was like some black guy got his hand like at a warehouse job, stole a copy of Starfield and streamed it on Facebook.
Oh yeah.
Early. And so like that's how we saw the intro before the game came out. That's it. That's all the leaks there were.
Oh, well, no. There was also that like PDF of like the different builds and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah. There was also the
skills and everything
that explained all the talents that you could read through.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Oblivion Remastered. Not only was there just like constant leaks about that project, most of them were wrong. Or like just slightly off. What was like how can you be like how does he not see that as a feature of the marketing method? Oblivion was worse off for being marketed in the way it was.
But it sold well. See, that's the problem is like they're conflating the sales with the marketing.
Yeah.
Like, the marketing must have succeeded because it sold well. And it's like, no, it sold well despite the marketing.
Because it's fucking Oblivion.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's basically it. It was guaranteed to sell X number of copies. And then it just... The miracle is that it built enough, like, critical mass to be able to then get all the people who've never played Oblivion to start playing it and stuff. Like,
yeah.
That was... But you're never going to be able to control that. You don't even try. That's like trying to make a viral hit on YouTube. You don't even try to do that. So it's like your marketing utterly failed with Oblivion as well. It just so happened to succeed in spite of that.
Oblivion marketing was such a success, Virtuos laid off a section of the studio behind it. Yeah.
Listen. They weren't getting a performance bonus out of it. They got a lump sum payment, and they had to deliver the product. That's it.
Yeah. That's probably just standard corporate shitty management.
And so that's what we try to focus on.
All right, for real, then let's stop and have a conversation about that, because I do want perspective on that. As you know, in terms of video game talkers, there's a hierarchy, right? There's Jeff Keighley, and then there's me. And so I get inside information all the time. And one of those dice conversations you and I were having, you were like, we're remastering Oblivion. It's going to be a shadow. We're just going to do this thing, and it'll just be out and be great. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. And then like 2 months later or whatever, however long, stuff started leaking or whatever. When you wake up and you look at your phone or your email and you see that first time, right? What you're just like,
was he even... Whoa. He just gave us a peek behind the curtain that we were not supposed to see.
I mean, it's not that surprising.
It's not surprising, but it's great to get confirmation about it.
All right, go off, King.
Follow up here.
I mean, not only is it a follow up, but like he latched on to the leak thing. That's good. That's good chasing.
I'm starting to come around.
2 months later or whatever, however long, stuff started leaking or whatever. when you wake up and you look at your phone or your email and you see that first time, you're like, what? You're just like, motherfucker, or is it just like, well, did you think you were gonna make it to the? Had you run the scenarios and you're like, there's like a 90% certainty at some point something's gonna leak, some asset gets uploaded, I can't be upset about it, or did you not see that coming and you were super mad?
Well, we've been through so many leaks. In the moment, you're always pissed off, because it kind of, they ruin a moment that the team's been working on, that you want to be able to present what you're doing in the right way. And it's not to keep it secret. It's because you want to make that game, that moment special for the fans, special for the studio. And sometimes those leaks, they ruin it some, or they might misinterpret a detail that everybody kind of latches onto.
Oh my God. What is this cringe? Who over the age of 12 gets excited about marketing? Is this something that like business people actually believe? I know people watch the Super Bowl halftime show, but like,
Todd,
the game advertisements.
I got news for you. I listen, Todd. I got some really bad news for you. Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy—they're not real.
Yeah,
we're adults now. We need to talk like adults. We need to communicate like adults. This whole making a moment that's perfect for that
you're not my girlfriend.
Real. Like at best, when I pop the question to my soon-to-be fiance, I just want to make it sure that nobody like just stumbles in drunk in the middle of the thing.
Yeah, that's
the best you can hope for in real life. This fairy tale, whatever the fuck you're talking about right now, does not exist. Normal people don't function. Normal adults don't function like this.
And it's pathetic if they do. Fucking TKS Mantis is a loser.
Yeah.
That guy's a loser because he gets excited about advertising. That's not an aspirational thing.
I think the team would be a lot more excited about people actually being excited about your project and not just sitting there doomsaying shit because there's nothing to go off of. I think that's a bit more of a morale hit. Having to deal with that for 8 years as opposed to making the announcement at some point before the heat death of the universe.
8 fucking years of black pill, longer than that since Skyrim came out, but 8 especially since 10.6 was announced. 8 fucking years of people black pilling about how they're gonna get rid of ammo and they're gonna get rid of like the potions are gonna be infinite use and there's not gonna be attributes or skills. You're just gonna increase your health and then there'll be perks that you buy based on how much health you have. Like there's so much fucking blackpilling about Elder Scrolls 6 that could have been avoided if you guys just said what the fuck is going on. And not once in the 5 years that you weren't working on this game did you like actually endeavor to try to communicate we're not actively making Elder Scrolls 6. I mean, I guess you can't you can't put that genie back in the bottle, but at the same time I don't know. It's just nobody wants to hear about Starfield. I mean, maybe Greg does, because he started this interview with that. And I would have started with Elder Scrolls 6.
He's a Starfield
I don't know.
side.
I don't know. Actually, this was the good play. Because it's a lot easier to nail Todd's balls to the chair and chase him on a follow-up question deeper into the interview once you've gotten the chemistry down than it is to, like, open up with that.
Yeah.
So I feel like, in a lot of ways, the Starfield question was, like, get the awkward shit out of the way.
It was supposed to be softball. I don't think he was expecting Todd to be so cagey about even a Starfield patch. I think that caught him off guard.
Because that's weird.
It is. It's really fucking weird. Because, like, yeah, they showed... He got... exactly what he said. They got shown this stuff under NDA, and they were being told, oh, yeah, it's going to be
4 months
ago. Now, or whatever. Yeah. And it's like, that's... What's going on? Do you think Todd knows what's going on?
I feel like Todd is in a very chaotic situation. And I feel like
I
think it's a mixture of he doesn't know what to do and I don't think he cares as much anymore. I think at some level he believes that Elder Scrolls 6 will be successful regardless. And so he's just trying to do right by the entire ship and not just this one component of it. Even though, like, the logical thing is you would want him to be marketing the game. it's just weird that every Todd interview is him sitting in his office not saying anything for an hour.
Yeah. And it's like, why are you doing the interviews then?
Yeah. Just go back to radio silence.
I don't Yeah.
You're not
understand
selling Starfield to people, like you're not getting people to play Starfield again. You're not really selling Fallout 76 as a concept. That hasn't worked either. Like, people are already invested in the Fallout show. So
dude, no, but even Starfield, even the product that he could be selling us right now, he's not.
Yeah.
He won't talk about the Starfield patch. That's what's so fucking mind-boggling right now. Is like the one product that you could be selling us on right now, you're not either. It's like, what are you doing here?
Again, to go back
what
to this, like
this interview.
This interview exists so Bruce Nesmith can sell his book. That's why this interview happened. And so the journalistic trade, the trade that they make, is the journalist gets to sit you down and ask you questions for an hour, and in exchange for about 10 minutes you get to talk about what you want to talk about. Right?
Yeah.
That's the social contract between the journalist and the game developer. You answer the question that the gaming public wants to know, or that the game's journalism sector wants to know, and in exchange you get to market your game on their platform. These guys are shills. They've got like 6 sponsorships on this stream. So they've got no problem with you using it as a platform to springboard talking about the Starfield update. So why the radio silence? Why not confirm something? He acts like he's just hanging on long enough because of whatever contract he signed when Microsoft took over until he can get retirement benefits. But why does he need retirement benefits? If he had stock in ZeniMax that got sold for billions of dollars, the motherfucker doesn't need to go on retirement. He's not going to be like counting pennies when he's 80 to like make sure he has enough for bus fare so he can go to the grocery store. This guy's living, Todd Howard is living in luxury for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Like, he's good, his kids are good. Like, it's definitely not about the money. It's probably just like a legacy thing. I don't want to leave with Starfield being my last game.
And that's what I don't get, is like he's fumbling everything. If he wants to go out on a banger, like he's going to put his all into making Elder Scrolls 6, which I don't even believe.
Yeah.
Why not just go radio silent? Why do you owe this guy an interview?
Yeah.
Does Greg know something that he's like agreeing to not say if you do the interview?
I told you. It's the fucking Todd was at the fucking island.
I'm not even at the island. I wonder if it's literally he thinks Greg would just like leak whatever fucking Starfield 2.0 is, whatever Terran Armada is. And just like if
I doubt it, because that NDA has to still be standing.
Sure, but Greg's not going to take account for it, but it's just like, we're going to put the story out there anonymously. We'll post it on Reset Era, and then Kind of Funny will report on it officially, and we'll have conveniently have all the information, and unless you run this interview with us. I feel like that's the only motivation, because I don't understand why Todd is here. We didn't watch the Fallout show part. Maybe the Fallout show is why he's here. That's over. So I don't even know why, like...
Yeah, it's
the time to be scrounging for fucking, like, ratings and numbers is already passed.
Yeah, he would have had to been doing this interview, like, 2 months ago.
It's a fucking mystery. That's for sure.
That being said, like that moment of sort of being annoyed with it goes by pretty fast, because I've also found historically, and this is true for other people, I point out all the time, I don't think a leak has ever affected the success of a game. And there have been some really bad ones.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, you are correct. So why the fuck do you care?
I think that's what he's saying, is like... He's pissed off in the moment because he doesn't get to deliver the experience of the announcement, but then he, realizes he shouldn't care because it's not going to negatively affect him. Is that true? I got to think, what is an example of a game that did worse after a leak? I think a leak greatly affected The Last of Us 2. The leak was after.
Yeah,
the leak was way after.
That game still sold like record numbers.
I feel like in most cases, if there's like a huge leak and it messes with the sales of the game, it was probably because of like
it's usually
it's because of changes they made. So like Intergalactic, for example, or whatever that fucking game is with the bald black lady sipping on the milkshake that the Last of Us 2 people announced. I feel like that's a situation where you could say a leak negatively impacted a game, but at the same time, that could just be that they came to their senses and realized this is a dumb fucking idea.
Wait, that game got canceled?
I don't know if it got canceled, but we haven't heard about it since.
Nah.
And I mean, we said when it was announced, like, this lost at the ballot box. That was the joke that we told about that game. And like, they have not talked about it since.
Yeah. They're probably looking at High Guard being like, yeah, we really should pay attention to what people are saying
weren't Half-Life 2
these like announcement videos.
Half-Life 2 is a weird situation because I've always felt like Valve massively overreacted to that leak.
The point is, we really have to scrape the fucking barrel in order to even come up with something that might be considered detrimental to
it's just
performance.
Just kind of nitpicking.
End of the day, I can't think of any that really affect.
Why do you keep explicitly going out of the way to mention that someone is black? Because if I say, well, I guess like, I don't know, is bald woman identifiable enough information for you to remember what this game is called? Because I don't even remember what this game is called. I think it's called Intergalactic. I remember that it has like a 4-word subtitle, and I remember she was sipping a milkshake on her ship and there was sassy dialogue, but I feel like that doesn't narrow it down enough. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm just trying to give you as much identifiable information as I can remember about this fucking thing, because it's a miracle I remember that.
The success of that game when it came out. So we sort of take it for what it is. You do your best. I try not to be draconian internally. Some places will really keep things under lock and key. We share really freely in the studio, so everybody gets to see everything. And there's a trust level. Like, our ability to share stuff, even internally, across our studio and the company and stuff, is our ability to share it is everybody's ability to keep it secret. So we've actually had very few internal ones. But given the complexity and the number of partners and everything involved, it's natural that you'll get some. And I think you gotta kind of roll with it.
Okay, fair enough. Top of the show, you mentioned we're hot off of dice.
Okay, that was kind of lame. I want to see.
Personable, ask me about the family dude, to you, or how to maneuver on all that is going on in the industry, end quote. This industry, because this was something that I've had, that he's that way with everyone.
Hang on.
With Vince a handful of times.
When the
him,
fuck
your friend, and then...
When the fuck does this question start?
The one last thing I want to hit on from DICE was Vince Zampella, of course, passed away tragically in December. They did a DICE tribute there. You spoke there. I wanted to read this passage from Stephen Totillo's Game File report on the tribute. Quote, Vince was the real deal. Longtime Bethesda game designer and leader Todd Howard said on stage at DICE, describing their 20-year friendship. Quote, I'd always seek his advice with every game that I did, or how to maneuver on all that is going on in the industry, end quote. Todd, I'm so sorry for your loss. What is it to you that made him your friend and then made him so special in this industry? Because this was something that I've had, geez, man, the blessing to work with Vince a handful of times in interviews or segments or things like that.
Hang on.
I can hear your brow furrowing through the mic.
I feel like it's necessary for us to watch a certain video before we continue this question. That's how he died.
That was wait. There's actual footage of this?
Yeah, you just watched 2 people die. That's what happened. So before we talk about this guy dying, it needs to be emphasized that that's what happened.
Yeah. What a tragedy. He was driving a Ferrari. You know, I was going to make that joke too, that he was driving a Ferrari and that's why he had to go fast.
But he was literally driving a red Ferrari.
Yeah. Yeah. The most rich person way to die. I'm sorry for your loss, guys. Truly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you now at this point.
So
fuck
please,
that guy.
So please go on.
Find out he's that way with everyone while also having his head on the shoulders for games this way. Like for you, what made him so special?
Yeah, thanks for asking. It's a tough subject.
Of course.
And like, you know, Vince and I were about the same age. We met right after Allied Assault, you know, that incredible E3 demo they did. And kind of like we came up in the industry together. And as the industry got like larger and more complex, like his ability to maneuver it and my own ability to maneuver it. And he was sort of, if you think about his career of like changing studios and publishers and being able to do the level of work with the level of change that he went through, and he was the same exact. He was the same exact person. I said
so
in
he's
the talk. I think they're going to put it online.
Yeah, it's just
Good
so
to know.
weird because this is also like the Call of Duty guy. I don't know. It's just this is like the game developer equivalent of Monty
Yeah.
At least Monty didn't get somebody else killed. That guy was late 40s doing that shit. Yeah. That's the kind of car crash that like a young rich kid gets into.
Yeah. Was he on coke? Was he on ketamine when he was driving like that?
If you're not an asshole, you rent some track time. Yeah.
Yeah. He has the money. He lives in an area where it's possible.
Is it more insensitive to have a expensive car on the screen right now?
Listen. Xbox, Forza. You gotta shill it, you know.
I have to bring up what this guy did because out of context, it's like, man, it's tragic that this guy died, and it sounds like, oh, well, maybe it was like pancreatic cancer or something. So you just got to have a reminder of like what actually happened.
Vince was the least full of shit person that you met. He would call it as he saw it, and he had no fear, right?
Oh my.
Oh yeah,
This is brutal.
I can tell.
The restraint.
I can tell.
The restraint right now.
Ability through that, like, this is what the game needs. This is what the team needs, and I don't personally care what I have to do to make that happen. I don't care what I have to do to protect it. He was the real deal. And I mean, if you've been to DICE, and most people listening would never been to DICE, but you would see Vince there. Like a lot of people would see Vince there, and he's such like people would gravitate toward him because he was the real deal, and just an incredible loss. You know, for the industry, obviously the teams that he worked out at Respawn, his family, his friends.
It really is like so fitting that this happened during this point in the AAA industry's death cycle. Like, a high profile, everybody recognizes this dude's name as like the, you know, developer or whatever, dies doing something insanely reckless, kills somebody else along with it, and the entire industry is just like, what a loss.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so indicative, so emblematic of the industry as a whole, and just how like this goes beyond just being out of touch. It's like, are you people even human?
I feel like,
I mean, I guess, yeah, at this point with so many of the layoffs and everything, you just stop seeing people as people.
I'm gonna bet Todd didn't see the video, because like if you were friends with the guy, you know, would you?
Would I watch it?
If you were friends with the guy, yeah.
Like, absolutely. Well, one of the things I always say is, like, if I was to die in a stupid way, I hope to God somebody records it and posts it online.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would actually.
It's just so tone deaf. I don't know. Maybe it's raw to me because.
But how do you not read the art, like read what happened and know, like,
well,
the circumstances?
The articles were soft.
The
articles were soft. It made it sound like it was more incidental. This is something that's talked about in urbanism, like articles that describe when somebody is killed in a car accident almost always are written in such a way to lower the stakes of the detail and try to shift the blame away from the car and away from the driver to like some other mitigating circumstance. And so if you only read about what happened, there's a world of difference between reading about how this guy died and actually watching the video.
Yeah.
I'll pull up the article I read at the time. Video game developer Vince Zampella, whose studios have created several of the world's best-selling games, was killed Sunday afternoon in a Ferrari crash on Southern California's Angeles Crest Highway. The single car crash was reported at 12:45 on the scenic road north of Los Angeles in the San Gabriel Mountains. The driver was trapped in the ensuing car fire. He died at the scene. The passenger died at the hospital. Okay. I'm not pulling up the video again, but that's quite a bit different than what we saw.
Yeah.
Where this was. I think this is it here. Yeah. So this is Angeles Crest Highway. Up here. And then over here is the road I took to get to Santa Clara. I almost took this highway because it goes up through the mountains up to this Mojave desert. But the reason I didn't was because I watched a video of someone doing it, and there were tons of very like powerful kind of cars driving recklessly down that road. And so like when it happened, I was like, I could have been on that road. There could have been anybody cycling on that road. And so and like, what is it? It's still like 40,000 people a year. Just pedestrians get killed by cars. Some insane figure. So that's what pisses me off about it.
What you need to, so the moral of the story is you need a Hummer H3, H4, whatever the fuck it is,
a
the
bigger
EV
vehicle.
one.
Yeah.
You need 10,000 pounds of rolling death.
So that when a Ferrari slams into your front end at 100 miles per hour.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be the ones who die because your engine is in front of you. Their engine is behind them.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing protecting them. Guy didn't know those Ferraris understeer.
I think what we were talking about at the time it happened was he couldn't see that there was a turn there as he was driving out of the tunnel. Because it's midday sun, so the light is coming straight down.
Blindness. Yeah. Which is like, don't speed in a tunnel.
Yeah.
Just don't drive slow. Just
do 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, you don't have to do. He must have been doing like 110 or so out of that thing.
Yeah, I think that was the explanation, which is just like, again.
What's the speed limit on that road? Probably like 40 at that turn.
Probably less. You're coming out of a tunnel into a soft turn, and then it goes left and around a ridge. You're not going to hit that at 40. Yeah. I mean, the road engineer's not going to say to hit that at 40. People probably do way faster.
At 40, but... yeah. But still, at 100 miles an hour, I don't care what tires you're rocking. Coefficient of friction is not on your side there.
To do it with a passenger too.
Looked at a map. Yeah. Well, it's also like, if you're gonna okay. Here's a tip for all you guys. If you're going to drive like an asshole like that, scout the route first. Usually what you really want to do is like do a dry run through that before you do it. Then you circle back around, go to the start, and that's when you do your rip.
Yeah.
If failing that, at least look at Google Maps and, take note of the hairpins and like the sketchy shit. You don't ever drive that fast blindly. Man, what a loss, though.
The games industry is worse for it. We'll never get Titanfall 3 now.
I don't think there'll be another Vince Zampella, both as a person.
I hope not.
I disagree.
Who was the passenger?
I'm sorry, there's still like.
I don't think it was disclosed at the time who the passenger was. It was not somebody who was, as famous as him.
Yeah.
Or with that
I'm sorry,
kind
Todd.
of
there's a lot of red
record
Ferrari
of
owners still out there.
At least Todd drives a Tesla.
Yeah.
Themselves, given everything that's changing around them, it's just like impossibly hard. So yeah, he's a very, very, very special guy to many people.
Thank you for sharing that. And again, I'm sorry for your loss.
God, imagine being the family of the passenger.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well, hopefully they're not watching the Kind of Funny podcast. Hopefully the passenger wasn't in any way, shape, or form involved in the games industry, so that they don't have to see people, not even mentioning the passenger. Yeah.
I would
fuck that guy.
I would not have brought it up.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the weird thing too. Is like, why did you bring that up, Greg? I guess it's like his way of ingratiating himself in the.
It's just they were both at DICE. They were both at the DICE Awards, and
yeah,
it was brought up there, I guess.
Yeah, so it's like anybody who's anybody has something to say about it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, well, I got to be somebody, so I got to have something to say.
I don't think anybody's been even talked about it in the last 2 months since it happened. It's like I made fun of it at the time.
Yeah,
people were like.
So that's the weird thing. That's the weird thing is that like it happened. People talked about it for like a day, and then it went away, and then DICE said they were doing the thing, and now people are talking about like him as a person and stuff. It's probably because the circumstances of his death.
Yeah.
And now there's been enough time has passed that people have forgotten about the circumstances that they can now fluff this guy. Yeah, I'm pissed now.
Yeah, it's just
That's just disgusting. Like, just shame on all of these people.
My only thing is that, like, I get it. Even if your friend is a reckless asshole that dies in that way.
I don't expect you to disavow them and stuff, but I don't know.
Why do it live, too?
Yeah. We don't need to hear this, first off.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to memorialize him or whatever, do it privately amongst your colleagues, right? We don't know Vince. Why the fuck are we hearing about any of this shit?
Listen, he's the title of the video says Ferrari crash kills legendary video game developer Vince Zampella.
I mean, he is legendary.
I mean, even the description, it says...
He is definitely notorious.
It was a fiery crash that killed him. That's the language thing that people talk about, where it's like the language disarms the truth of it.
Yeah.
Like, he was killed by some outside extant force. No, he was killed by being burned alive in his Ferrari after he slammed it into a concrete barrier at 100 miles per hour.
Yeah. That's weird. I wonder if... See, I'm trying to understand the psychology of that whole, like, talking it down. Is it to make people less afraid to be driving vehicles?
Yes.
Is it a coping mechanism? Like,
there's...
So that...
I wish I could link it. I've read before about what motivates the language to be written in that way, but it's very common in news reporting to try to play down fatalities tied to vehicles.
It's weird though, because it's like when I was in fucking like middle school, no, even elementary school, they were showing us shit about like drug use and stuff. Where it's like really graphic shit, like no holds barred. Like, here's your nose after doing too much coke. There's like a giant hole in it and shit, and it's like the whole point of that is to then get you to recognize that, oh, my actions have serious consequences. So to like downplay an activity that everybody does, most people do and stuff, and it's like to downplay the severity of the consequences of being irresponsible in that situation is just like, that's really bad. And as a society, we should not be doing that. We should really be telling people, like, using accents like this as a warning, like, yeah, don't be an asshole on the road. This is what happens.
Yep. It is the case that pedestrians are often blamed if they get hit by a car. The nightmare situation is if I get hit by a car. Every time I'm walking outside, I'm using earbuds. If I ever get hit by a car, like...
Oh, yeah, you're fucked.
Yeah.
I had earbuds in, you couldn't hear cars. He's being reckless there.
Which isn't even true.
God forbid.
I use it to...
God forbid you fucking... You don't use a crosswalk.
Yeah, this is why I'm moving.
Because your destination is between two crosswalks that are literally 2 miles apart.
But as to the notion that, like, I would cry tears if he was a cyclist, there's no way to ride a bike that dangerously.
Yeah, that dangerously, no. There's still ways to ride a bike that does endanger people, but not to that extent.
Not guaranteed to kill you and somebody else. I think, like, the yearly statistics for people killed by cyclists striking pedestrians is, like, single digits.
Yeah, that has to be. Well, that's just because nobody rides bikes.
Yeah.
If everybody was riding bikes, that number would obviously go up.
But I think even in the Netherlands, it's really low.
It would eclipse cars. Yeah, I know.
You hear about that woman in California who murdered a family of 4 and got a slap on the wrist? Yeah, she was 82 years old, driving on the wrong side of the road, slammed into a bus stop and killed 4 people, and they let her off.
Ah, I see. Well, you can't take the old people's cars away.
I mean, shit, this happened in my town. Like, this happened by my house. There was a girl who was walking in the margin of the road that got hit by a drunk driver. The guy went home and turned himself in the next morning after he sobered up. Wasn't even charged.
What?
Yeah, the guy was like a local, like, head of a bank. Head of a branch bank. Killed a teenage girl by hitting her with his truck.
What the fuck?
How
do they know he was drunk?
Because why would you go home and turn yourself in the next morning?
Yeah. But I mean, in that situation, I guess you can't really prove that. So you can't
say that.
Like, oh.
The only thing we got.
Yeah, you can't. Like in a court of law.
But it was still a hit and run. If you don't.
I mean, you can still say vehicular manslaughter. Yeah, hit and run, fleeing from the scene of a crime and everything like that. That's still.
They didn't even charge
very
him.
serious.
They didn't charge the guy at all. And then the family was going on Facebook and like making up stories about how she was like, yeah, she was walking in the middle of the road, she was flipping off people, like the guy didn't get charged at all. And the only thing to show for it for this girl's death is that they built a sidewalk where it happened.
Well, at least something positive came out of it. A sidewalk that won't be maintained. Yep. No, the best is like around here where because it's snowed. None of the sidewalks have been accessible for weeks now.
Still?
And so you just see people walking, Oh yeah, no.
We finally had ours melt, but yeah. There was a period of like 2 weeks where I just couldn't go anywhere by bike.
Yeah. And it's just, you just see people, walking on the side of the road and stuff because it's like, yeah, well, sidewalks, the rare sidewalks are snowed in. So
why is the family making stuff up about their child? It was the family of the banker.
Yeah.
No, the family of the child, like, they tried to get justice, but they were a poor family. They lived in a kind of crappy house near the scene, and then
okay.
They eventually moved away, and like for a few years they were putting a cross up where it happened, but when they moved away, that stopped happening too.
That's really fucking sad.
Yeah, it happens a lot. There was a time period where I was cataloging pedestrian fatalities and what the charge was, and like I was gonna follow up with it like 6 months later to see like what the punishment was, and I had to stop after a week because every story was a kid except for one who was a pediatric heart surgeon.
What are the odds?
I think it's not even that bad.
There is just something. There is just something about kids and cars.
I wrote it. Well, there's a few explanations. The first one is the media is not going to report if I get hit by a car, even if it was a fatality.
Okay.
Right. So like normal average citizens are not going to get reported on. And then the other thing is average people just don't walk that much. It's only kids that do it because kids
are have a car.
Yeah, kids are looking for
kids don't have cars.
Yeah, they're looking for a degree of independent mobility. That's why they're statistically more likely to get hit.
Yeah. And also, they're smaller.
Yeah.
They're harder to see. They themselves might not, be as savvy walking around and stuff. If you spend a lot of time cycling and stuff, your odds of avoiding getting hit by a car are a lot lower because you just have more experience with dealing with that.
Yeah, I've been owed getting hit by a car for like 2 years now, statistically.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see why you would want to live in a more bike-friendly place.
Yeah. This is why I'm moving. I mean, that happened a while ago, but
I've had this discussion with people before where I explain to them how risk management works and how you calculate those odds in the business world, where the odds of something going wrong only increases. So like, people say like, oh, 1 out of 1,000, it's a very low percentage chance. And it's like, but in the business world, it's actually, okay, say you have that instance occur every, like 1,000 instances of that occur in a year. Statistically speaking, that is a very high probability of that thing occurring. Even though that's not how like probability really works mathematically. Yeah. When you're talking about risk management, it's basically like at the end of the year, this is guaranteed to happen. And that's actually how like insurance companies and stuff do actuation and stuff. They look at like probability like that. There's a 1 in 57 chance that this person is going to get into this accident. So at the 57th attempt, it's like 100% guaranteed.
Yeah, because that's the safe. Like that's the safe way if you're if you're in the business of doing insurance. That's the safe way to make sure that the money comes in.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's like, so I like to point that out sometimes to be like, this is how your insurance company actually considers your odds. So probably should drive more safe.
Yeah, motorcycles.
The odds are really not in your favor.
Motorcycles do get the same blame. It really is like the you gotta watch out for them 4 wheels. But yeah, what is stream?
Yeah, you gotta watch out for those people, those fucking cyclists who lane split and pretend that they're pedestrians sometimes and motor vehicles the other times and stuff. How do you predict that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry I hit you with my F350.
My F350 that has not left pavement since I bought it.
with four wheels single axle.
Yeah.
With spacers, of course, and lifted.
God, those
I'm
things.
sorry. You just ate 5 pounds of chrome.
There was a car crash by my house, and in the process of the police responding to the first car crash, a second one happened because of somebody was distracted by the cars. Yeah. No, you gotta be careful with that rubbernecking.
If there's ever a moment when you're on a road and anything is out of sort, be on high alert. If there's anything that could even remotely be distracting to a motorist who's doing that route every single day, that's when your odds of getting in an accident are a lot higher in those situations.
But yeah,
when the people who are autopiloting might get distracted, or their autopilot might get interrupted. That's like the scariest part.
Yeah, I'd
rather deal with hydroplaning than deal with like people who are distracted.
I want to say like once
I saw somebody today who was in front of me. Thank God they were in front of me, because like they kept swerving into the other lane and everything. It's a two-lane road. They're swerving into the other lane. Their fucking like speed was completely erratic. They sat at a red light or a green light until I honked, and I just kept seeing them like leaning down, like grabbing something. I don't know what the fuck they were doing, but I'm like, this person, like, where the fuck are the police right now?
Every month,
this is absurd. This person should not be driving right now.
I want to say like every month since the trip, I have like been introduced to another reason why it was even more dangerous than I thought.
Yeah. Yep.
So there was fucking Vince Zampella wrapping his car around a concrete barrier like less than 5 miles from where I was.
I mean, the silver lining here is that you were correct in avoiding that road.
Yeah.
Like that really is just like a testament to you made the right decision there.
Honestly, the reason I did it it was like really long and really challenging terrain.
Yeah.
Which, like, the road I did take was a bitch. So that's saying something.
Was it at least more straight?
Oh no, not at all. The roads on the San Gabriel Mountains are all like, because they were all like built in the 30s, so they just work. They all work with the terrain.
Oh God, yeah. Man, I remember when we were driving in West Virginia, and it was just like, a lot of states, they'll build highways along the curvature, like along the contours of the land and stuff. In West Virginia, they just blew through everything.
Yeah,
I mean, it makes sense when you think about it.
That
It's like
interstate was crazy.
it's mining. It's the state for mining.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're flying through like literal, just like, holy fuck, they removed like half a fucking mountaintop.
Listen,
dude.
they're
It's just
not
like,
real mountains.
yeah.
Everybody should do the gap and the CNO, but especially the gap, because it goes through. It's graded the entire way, so it's very smooth transitions, but it goes through that terrain. If you do that and then tell me that they're not mountains. But it's beautiful and it's a lot of fun, and I would do it again. I would do the trip again, but I would do a more northern route, obviously, but
Mm-hmm.
The weird part is that I get nostalgic for like really boring stuff. Like, I visited a Dollar General and I was like, oh yeah, this was like that Dollar General I found after riding through 20 miles of cornfields in Indiana.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
when I escaped the foothills of that like area around Nashville, Indiana, and it all kind of like leveled out and opened up into cornfields and stuff, and it was just like, it was so nice that day because I was on backcountry roads, so they weren't too busy. And I found a Dollar General, and that really stuck out to me. And it's like, that was 40 miles of cornfields in the objective middle of nowhere in Indiana. Why am I not more nostalgic about like La Vida Pass?
I think it's just because it's too unique. There's definitely like some sort of psychology here. This is something I need to ask like an actual psychologist about. But like, yeah, it's always the weird mundane things. Like when I'm in a grocery store and I think of like, oh, this reminds me of this time I was in a grocery store in, like Maine or whatever. And that's when I get nostalgic. And it's like, yeah, it's just weird things. I think there's a certain level of just mundanity to it.
That's why honestly, that's why when I visit places, I don't do like crazy tourist stuff. I usually like
stuff. Yeah,
I try to do like what the local people do. Like, just go to grocery stores and check out the streets and stuff.
Yeah. I like to LARP like I live there.
I feel like that helps me remember places better.
It definitely helps me. I remember a lot of that. I took my brother on a trip, and we were going somewhere upstate, like really far upstate New York, border, like Canada border. And I told him, I was like, dude, there's this McDonald's up there. They have the best fries of any McDonald's I've ever been to. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? We get up there, and he's like, dude, what the fuck? These are the best fries. Just all the way up there, whatever. And it's like, we saw this like beautiful park and everything. It's a beautiful area. It's a wonderful drive, but it was like that McDonald's was the thing that I remembered the most. I had to bring him there.
It's insidious, that capitalism. Yeah, somebody will like try to diminish it. Like, you should remember the Two Sisters Mountains better than the Dollar General in Indiana. And it's like, it's not the brand that's memorable. It's the finding a place to get something to drink after 20 miles of no shade.
It's just like, it's just a moment of like being human, I feel. Those are always the moments that I remember most fondly. It's like, just like moments sitting in my bedroom playing video games or whatever. I don't know why. There's just certain moments where I was, certain memories of me playing Skyrim, and I'm just like, yeah, it was the most mundane thing at the time, but I look back and it's just like, yeah, that was nice. Those are the moments that, make life.
Also, memory association based on what videos I was listening to at a certain time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this was the day that I
get
found
that
out that
too.
Ethan Klein was mailed skulls. Yeah,
Do you remember where you were when you heard about the shadow drop of Oblivion?
Yeah, I had just left.
Remaster?
I just left Page, Arizona. I was just entering the Navajo Nation.
Yeah, the Navajo Nation.
On my 100-mile day.
No, Todd, that wasn't because we remembered the fucking announcement. We remember the announcement because something crazy was happening at the time.
Yeah, it just didn't seem real. But that was all because, like, of the leaks.
Yeah. This thing actually exists? What?
What are some other good memories? I loved the Katy Trail in Missouri. I would recommend that. Kansas was a weird experience.
You pitched that to me.
Yeah. The Katy Trail lived up to and was beyond.
Nice. Yeah. No, after I watched you going through that, I messaged you. I was like, you know what? I think I'd be down for it. It does look pretty
it's
good.
It's easier
and also
than
the fact that and also the fact that I know that I can credit card camp.
Yeah. If I did it again, I would definitely figure out the like staying places thing better.
Yeah.
It mostly sucked.
Do more camping, I'm assuming.
Well, yeah. Well, it mostly sucked because after Utah, it was like freezing temperatures every night.
Yeah.
Like freakishly cold.
Yeah.
What was weird about Kansas? What's weird about Kansas is like how positive the memories of it are. Because it's a wide state. I was there for several days. You don't think that, like, this flat land that doesn't have much going on is going to be memorable.
Well, when it wouldn't be memorable to a motorist, but a cyclist.
No,
yeah, you had like a strong tailwind for that, right?
Yeah, that's honestly the reason. I had 2 like back-to-back centuries.
Yeah. Yeah, no wonder, man. Well, you were saying the same thing about was it the Salt Flats? No, was it the Salt? No, the dry lake.
The dry lake. Ivanpah Dry Lake.
Yeah. You're like, motorists won't really give a shit about this, unless they're riding ATVs and stuff on it. But like as a cyclist, this is a fantastic.
It was surreal. Because you don't think that like you're gonna ride off road and just have that smooth of an experience. Also, like playing New Vegas, you don't think that dry lake is gonna be as big as it is, but holy shit!
Yeah,
it is massive.
Yeah, that thing was huge.
It took me over an hour to get across it on my bike
without a headwind.
You should do a bike trip to Skyrim next. The problem with that is that there is a route through Sweden, but almost all of the time it's either like way too cold or there's mosquitoes everywhere. Like, you remember the death mosquitoes from Valheim? That's in that game for a reason.
Yeah,
that's authentic.
Yeah, no, those like boreal areas like northern Canada, northern Ontario, if it's not freezing cold, the insects are just like off the fucking chain. It's like, it's not just mosquitoes. It's like, oh, you got all these flies that also bite you and stuff. And it's like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. You don't expect that. That's kind of why the desert's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, no bugs.
It's
Just watch
dry.
out for the snakes.
Dry, no bugs. Never saw any snakes. I don't know if it was like a time of year thing. It was consistently cold, so.
Well, you know, snakes. If you see a snake, the snake's not doing its job.
Yeah, the people who travel the world by bike, it's cool. It does get kind of bogged down by the question of who's financing it.
I'm not one of the. There's a lot of people who are like, oh, I want to travel the world. Like, I could live a life of just traveling the world and stuff, and I'm like, I couldn't.
I could, but I would not be like doing tourism in like fancy places. It would be like, oh, what's this grocery store in Krakow sell? What the fuck is a Kerfer? They're like these robot assistances at this grocery store chain with like cat ears. Do you remember the robot in Voices of the Void?
What?
Yeah, there's a grocery train in Poland that has like a robot assistant, and that's what that robot in Voices of the Void is based on.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so like that's the weird like mundane thing that you could run into.
Yeah.
If your idea of tourism is like checking out grocery stores as opposed to, you know, I got to see the building in Warsaw.
You know what my favorite place we saw in DC was?
The
ZeniMax office.
Yeah. Well, I liked the getting back to the train.
The Jeff. Yeah.
So like the first time we went out, we took the subway. Is it still a subway once it's above ground, or is it like just a metro?
It becomes a metro.
Okay, we took
your stream is down. Stream is down. F's in chat.
It seems to be decently coming back. I don't know. ZeniMax shut us down. Okay, we're coming back. No? I don't know why this happens. I hope the new place doesn't have these issues.
Somebody said the Kerfer got him.
Mm-hmm. All right, I think we're back. No? Yes? No?
It's back on my end. I have the stream
playing,
and it's back for me, so.
Talk to me, chat. No, so the first time we went to the ZeniMax office because Bethesda doesn't mark which building it is. We had an educated guess based on the interiors of the building that they showed in the Starfield Direct.
Yeah.
So we had an educated guess of which building it was, but we took the metro out there, and I think we just rode a bike down like 2 streets to get from the station to where the ZeniMax office was, and then we had a much more convoluted route back because I think we went to like the next station down the line. We had rented bikes or like rideshare bikes.
Yep. Which they suck to ride.
Mine was fine. Yours sucked.
Yeah. Well, also like I'm used to riding BMX bikes.
Yeah.
And mountain bikes.
And in fairness, I had just finished a cross-country trip, so.
True. Yeah. And I hadn't been on a bike in like 20 years, probably something like that. So I got on and I was a little wobbly at first.
We went through some kind of very mixed developments.
my instincts were to keep like leaning when I would turn, and doing that on a city bike basically just causes you to crash. So that was weird.
Yeah, and then we stopped at a Subway, had lunch, eventually made it to the next train station, which that was kind of a pain in the ass to find.
The subway where I was dying, I needed that fucking Gatorade.
Yeah. I was like, hey, do you know how electrolytes work?
I was just like, okay. And we were just sitting there. I was drinking it, and yeah, it worked. It actually worked really well because I sweat out, I don't know, probably like a gallon of sweat by that point in the day.
Yeah. I that was torture for you.
Oh yeah.
And then
it still wasn't as bad as the day we went to the mall.
Yeah.
We were going to like the Jefferson Memorial and stuff. I was a little concerned. When we were in the Jefferson Memorial, we were trying to find a water fountain.
Yes. That was just funny.
Holy crap.
We actually okay, so
it was funny for you. It wasn't funny for me because I was telling you, I was like, dude, if we don't find like water in this place, I don't give a fuck how much it costs, whatever. If we don't find water here, I might actually pass out.
Yeah. It's funny because we ended up inadvertently exploring the underground at the Jefferson Memorial looking for a water fountain. That wasn't part of the research. I didn't intend to go down there.
But and then we realized like, oh wow, it is kind of like similar to how it is in Fallout 3.
Yeah, there's like a pretty elaborate like structure below the rotunda.
Yeah.
I think
it makes you wonder things.
The rotunda is disappointing though in the game.
Oh yeah. Now the real Jefferson Memorial is actually cool. And you get all those like cool sight lines and stuff that are not in Fallout 3 whatsoever.
Well, yeah, we talked about the symbolism of all the statue placements, where all the memorials are, and
like how they all face the
Jefferson
Washington
and Lincoln are both facing Washington, and then Washington's in view of the White House.
It's cool. It's really cool.
Well, and it's symbolic for what both of those presidents kind of petitioned for.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess we're going to wrap up here.
Yeah, we could reminisce about DC for like 5 hours.
Really good stream.
Yeah.
So, long or short Microsoft? Short.
Short.
They're still in AI.
Yeah.
How embarrassing.
Short them hard. See, because like they're going to be the ones that really they're like the biggest bag holder right now, I feel.
I think that's Nvidia.
Well,
like, okay, imagine OpenAI goes under.
Yeah.
All those hardware companies are now holding on to contracts to develop specialized chips for a company that no longer exists. What are they going to do? Are they going to sell data center grade tech to consumers?
I mean, that would be awesome for I will definitely have a NAS in that situation. Yeah. But yeah, no, that would be really fucking bad for Nvidia and shit.
I think aside from like OpenAI and the actual AI companies themselves, the most exposed real company has got to be like the hardware manufacturers. Microsoft's bad.
Yeah. The problem with Microsoft is that they're building infrastructure. They're building, like data centers and everything like that. So it's in your hierarchy of assets, the most exposed are usually like physical buildings and stuff, because it just good luck liquidating that.
Ooh, so like the data center locations.
Yeah, just everything related to them. And it's like good luck getting out of those contracts and shit too that you made with the agreements that you made with the municipalities and the governments and the states and everything. See, that's why I'm more towards like Microsoft. Like they're in deep. They're in really deep. And it's not like Amazon where, because like, Amazon's also doing the same thing. A lot of them are doing it, but Amazon at least has like, other ventures where they are able to make money still. Microsoft is, they're looking pretty exposed after the whole Phil Spencer thing.
Well, and they don't have anything to fall back. Windows is on the decline.
Yeah.
Xbox is a joke of a brand at this point.
Yeah, like literally the only thing that they really had going for them, like their strongest performing sector is like cloud computing and stuff. But it's like, well, if AI crashes, that whole sector, that whole like their core business model, their core business right now is just like shit. So that fucking that division of them, theirs is definitely like leveraged out the ass. They probably borrowed so much fucking money for that business. They'd probably have to like spin it off. I'm calling it now. If the AI bubble bursts as badly as I think it's going to be, there will be bailouts for like these big tech companies. It's gonna be like like 2007 again.
What's gonna be clownish about it too is that like at least it makes sense with a bank. It was bad when it was banks.
Yeah, no,
it's just fucking stupid.
But now it's going to be a matter of national security. You cannot have Microsoft go down because they're like our bulwark against, cyber attacks and everything. There's so much stuff that's like built on Microsoft and everything. You can't have that go bankrupt. Gotta bail them out. So that's probably why they're being so fucking reckless. Just so they realize like, oh, we're too big to fail now. NVIDIA's the same exact way. It's like, that's one of the only things the US has over a lot of other countries, like China especially, is like our chip manufacturers and stuff, particularly graphics cards, is just like next to none. So can't have that go out. Calling it now, if the AI bubble bursts like that, they're gonna have to really spool up that fucking they're gonna need to get they're gonna want Powell back in.
Yeah, what do we, man, future's pretty bleak.
Bankruptcy
for the country.
Everybody just every country's in the same exact boat as the US. I don't know why the US is catching all the fucking flack. China's actually even worse in terms of like their leveraging of what their government's doing and everything.
Yeah,
they're probably more broke than the US.
We might have to have an economy that's based on like production.
Yeah. No, I think the only way out of it really is just like a fundamental paradigm shift or space exploration. You just keep kicking the fucking can down the road long enough that you get space exploration there, and then that's where you'll actually make money.
Yeah, but Elon Musk likes space exploration and he's cringe, so I feel like
yeah, so true.
The only thing we can do is like just you got to point and laugh at people who like have that derangement syndrome of like opposing things because X person is also into it.
Yeah.
A kind of inverse man covered in shit fallacy. And
I bet the person you don't like really enjoys the type of food that you also really enjoy.
Elon Musk drinks water.
Does that bother you? Yeah, exactly. Elon Musk loves ketamine.
And we all
you could probably just do the he loves marijuana.
Suddenly society just
watch the color drain from their face.
Yeah. So,
right. We got to wrap it up.
Yeah. We can talk politics all night. So, see you later, chat.
Bye.